Born Savage, Blood Rose Nights, Book 2. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Raven Wildwood. Chapter 1. I just want to remind you that I saved your life a few weeks ago. The words fall out over my lips before my brain can really think them through. So, I think you kind of owe me or something. So if you're thinking about turning me in, just remember that little detail. The look on Roman's face is cold blankness. And then he gives this huff and shakes his head, looking away from me. He lets out a curse.
Is that what you think of me, Juliet? That I'd use you because I'm the only one who knows what the hell just happened?
His eyes slide back over to meet mine, and a cold chill works its way down my spine. Yes, that's exactly what I think. It's what any man who had something against me in my past would do. If you get dirt on someone, you exploit it. But there's something in Roman's eyes that looks a little hurt, maybe. I have no idea what to think of that. I don't know, I answer hoarsely as I look away from him. Pretty sure you wouldn't mind seeing me disappear, so maybe. Roman curses again and shakes his head. A dark smile pulls on his face, but it's the offended and defensive kind of smile.
You're a piece of work, you know that?
Oh, I know, I say, but the words don't have as much sarcastic oomph as I'd like. My words come out a little too quiet, a little too constrained. Roman's eyes slide back over to me.
The reason I didn't want you coming into Chicago is now lying dead in a dumpster. I never had anything against you personally.
Could have fooled me, I say, fixing him with a cold stare because his words feel like a damn lie. His eyes narrow.
Fine. I might have judged you for cozying up with Mason Godfrey in that golden tower. The man's made of money, so it's hard not to wonder what your motivations are. Except, the man's a damn saint, so I guess I don't know what the hell to think.
Yeah, well, that's over now, I say, as my eyes fall to my lap. My shirt is there, shredded, but I don't really see it. And I can tell you, it never once had anything to do with his money. I kind of hated that part, if I'm being honest. A long moment of silence stretches on between us. My head's a mess right now. My heart is an even bigger one. Everything is going to be different now. And now I've got a new, fun little complication in my life. How much do you trust Malcolm? I ask, looking back at Roman.
Why?
He asks, as those impossibly blue eyes slide over to meet mine. Because I think he's the one who could give me some answers about what just happened, but it will mean having to clue him in, I answer. Sigrid, too.
Sigrid thinks you're the best thing that ever walked into this city,
Roman says, barely suppressing an eye roll. She's not the one I asked about, I point out, with a raised eyebrow. Sigrid is family, maybe distantly, but still. And she's worked her way into a deep, permanent place in my heart. I trust her with my life, which this is.
Malcolm is about as good as they get,
Roman says, as he looks out into the dark night.
He holds more secrets than probably anyone in this city. If you think about what he does, he knows the secrets of everyone's ancestors. His title is the Historian.
I nod, remembering Mason calling him that. Any chance you have his number? I need to go see him.
He says pointedly. I watched you resurrect a second time, Juliet. As far as I know, that's never happened in the few thousand years of vampire history. I'm getting some damn answers, too.
Alarm bells are going off in my brain left and right. More dirt. This will give him more dirt on me. But as I look into Roman DeLuca's eyes, I know he's going to get what he wants. So somehow, I need to get more dirt on him. Something I can use against him if he tries to use this against me. Because I might have saved his life, but not everyone owns up to their debts. Call Malcolm. Tell him we need to meet him. Now. Roman just nods once, and I climb from the trunk to the passenger seat of the SUV as he pulls his phone out. I reach into my pocket, but curse when I remember. I was on the phone, with Roman, when Pablo attacked me. It shattered on the sidewalk.
I need to talk to you,
Roman says, the moment I hear Malcolm answer with a tired voice on the other end.
It's urgent.
Fine, where? Malcolm responds.
We need Sigrid, too.
Roman says as he looks over at me. When his eyes flick outside, I think he must remember seeing my shattered phone too.
I'm at her place.
Malcolm answers.
We'll be there in 10 minutes.
Roman quips before hanging up. He slips his phone back into his pocket and pulls the vehicle into drive. Silently, we drive through the night, and my mind is racing. I don't really understand what happened. Elena explained that vampires are immortal, as in, they never die. But she added a very clear stipulation, unless they're staked through the heart or beheaded. I was staked. I remember that part very clearly. I remember it piercing into that soft tissue. I remember it sinking all the way through till it hit my ribs behind it. I remember dying. The terrifying but peaceful feeling. The darkness, the nothingness. Yet here I am. I'm breathing. I feel my heart beating in my chest like it wasn't just punctured half an hour ago. Something niggles at the back of my brain. Something that I saw before. Something I did not understand the significance of at the moment. I push it away and look out at the dark streets of Chicago. We make our way out of the downtown area and into Old Town. The buildings grow smaller and much, much older. Brick and stone, the houses are lined up either with touching walls or with only a few feet between them. The character and charm is beautiful. And then we roll down a street of red brick townhouses, all with black trim and gas lanterns beside the front doors. Roman parks in front of Sigrid's house, and as we look up to it, I see a few lights on inside. I take one deep breath, trying to mentally prepare myself for this. My life has changed so much since I came to this city 2 months ago. Just 3 months ago, I was a medical resident in New York City, drowning in student debt, but finally getting the respect that I'd never had an ounce of my entire life. But look where I am now, filled with a million questions. My future is thrown to the wind, and I have absolutely no idea where I'm going to land. I push the door open and step outside. Roman and I walk up the stairs, side by side. I knock on the door, and just 4 seconds later, it opens, and there we find Sigrid and Malcolm. "Juliet?" she asks, in her Norwegian accent. Her eyes slide down to my chest, my stomach, and then widen just a bit before she looks over at Roman, and then they narrow. I look down at myself. I had forgotten that I was wearing nothing but a deep purple bra. I'd clawed my shirt off, trying to find the evidence of my staking. I hadn't even thought about the fact that I was hanging out with Roman, totally shirtless. "It's nothing," I say to her, shaking my head. "There was a little accident, and my shirt was the victim. I swear, Sigrid, Roman had nothing to do with it." Why am I defending him? "Come inside," she says, pulling me in, looking up and down the street as if she's worried about danger. As a leader on the night council, she probably always has something to worry about. Roman steps in behind us, and Malcolm closes the door. I love Sigrid's home. With its dark green walls, black accents, and warm wooden original features, it's cozy, and the perfect space for a witch who would never call herself a witch. And her dozens of plants kind of make it feel like she's created her own little jungle in the middle of this brick and concrete maze. "Juliet, what has happened?" Sigrid asks as she steps forward, hugging her robe tighter around her body. Something is different." I meet her eyes for just a moment before I look back at Malcolm. "Did you notice it? Did you know what it was when you looked at my history?" Malcolm's eyes slide over to Roman, and warily, he looks back at me. When he peered back into my history before, he'd sensed there was something off, and he'd asked Mason to step outside so I could keep the details to myself. "It's fine," I say with an annoyed sigh. Roman already knows. The whole damn thing happened in front of him. "What thing?" Sigrid asks as she steps forward and takes my hand in hers. She looks frantic, scared. "Juliet, something has happened. I could feel it the moment you stepped inside, and I can feel it now. Something is different." Warily, I look over at Roman, and he just holds my gaze and gives a nod. "I need you to show me my history again," I say to Malcolm. "Just a few specific parts, please." My tone is desperate. Neither he nor Sigrid knows what to think, but with trust, he nods and extends a hand to the sitting room. Is there any way Sigrid can see this? I ask, as I sit in one of the overstuffed chairs. Malcolm sits on an ottoman, pulling it up in front of me. Because I need her to help make sense of this.
Juliet, are you sure?
Malcolm asks.
What we saw, this is your story. This is your life.
I shake my head. My life isn't making any damn sense, even for being a vampire. Sigrid, I need your help. I need you to explain. I will do my best, dear Juliet, she says with a nod as she steps forward, and with one smooth movement, Malcolm pulls his shirt over his head, revealing a very impressive physique.
I unlock your history by touching you,
Malcolm explains.
But it is possible to channel it to others by them touching me.
I nod. I should wonder about all this insane gift stuff, how it all works, where it comes from, but I've got bigger problems right now. My eyes rise up to Roman, and my insides get even more complicated. You better watch this too, since you just witnessed it. Crap, things are messy right now. Roman is my biggest enemy in this city. He's already witnessed my biggest secret, and now I'm inviting him to watch the origin of it. But Roman simply nods, and both he and Sigrid step up behind Malcolm. And with one deep, calming breath, I take his hands, and my eyes automatically snap closed. You said my mother was a curse weaver, I say, as I feel that familiar sensation of Malcolm sifting through the sand of my mind, my past. At that admission, I hear Roman suck in a surprised breath. Shit, he didn't know that part. Crap. I'm just putting myself deeper under his thumb. But I shake my head, moving on. She cursed my father so he couldn't find her after she found out Archer King was after her. Roman swears, and more details are filled in. But I need you to show me what happened after my birth, I say, as my insides tremble. The night she was killed. I need you to show it to me again. I didn't understand it then, but things I saw, things Sigrid has said to me, they are starting to fall into place.
All right,
Malcolm says calmly, and I feel myself being pulled back through time, through my entire life, and suddenly, it all stops in a dark house. And there, alone in an upstairs bedroom, I see my mother scream in pain and fear. And then, a bloody blonde-haired baby enters this world, screaming loud and fierce. I have to hold back the tears. I cannot focus on that woman, my mother. But it's nearly impossible. She was taken from me. She was a good person. So good. She wanted me. My father wanted me. They loved me before I was even born. And Archer King took her from me. And I lived a life of fear and pain. But right now, I have to push that all away. I concentrate on Ingrid, handling me with such care, even though her body is ravaged and bleeding and exhausted. She cuts the cord and wraps me in a blanket. She smiles and laughs and cries as she cradles me to her chest and presses a kiss to my forehead. Your mother loved you very much, Sigrid says. I can't see her right now, but I feel her presence, so comforting and caring. I can only nod, fighting tears. Can you cut through the day? I ask Malcolm, through a thick throat, to right before she ran through the cornfield. And, just like a movie, the night speeds up. Ingrid dresses me, she gets in a car, and she drives. But just a few minutes later, she realizes someone is following her. She's out in the country when the car runs out of gas. Shit, Roman breathes out when he realizes what it means. Ingrid jumps out of the car, frantically collecting me from the car seat. I'm screaming so loud, and from behind, that other car flies up, screeching to a stop, just as Ingrid sprints into the cornfield, her expression utterly terrified. We can't hear anything. There are no words. But we all see it as Ingrid's lips begin moving, speaking rapidly. Sigrid, I say, the words breathing over my lips in a quiver. What does it look like she's doing to you? I feel her, and her presence grows heavier, as if she's taking a closer look. She is weaving a curse, she says, her tone chilled. I nod, because I realize it now. Sigrid once told me I was cursed. I didn't know what it meant at the time. But as I watch my mother frantically sprint through the cornfield, things are starting to slide into place. Archer gets closer. The distance between him and my mother grows smaller and smaller. Tears are streaked all down my mother's face, and still running, my mother hugs me tighter to her, raising my forehead to her lips, and she presses a soft kiss to it. And with a deep breath and the squeeze of her eyes, she suddenly jerks me as she steps out of the field, out onto the side of the highway.
Holy shit.
Roman breathes. At the same time, my entire body goes cold.
What?
Malcolm asks, and I feel him searching harder into the moment, digging deeper for what he missed. She just snapped my neck, I say, my tone very flat and even. Juliet's mother just killed her baby, Sigrid says. I hear the quake in her tone, the shake, the horror, the awe. I lay in her arms, limp, quiet. It looks like the baby is sleeping, finally calm. But in truth, the newborn in her arms is dead, killed at the hand of her own mother. And then there is Archer. I hardly register it as he snatches my mother by the neck. Tears are cascading down her face. And the look on his face, it's so triumphant, evil, satisfied. He takes her gift. He takes her ability to weave curses, and in doing so, he takes her life. He removes his hand, and she collapses to the ground, dead. She drops me, and like a limp doll, I lay on my back, eyes closed, limbs loose. Archer looks down at the two of us, a satisfied smile that slowly transforms into disgust. He looks up, looking up and down the road, looking for witnesses. And then he turns back into the cornfield and walks back to his car. Rain starts falling from the sky, and motionless, my mother and I lie there on the ground. My heart is beating so hard in my chest. Great thumps, it thunders in my ribcage, telling me that I am very much alive. But I watch myself, as a baby, lying dead on the ground.
Keep track of the time,
I hear Roman say, and something beeps.
It's been about a minute.
I nod, but I have no idea if he sees it.
Juliet,
Malcolm asks, his voice shaky. Just wait, I whisper. And we wait. We watch. The rain picks up a bit, splashing over our faces, soaking our clothes. Tick, tick, tick. I feel the time moving by. It feels like an eternity. But then, what can only be about 20 minutes later, the babe lying in the dirt gives a quick squirm. She kicks a foot, and she lets out a scream.
Holy shit, Juliet.
Roman breathes.
You've died 3 times now.
I rip my hand out of Malcolm's because I know what happened next. I laid there in the rain for a while before someone finally came along that empty road in Kansas and found me next to my dead mother. Wait a second, I say, as I pull back from Malcolm. If I died then, why didn't I resurrect as a vampire? My eyes slide over to Roman, and with wide eyes, he simply shakes his head.
I don't understand. That's how it works. If you have a vampire father, you die as a human and resurrect as a vampire. You should have come back as a vampire, as a damn newborn.
Wait, what? Malcolm asks, confusion wrinkling his expression.
How? That night?
He reaches up and rubs his temples.
Your own mother killed you that night?
3 times, Juliet, Sigrid questions. My eyes finally meet hers, and she's so pale, her expression is nearly frantic. You... She shakes her head, blinking 5 times at me. Juliet, you died again tonight?
She was staked by Pablo,
Roman says, dark but calm.
Right before I ripped him apart.
What? Malcolm demands, his voice filled with shock and horror. You were supposed to stay in Godfrey Tower, Sigrid says, her tone sounding more and more like a mother by the second. Juliet, that was reckless and...
It doesn't matter how it happened.
Roman cuts her off. The dark look in his eyes snags something in my chest, and, for the first time ever, I look up at him with appreciation.
What matters is getting answers about why Juliet has died 3 times now and has come back from the dead all 3 of those times.
Sigrid's expression goes blank for a moment as she gathers herself once more. She takes one deep breath in through her nose and slowly lets it out between her lips. Your mother was a curse weaver. They're rare, incredibly so. I have only ever heard of them. I have yet to actually meet one. From what we just saw, from the evidence in front of our eyes, Juliet, I believe that your mother cursed you with the inability to die. And there it is. The words chill up and down my spine, crawling over my skin like the legs of 1,000 spiders. She knew your father was a vampire. She knew how the resurrection process works. She must have worked that into the curse, that you would not complete the transformation until you reached a more appropriate age. Malcolm curses, and his hands rise to lace into his hair.
You're telling me you're a vampire who can't be killed? You really got staked tonight? I watched the entire thing,
Roman says as he glances toward Malcolm.
I had her loaded up in the trunk of my SUV to take her back to Mason Godfrey. 20 minutes later, she popped up and scared the hell out of me.
It catches me off guard when I look over to Sigrid and see the smile growing on her lips. What? I bark. She shakes her head and doesn't fight her smile. I knew you were destined for something big, my dear niece. Look at all the things we have discovered about you, and we have yet to uncover what your gift is.
Gift?
Roman questions sharply, looking from Sigrid to me and back to Sigrid.
And you two are related?
I let out a sigh, pinching the bridge between my eyes. Well, you know every damn detail now. Sigrid thinks, since my mother was gifted, that I will be too. I know you are, Sigrid corrects. I felt it the moment I met you. It will manifest when the time is right. We're related, I explain, looking at Roman and letting my hand fall to my thigh with a clap. Distantly, back a few generations. But my mother was from Norway as well. Sigrid is related to the Eriksons. Roman shakes his head as he places his hands on his hips and turns away.
As if you weren't trouble enough, Juliet.
Darkly, I glare at the back of his head. Why wouldn't this have happened in front of Mason? Or Elena? They wouldn't make me feel threatened by them knowing the truth. But Roman, I don't know him. And the only bits of him that I do know are that he's a prick with a savage thirst for justice.
Juliet, this is dangerous information,
Malcolm says as he pulls his shirt back on and meets my eyes.
I told you before, I've never seen the child of a vampire and a gifted. You were rare before, but this curse, some will see you as a threat.
Because I can't truly be killed. This needs to stay quiet, Sigrid says as she steps forward and takes my hands. Between us, no one else can know, at least for now. Can we trust you to keep Juliet safe, Roman? He glances over his shoulder, back at the two of us. I hold his dark gaze, and I'm scared. I should leave town. I should get out of here. There are too many who know too many secrets about me. Dangerous secrets. They could use this against me. 2 months ago, I wouldn't hesitate in running. I wouldn't even pack a bag. I'd just get on a train and I'd ride as far as I could and then disappear into a new town. But things are different now. I have Elena. I have Mason. I have Sigrid. Hell, I even have Warren and Sebastian and Malcolm. And I'm months away from being a doctor. I won't get another situation like the one Sebastian Vincent is offering, where I can finish my training and work in the field I intended. I could run, but what the hell would I be running to? So, with bated breath, I wait for Roman's reply that could change my entire life.
I won't tell anyone,
he says.
Not unless I have to.
Roman, Sigrid says darkly as my stomach sinks into my feet.
I won't use it against Juliet,
he barks, his tone sharp. His eyes flick to mine, and I see conflicted rage and confusion in them.
But I can't make promises that the need will never arise when she will need me to break the promise.
That's a response I never would have expected. It's far more thoughtful than I would have anticipated. But as I hold his gaze, I know he means it. When Roman DeLuca says something, it's an unbreakable vow. I hear his phone buzz in his pocket, and Roman takes it out to check the screen.
It's Elena. She's tried calling twice already. Mason has called twice.
He looks back at me.
We need to get you home.
Not for much longer, I say, the words tightening my throat. When Roman's eyes narrow in question, I continue. Mason and I are done. I'm starting my apprenticeship with Dr. Vincent in a few days. He's got an apartment for me near the hospital. I'm moving out of Godfrey Tower. No one says anything to this. It's news, new information.
We need to go,
Roman says, instead of asking more questions. Rest easy, dear Juliet, Sigrid says, as she pulls me to her, squeezing me in a hug. Your secret will stay buried with us. You know I'm here whenever you need. I do know, I say, as I hug her to me. That's evidenced by the fact that she was my very first thought. I came straight here. Thank you. I step back toward the door. Oh, you may want to borrow a shirt, she says. It might do some harm returning to Mason, wearing no shirt accompanied by Roman DeLuca. I look at Roman, and then down at myself, and blush. Hard. Good idea. Sigrid smiles and disappears up the stairs. What's the beef between you two anyway? I ask, as I fold my arms over my bare midriff. Roman rolls his eyes and shrugs.
When you come from completely different lives, it's a little hard to find some common ground.
That's it? I question with a barely suppressed scoff. You two just don't get along because you don't have a common past?
Leave it alone, Juliet,
Roman warns, with a dark tone. I hold my hands up in surrender as Sigrid walks back down the stairs and hands me a shirt. Thank you, I offer, for everything. Be safe, she says, with a smile as she and Malcolm walk Roman and I to the door. I try to smile in return, but I'm not sure if I manage. Roman and I walk down the stairs, and, color me a little shocked, Roman holds the passenger door open for me. I give a muttered thanks as I climb in, and he shuts the door. He slides into his own seat, starts the vehicle, and puts it in drive.
I hope you're a good liar,
he says, as we aim back in the direction of Godfrey Tower.
Elena and Mason are going to interrogate us. You disappeared. I haven't been answering. And Pablo's dead now. We need to get our story straight.
Chapter 2. It was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. I'd stood in front of Mason and Elena, next to Roman, and we told the lie. I'd gotten a strange call from someone claiming Elena was in trouble. I didn't really think she was. It seemed like a trap, so I'd called Roman. True to my reckless nature, I'd snuck out of the building, and we'd both hunted Pablo down. Roman staked him and ripped him to pieces. That last bit was at least true. We'd stuffed his body parts in different garbage bags and deposited them in half a dozen different dumpsters around the city. I wonder if that part is true. I did watch Roman tear him to pieces. He'd said Pablo was in a dumpster, just not how many. Well, now that he's dead, you can stop being such a dick to Juliet, Elena says with a no-bullshit look at Roman.
With how reckless she is, I somehow doubt this will be the last of the trouble we see her in,
Roman says as he turns to leave. The words feel real. They probably are. But there's that little change in his eyes. It's the kind of bond shared when two people have a secret between them. Why did it have to be Roman?
Thank you, Roman,
Mason calls out just before he reaches the elevator.
For taking care of Pablo.
Roman just gives a grunt and a nod and disappears into the elevator as it slides open. You're not looking to take advantage of this immortal life, are you? Elena glowers. She crosses to me and pulls me into a hug. If only she knew. Sorry, it's just my nature, I give the lame excuse. She releases me, looking into my eyes. Are you really moving out now? My eyes slide from hers, over her shoulder, to her twin brother. My chest gives a little twist. There's pain in his eyes, and I know it's in mine too. Just a few days ago, I told Mason that I love him, and he'd said the words back. But not in the way of being in love. Not in the way that means we'll be together for the rest of our lives. It's in the kind of having each other's backs, even if we can't be together. It's in the way that I will be his friend, even if the next period of time is going to be hard. It's time, I say simply, as I look back at my best friend. I'm ready to start my apprenticeship. I miss working. I miss hospitals. It's what I've dreamed about doing for a long time now. Elena lets out a hard breath and studies me for a moment. The expression on her face is complicated. She doesn't want me to go because we are best friends. We've had so much time together since I've just been across the hall, since we worked in the same building, but she never approved of my relationship with her brother, not after I resurrected. So this makes that better, easier, simpler. Okay, she says simply. Do you want any help packing? I offer her a smile and shake my head. I really don't have that much. The clothes and shoes you got me, a few other things. That's what happens when you have to abandon your old life. Because you didn't know you were a vampire, resurrected, and then killed the daughter of another very important vampire, I'd had to cut my losses and run. I'd literally never gone back to my apartment. I wonder what the landlord did with all my stuff. Okay, Elena repeats with a sad smile. I want you to call me once you're settled. I want to make sure Sebastian didn't find some hellhole for you to live in. I chuckle and nod. She turns and, with a sympathetic touch to her brother's shoulder, she heads back into her penthouse. Hi, I say quietly as I walk up to Mason. Hey, he says, his voice thick. There's sadness in his eyes. He wasn't the one who ended this. He knew it was the right thing, but he wasn't the one to make the call. If you don't want to be home while I pack up, I get that, I say as we turn and walk to his door. It's fine, he says. I can help you for a few minutes, and then I need to get on a call with Singapore. I just nod, and awkwardly, we walk to my bedroom together. There are too many reminders in here. Mason and I spent more than a few nights in my bed, even if we never had sex. It was a constant exercise in my self-control not to kill him when we were getting too close. I've tasted his blood dozens of times. We've swam out in the balcony pool together so many times. Everywhere I look around this penthouse, it's memories of this sweet, if not exceptionally, short time in my life. Mason walks into the closet and grabs the only piece of luggage I have off of a top shelf. He unzips it and lays it on the ground. We're still going to talk, right? I ask tentatively as I take a shirt off a hanger and fold it. It's not always going to be this hard. We'll get to that place, won't we? Mason slides his hand into the pockets of his trousers, and I realize I've never seen him wear casual clothes. Ever. He lets out a hard breath. We will, Juliet. I mean it. No matter what happened between us, I will always be your friend. He shakes his head. I just wanted things to happen differently. We can drive ourselves crazy always wondering what if, I say, as I lay a hand on his chest. I think it's better to just be grateful for the time we had, the lessons we learned, and know that everything is going to turn out the way it's supposed to. Mason takes my hand and raises it to his lips, pressing a kiss to my palm. I know, he says against my skin. Want to pull those shoes down for me? I ask, trying to turn the direction of this conversation around. So he does. Mason pulls everything up high down for me. Hey, is there any chance you have a spare old phone anywhere? I ask. Mine kind of shattered into a million pieces tonight. Mason chuckles and shakes his head. At this point, no one is surprised by my stupid moves anymore. There's one in my bottom desk drawer. If you take it to Donnie on IT on the 7th floor, he can get it set up for you. Thanks, I offer with a smirk. And just then, his phone starts ringing. Take it, I say with a nod. I can finish this up. There's a heavy look in his eyes, like there should be some big goodbye. as if he knows that when he comes back from work that I'll be gone, because I will. But this isn't a goodbye forever. We're making sure of that. We'll still see each other. So he just nods, pulls his phone out as he steps out of my closet and heads downstairs to his main office. I look around my closet, and some of the differences between me and the Godfreys become stark. I have one piece of luggage. I have way too many clothes now, thanks to Elena. But as a kid, all I ever had was trash bags. You can fit all kinds of things into trash bags. So, when my suitcase is filled, I go to the kitchen, take the roll of trash bags, and return to my closet. I fill them one by one. Elena has gone so overboard in the last few months. I've never owned this many clothes in my entire life. It feels ludicrous, filling trash bags with designer labels. Some of these pieces cost hundreds of dollars, if not thousands, on their own, and I'm just stuffing them in trash bags. Just as I'm about to finish the last bag for my closet, there is a knock on the door. I climb to my feet and jog down the hall to answer it. Looking through the peephole, I smirk and shake my head. Donnie, I say as I open it.
Mr. Godfrey asked me to set this up for you and bring it up,
He says with a slight bow, which is so ridiculous. He holds an opened box in his hand, revealing a definitely new phone, one that looks top of the line.
It's been backed up with all of the information you had stored in the cloud. There should be just about everything in there.
Thank you, I say with a smile, as I take the box he extends. You're a wizard, Donnie.
Probably somewhere in my line,
He says with a little bit of a smile before he turns and goes back to the elevator. I chuckle as I close the door. I pull the phone out of the box, and it immediately illuminates to life. I slowly make my way back to my bedroom as I turn it on and look through my contacts. Nervously, my finger hesitates over the name. The second chapter of my life has closed, and a new one is about to open. There will be new close contacts, new environments, new places to go and live. But I'm the child of unexpected change, the spokesperson for shifting foundations. So, I tap the name and hold the phone up to my ear.
Juliet.
His smooth voice answers after just 2 rings. Sebastian, I say, imagining the vampire's smile that's surely pulling on those lips. I hope I'm not interrupting any important surgeries. He chuckles on the other line.
Well, I don't usually schedule too many of those at 3 a.m.
Oh, I laugh at myself, because my sense of time is so out of whack right now. I guess dying and mysteriously resurrecting again will do that. So, I was wondering if there's any chance you meant it when you said to call you if I needed help moving?
Of course.
He says.
When should I be there?
You busy now? I ask, cringing at myself in my bathroom mirror. I'm just finishing packing the last few things. I'll apologize for the number of clothes in advance. Elena might have a slight addiction.
There's no might or slight about that.
He chuckles in that smooth, way too sexy way of his.
And no problem. I can be there in 20 minutes.
Perfect, I say, and he says goodbye. I take a deep breath and stare at myself as I hang up. My pulse is racing. My entire body feels a little too aware, a little too awake. Sebastian once called me out for not liking him very much. And it wasn't necessarily that I didn't like him, I just didn't know him. I didn't trust him. And then he came to rescue me with the others, the night Pablo captured and tortured me. And he'd shared just a little bit of his story, his history, with me. And I found he'd lived through pain and fear too. That night, all I'd wanted to do was keep talking to him, to keep learning what he'd lived through. Because, for once, I didn't feel like the only one with a dark heart and massive trust issues. And now, I'm going to work with that man. That man is setting me up with a job, an apartment. Snap out of it, I tell myself in the mirror, and set to grabbing the last few things laying around. Exactly 20 minutes later, to the second, there is a knock on the door. My heart is in my throat, pounding in my ears, and that is so damn embarrassing, because the second I open the door, Sebastian will be able to hear it. I take 5 deep, calming breaths as I slowly walk down the hall and then turn into the entryway. I pull one last breath in through my nose, letting it out through my mouth, and pull the door open. I've thought it before, and I still think it now. Sebastian Vincent is the most vampire-looking man ever. He has some of the most intense eyes I've ever seen, and they're so dark they almost look black. There's something about his lips, as if I can sense the dangerous fangs just behind them. And the set of his shoulders. Sebastian looks like he's always 2 seconds away from transforming into a cyclone of power and history.
Juliet.
He says smoothly, his tone low. My eyes meet his, and something sparks low in my stomach. Nerves, excitement, anxiety, wonder. Sebastian, I echo with his own name. I pull the door open wider and step aside, letting him in.
I've heard of the Godfrey penthouses, but I've never stepped foot in one,
He says as he looks around. He's dressed in jeans and a black t-shirt, all of which are fitted perfectly to his body. He looks out of place in Mason's over-the-top penthouse, except no one would deny the power that radiates off this night councilman.
Somehow, it doesn't surprise me.
You mean Elena doesn't invite you over for Sunday brunch? I say in mock shock. Sebastian chuckles and shakes his head.
The Godfreys are picky about who they associate with as personal friends. I have yet to make that cut. So I suppose it says something about you that you've so quickly infiltrated that inner circle.
Not sure if you're calling me a gold digger or high class, but neither is accurate, I say as I turn and walk down the hall back to my bedroom. It's a test. I need to figure out my boundaries with Sebastian. I need to know how I can push him, how he'll push back.
It means you're a strong woman, Juliet,
He clarifies as he follows me to the bedroom.
Not just any woman can stand at Mason's side. You're not like them, but you're no less fierce.
Yeah, well, I've stepped aside, I say, as I linger awkwardly in the bedroom, sliding my hands into my back pockets. Mason needs to find the right queen, and I'm not her. Cautiously, I look over at Sebastian, catching his eyes. It's hard to gauge what he's thinking. I don't know if I'll ever get used to how intense his gaze is. It makes him look like he's always either thinking about death, judgment, or maybe sex.
You were born to wear a crown,
Sebastian says finally.
but I can't say that I'm sorry to hear that.
He crosses to the pile of trash bags and looks down at them with a scowl. What's that supposed to mean? I ask, with the slightest quake in my voice. Sebastian looks over his shoulder at me.
Mason was always too good for you.
His words send a cold chill of goosebumps washing over my entire body. I see it in his eyes. Sebastian doesn't say it to be cruel. He says it with chilling insight into our relationship. I'm not polished or shiny. I'm not black and white. Mason and I couldn't have come from any more different backgrounds. I've stolen food to fill my empty stomach. I've punched half a dozen people. I've lied to protect myself. Sebastian is completely right. Mason is too good for me.
You're Juliet Doe, and you're moving your belongings with trash bags,
he asks, not lingering on his previous comment. Trash bags are what I know, I say, with a slightly embarrassed shrug. Not too many nice bags given to foster kids. Why go out and spend money on fancy luggage when these'll do the trick? Sebastian smiles, and it's both dangerous and wicked at the same time.
You're a breath of fresh air, Juliet.
Why does he have this effect on me? When it comes to Sebastian Vincent, I constantly feel like I'm on the verge of a heart attack. Sebastian bends and gathers 3 bags into his arms and straightens.
Let's get loading.
It takes us 3 trips up and down the elevator to get it all. Sebastian is parked in front of the building, under the overhang, in a shiny silver truck with beefy tires. I have to say, this isn't the kind of car I expected you to drive, I say, as we drop the last of the bags into the bed and we climb into the cab.
That might be because this isn't my truck,
he says with a smile as he starts the engine.
It's borrowed from a coworker. My car would have fit about 2 of those bags.
There. That's more like what I'd imagined. He pulls out into the early dawn light without a single bit of traffic to fight. We head north and cross the Chicago River. We drive another 6 blocks or so, and we pass Sebastian's hospital. Just one more block, and he takes a right in the direction of Lake Michigan. And there he stops, in front of a building that faces the lake itself. It's modern. Simple, black-framed, rectangular windows make up the entire facade of the building. It's clean and straightforward, and can't be very old.
Welcome to your new home.
He says with a smile as he parks and climbs out. Nervous and a little bit excited, I climb out, and we both grab as many bags as we can manage. We step into a very simple lobby. There is no reception desk, only a hall leading to elevators. Sebastian leads us there and presses the button for the 18th floor.
Security in this building is good,
He says. He had to swipe a card to get the doors to open. Wait, speaking of security, I interrupt. Don't you have a bodyguard? Where is he? Sebastian actually rolls his eyes as we step onto the elevator.
I'm not gifted. I'm not a multi-billionaire like the Godfreys. I'm a doctor. My bodyguard, Rick, follows me to night council meetings, but that's it.
That's kind of a relief, I admit. Elena's bodyguard, Tabitha, makes me nervous. Sebastian just chuckles and moves on.
This building is all residential, so it should be pretty quiet. I've been buying a few apartments in this building over the last few years, so you don't need to worry about any asshole landlords breathing down your neck.
I don't know if you can declare yourself not an asshole, I say with a smirk as we continue to rise. Only others get to make that call. And as for being an asshole landlord, I make a clicking hiss sound. That remains to be determined. Sebastian just chuckles. The door opens and I follow him out. We walk down a hallway, past 8 doors, and then he pulls a set of keys from his pocket, awkwardly balancing the bags. And when he pushes the door open, my heart jumps 3 inches higher in my chest. Shit, Sebastian, I say as we step inside, and I drop the bags on the floor. All I needed was a bed and a shower. This... I shake my head and look over at him. It kind of feels like someone is trying to keep up with Mason.
After what I saw in that penthouse, I don't think this would be Mason's style,
Sebastian says with a smirk. He sets his bags down, too, and slides his hands into his pockets as he steps forward with me, taking it in. It's modern and beautifully simple. There's a modest but comfortably sized kitchen with smooth front cabinets. All the appliances are black, and the backsplash is glossy black as well. The floor is covered in what looks like polished concrete, and I mean polished. There's a simple dining table with seats for 6, and the living room is furnished modern as well. A dark blue couch rests against one wall, and 2 white leather chairs face the floor-to-ceiling glass walls that look straight out at Lake Michigan. Okay, I guess I can give you that one, I say, as we both walk to the windows and look out. The sun is teasing the horizon out over the surface of the lake. Already, I squint against the brightness, and there's barely any light out there. Your style is different. I feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end when Sebastian looks over at me. And it feels intriguing and terrifying at the same time.
I know you've been through a lot lately,
he says, his tone soft and rough at the same time.
More than usual. But I think you're incredibly brave. I know you want to run. I see it in your eyes. But you're staying.
I take in one shallow breath, and I cannot look at him. How? How does he keep saying these things? It's like he's rooted around in my mind, and he's the master of words who can vocalize exactly what I'm thinking. You kind of scare me, I admit, in a quiet, shaky breath.
I don't want you to ever be afraid of me, Juliet.
He breathes as he angles his body toward me. Slowly, I turn my head, letting my eyes rise from the floor up his entire body. Sometimes I'm afraid you can read my mind. Slowly, Sebastian raises a hand and brushes his fingertips along my cheek before he cups it for just a moment, brushing his thumb over my skin.
I think it's because pain and anger recognize pain and anger.
I am scared. Sebastian terrifies me. Because I've never met someone who knows my thoughts like this, who has the same look of rage and agony behind their eyes that reflects my own. I kind of feel like I'm suffocating, like all of the air is being sucked out of this apartment. But it's not bad, just scary.
Come on,
He says softly and drops his hand away from my face.
let's finish bringing up your things. You take the day to settle in, and then we'll talk about work tomorrow.
I blink 3 times, breaking out of what feels like a spell, and nod my head. I swallow once as I walk after him, out the door, down the elevator, and then down to the borrowed truck. Just a few minutes later, we drop the last of the bags on the floor, and Sebastian walks to a control on the wall. He presses a button, and, like magic, thick black shades begin lowering over the windows, blocking out the rising sun.
I use these same shades in my apartment,
He says, as we watch them lower.
they're the best you can get. The sun won't bother you. There's another control in the bedroom.
I swallow again and nod, looking around. It's a little overwhelming. Everything I'm feeling, the change, the beginning of this new chapter. Thank you, Sebastian, for all of it,
Of course.
he says softly.
Please, if you need anything.
I shake my head. I've gotten tired of being the pampered woman in the penthouse who doesn't have to lift a finger. I kind of want to do everything, but thank you. A smile crooks in one corner of his mouth, and he gives just a little nod.
See? Brave.
At that, he turns and walks to the door.
I'll meet you at my office in the hospital tomorrow just after sundown. Sound good?
That sounds great, I say, offering a smile as he nods and walks out the door. I take a deep breath and turn, looking around the apartment. Mine. I have my own space again. I have a job I'm starting tomorrow. I'll be back in a hospital. Finally. I have my own life again. Finally. Chapter 3. I forgot how much I missed this, but with every step around the hospital, it all comes rushing back. I love working in a hospital. I love learning about the complexities of the human body. I love the rush I get when time is ticking, and if we don't solve the problem quickly, things will get truly dire. Right on schedule, I show up at Sebastian's office the next day. It's beautifully normal, taking the walk from my apartment, around the block, and down the street, before walking through the front doors. I knock on his office door, and with that low, seductive voice, he tells me to come in. Sebastian has questions. He'd already requested my school transcripts. It's dangerous to talk to my former supervisor, considering I'd straight up disappeared, so instead, we have an interview. I'd been planning to go into neurology before, but now, things are a little different.
I get the feeling you'd enjoy working in the ICU,
Sebastian says, as he leans back in his chair.
or maybe the emergency room.
I take in a hard breath, wondering yet again how the hell he can read my mind like this. I think that might be a good fit. It's the rush, the unexpected, the never knowing what you're going to be dealing with from day to day.
Let's get you some scrubs and head out on a rotation,
He says with a smile. I get my own locker. I get half a dozen sets of scrubs and white jackets. I get a stethoscope. And with every person we meet, Sebastian introduces me as Dr. Juliet Doe. My eyes burn at that. Goosebumps flash over my entire body. And I get this rush, and it feels so damn right.
Ready for the real action?
Sebastian asks, as we push through the door to the emergency wing. Oh, I'm ready, I say, with a nearly manic smile. Yes, I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm out of practice. I haven't done a single thing medically in 3 months. But this is what I live for. We treat 2 gunshot wounds. I stitch up a man who's somehow stabbed himself. Sebastian and I talk to 4 police officers, all involved because these incidents were related to a crime. I reset a little boy's arm who fell out of his bunk bed. I make the diagnosis of a peanut allergy for a 3-year-old little girl when she comes in with her tongue so swollen she can barely breathe. Sebastian is within 15 feet the entire night. He's always there if I need an extra hand or another opinion. But he doesn't hover. He doesn't second guess me. He lets me run my own show, and any issue I ever had with Dr. Sebastian Vincent evaporates that night. At 5, when the shift change comes in, the two of us go back to the locker room, and I can't wipe the smile from my face.
Feels good to be doing something, doesn't it?
Sebastian asks, as he opens his own locker and hangs his jacket in it. Good grief, yes, I exclaim. Without thinking, I pull my scrub top off, tossing it in the huge bin, which contains a pile of logoed scrubs. I start to blush, realizing that I'm standing in front of Sebastian in just a plain white sports bra, but I grab my shirt from the shelf in my locker and pull it over my head. I honestly didn't even realize how damn bored I was getting in that tower until today, so thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance. If he was embarrassed or surprised by me whipping my shirt off, he doesn't show it. Smooth and controlled as ever, Sebastian only smiles and takes his bag from the locker, hooking it over his shoulder.
You're very welcome, Juliet. To be honest, I pulled your transcripts the same day Mason asked me about you doing an apprenticeship. I knew you wouldn't be a problem. I think by the end of the year, we can get your board certification.
You can really pull that off? I ask, pulling my street shoes back on. Even with the disruption in my previous residency?
Sebastian smirks. I could get it for you today if I thought you were ready. But my conscience needs to see you in action for a while before I can make that call. Trust me, Juliet, it won't be long. You're a natural at this.
I blush under his compliments, but oh, it feels so damn good to be recognized for doing what you love. Hey, I say, a little more hesitant now. I know this isn't how things usually work, but I was hoping you could pay me. Nothing extreme or anything, but honestly, I'd really like to pay you rent. And, be able to pay for my own groceries.
Sebastian chuckles. That was always a given. Swing by and talk to Monica in the payroll department, down on the first floor. She has your contract. You can go over the details with her. She can help you get your paycheck set up on deposit.
It's like I don't even have to ask. Everything that I'd hoped for with this situation is just lining up. Thank you, I offer once more. I've honestly not felt this much gratitude and genuine excitement for the future since I was accepted into medical school.
You don't have to keep saying that. Sebastian chuckles. Now, try to get some rest. I want you back here tonight.
I give a nod and watch as he walks out of the locker room. Sometimes people surprise you. I'd thought Sebastian was just a habitual flirt who used his smooth smile and smooth talking to get whatever he wanted. But he's generous, thoughtful. Turns out, sometimes you can trust people more than you think. I set out in search of Monica and eventually am pointed in the right direction. She has my contract, all right, and when I see the number, my eyes nearly bug out of my head. This is what Dr. Vincent said to pay me? I ask as I blink again, waiting for the number to make sense. He was very specific about the number, she says. It's a great starting salary, but you have to remember the cost of living in Chicago. Dr. Vincent pays all of his employees well. Positions rarely open up in this hospital because of him and the way he runs things. I shake my head in complete disbelief. I went into this field knowing doctors make great money, but the number on the page, I didn't expect to make this kind of money until I'd been in practice for at least 5 years. Now, if you'll fill out this form and bring it back, I can get the automatic deposit set up, the woman says as she hands me a piece of paper. Bring it back tomorrow and I'll get it taken care of. Thanks, I mutter as I take the papers she hands me and read them over as I walk out of the office. A bank account. I need one of those. I'd had one in New York, but now everything in the world is different. Shouldering my bag, I don my sunglasses and step out into the lightning morning. I grab a coffee on the way back to my apartment. I jump in the shower. I get ready for the day. I even put on a touch of lipstick. And then I head back out into the hustle and bustle of Chicago, aiming for the first bank I find to open a new account and start living my life. I treat 3 vampire bites. Actually, they need a blood transfusion because the idiot who brings them in took too much, and according to Sebastian, they're only an hour from turning into a bitten. We treat a man who has amnesia, magically bestowed upon him by the woman he slept with the night before. I find that people end up in the emergency room all the time doing weird sex stuff. Gross. Sebastian lets me assist in a surgery to remove a buckshot spray out of a teenage boy's backside. Don't play with guns, kids. 2 sisters walk in, still kicking the crap out of each other, both of them bleeding from various wounds inflicted by each other. And we end up talking to the police every single night, giving reports of the insanity that wanders in through the doors. The first week of my apprenticeship is freaking great. I thought I was happy before, being in Chicago. I thought I was happy figuring out this new life. I thought I was happy following the Godfreys around, making out with Mason. But this? I step out my door every day, absolutely thrilled to see what the day is going to bring. I'm excited for once. When I see Sebastian every night at the beginning of a shift, I am genuinely excited and happy to be working side by side with him. 1 week becomes 2, and finally, my best friend finds the time to come visit me for the first time since I moved out. It's evening, and this is one of the first nights I haven't worked since I started at the hospital. When Elena's knock sounds at the door, I climb off of the couch and cross to it. "I'll admit," she says as she steps inside. Out in the hall, I see Tabitha stand next to my door, clearly having no intention of coming inside. "I was disappointed to have you move out," Elena continues. "But the 10-minute drive is definitely better than the 3-hour flight it used to be to visit you." "Heck yes it is," I say as I squeeze her to me, smiling at her familiar scent, the feeling of her inhumanly strong arms around me. "Where have you been lately?" "Ugh," she says in disgust. "Los Angeles. We had a client who was throwing a fit about some paperwork, and I thought it would be easier to smooth things over in person. Do you know how much sun there is in Los Angeles?" I chuckle and cross to the kitchen, opening the fridge. There, I find a stash of blood bags. Perks of working at the hospital. I get as much blood as I want, and I don't even have to pay for it. The rest of the vampires in Chicago have to deal with Sebastian's dealers. "At least it's warm," I say, as I grab 2 bags. I walk with Elena to the chairs that face the glass and open the window coverings now that the sun has disappeared behind us. "Not that it even matters," Elena points out as she takes one of the offered bags. "When was the last time you felt cold?" "Good point," I say, with the tilt of my head. I hadn't ever thought about it. The fact that I don't really feel temperature differences now that I'm an immortal vampire. I sink into one chair, looking out over the massive lake in front of us. "You're different, Juliet," Elena says as she sits beside me. I look over at her, meeting her eyes. She offers me this little smile. "You know, ever since I've met you, you've been bitter and a little angry and sharp and snappy, which I love about you," she adds with a lopsided smile. "But today, I don't know if I've ever seen you happy. Not the all the way through kind of happy. You seem happy." I smile as I look down at the bag of blood in my hand, which is kind of ridiculous. But as I look up to my best friend, I know the words are true. "I am," I answer. I mean, nothing has gone how I expected in the last few months, but I think maybe they were setting me up to recognize how I'm feeling now. I love this apartment. I love working at the hospital so much. I think I'm even starting to love Chicago. She laughs at that. "You're even getting used to its random, terrible smells." "Smelly and all, Chicago is okay," I laugh with her, raising my blood in cheers to hers. We both drain them, even though the coldness of it is disgusting. "So, how is it working with Sebastian?" Elena asks, with the arch of an eyebrow. I sigh and look out the window again. "It's not been what I expected." Uh-oh, she says seriously. I shake my head. No, it's been better. I didn't think I liked him the first few months I knew him, but he's easy to be around. I don't know, we just seem to have a lot in common. I guess I hadn't thought about it, but from what I do know about him, you're right. Elena says, though the words come out resentful. Just be careful. I swear, he looks at you like he'd drink you up if given the chance. I blush hard at that, but refuse to look at Elena. Once upon a time, I would say that was true. But as I've gotten to know him, I can't think of him as just a habitual flirt who looks with greed upon anything with boobs. He's a lot more than that. I think that's just second nature for some men, unfortunately. I try to deflect. I don't think that's the case here, Juliet, Elena says as she shakes her head. Just proceed with caution. I'm pretty sure you're never going to approve of any man I'm ever around, I point out as I look back at her. You're my best friend, she says, her expression serious. It's my job to bear fangs at anyone who might have less than honorable intentions. And what about you? I ask, as I arch an eyebrow. Have you gone out with anyone since you broke up with Alden? No, she says in disgust as she takes another long pull from her bag. I don't know that I'll trust another man again. They all either cheat or just want my money. Good for you, I say, as I cheer my bag to hers again. Don't let any eggplant wielders take advantage of you. Amen, she says with a laugh. And it's the perfect night. A night that feels so damn normal, laughing about men, and doing nothing at all. Chapter 4. It doesn't seem possible, but 3 entire months go by in a blink. Suddenly, it's the end of September. The days get shorter, which is awesome for a vampire. The days are cloudier, which is awesome for a vampire. And the temperatures get crisper, which doesn't matter much for a vampire. It does rain more frequently, which I'm conflicted about. Most people find the sound of rain comforting. But to me, it sounds like chaos. It sounds like my childhood, and wondering if the roof of a ratty old trailer house is going to start leaking over my bed in the middle of the night again. But 3 months come and go so fast. I'm already a huge portion of the way through my apprenticeship time, and in no time at all, I'll be board certified. I love it at the hospital. I settle into a regular schedule in the emergency room, and it's where I tell Sebastian I want to stay. Screw boring neurology. Never knowing what's going to happen night to night is my jam. They say that time heals all wounds, and it's true. With every day, the ache in my chest goes away. When I go over to Godfrey Tower to see my best friend, it doesn't hurt anymore when I see Mason. The memories are there, but they're sweet and wonderful instead of heartbreaking and painful. I was never in love with Mason. Perhaps the idea of him. Maybe I was overly grateful he swooped in and saved me from a wildly uncertain time after my resurrection. But it wasn't love. It was, and is, friendship. And over time, I see the hurt and pain lessen in Mason's eyes. Time is kind like that. I wonder if he, too, realizes that we've been apart for as long as we were together. On one early morning, I wash my hands in the locker room and walk over to my locker. Sebastian stands at his, quietly gathering his things. His brows are intense, and it's obvious there's something serious rolling through his mind. I've never seen him as quiet as he has been today. Hey, are you okay? I ask, as I grab my own bag from the locker. You've seemed kind of down today. His eyes flick over to mine. Normally, he'd offer a wry smile and say something slightly inappropriate, but he just stares back into his locker and pulls his bag out. September 30th has never been my favorite day. Something drops in my stomach. When you go through traumatic events, dates tend to stick in your mind. I know Sebastian has been through some shit, and from the look on his face, I think I know how he's feeling, and it's dark. Want to go break shit and talk about it? I ask, and I genuinely mean it. It has the desired effect. He crooks half a smile and huffs one laugh.
I don't think so, but thanks for the offer.
Well, I know you haven't eaten anything all night, so why don't you finally show me this infamous penthouse funded by blood dealers, and I'll make you some breakfast. His eyes flick to mine, the surprise in them telling me I've caught him off guard with my offer. He doesn't answer immediately. He studies me for a long moment. I can't tell what's going on behind his eyes, and it's making me nervous. I tend to push people away when my head goes into the dark recesses of my past. But being alone during those times is rarely what's actually good for me, even if I won't admit it. I know that darkness in Sebastian's eyes. After everything he's done for me, I can't just let him go home and be alone.
Okay,
He says simply. I flash him a smile and nod, and together we walk out of the locker room and then out of the hospital. I trust you have some supplies, or do we need to swing by the store?
I get weekly deliveries.
Sebastian says, his voice dull and flat.
They were just dropped off yesterday.
Perfect, I say, my tone too perky. I need to tone it down. Fake isn't something I've ever once appreciated, especially not when the darkness floods to the surface. In silence, we walk 2 blocks, and for the first time, I learn where Sebastian lives. I knew it was close to the hospital. What I didn't know was that he lives in the building right across the street from mine. We walk into a luxurious lobby and step into the elevator. Sebastian presses the button for the top floor, and he leans against the wall with a heavy sigh, his head hanging toward the floor. I'm not going to push you to talk about September 30th if you don't want to, I say. But sometimes the black ick gets a little less thick when you share it with someone else. Sebastian looks over at me, and there, I see appreciation.
Food first, then maybe.
I simply nod, and the elevator doors open. I follow Sebastian out, and he unlocks one of 4 doors on this floor. This is not what I expected. We step into a penthouse that is huge, yes, but I kind of expected a sexy, dark layer of seduction and class. But Sebastian's home is white. I mean, everything is white. The walls, the kitchen, the furniture. Even the floor is polished white marble, with only a few gray veins running through it. The entire penthouse is narrow, stretching along what has to be one entire side of this skyscraper. A long galley kitchen gleams, polished and buffed to the point that it looks like it's never been used. Columns hold up the ceiling, lined up down the middle of the living area. It feels like we could fall right over the edge. The windows are so perfectly clean. A huge dining table is perched on the edge, its surface smooth glass. Huge, comfortable-looking white couches circle up around a beautiful gas fireplace. It's so clean and bright, and surprisingly, homey feeling. I always knew Sebastian was organized and clean. His home is obsessively so, but there is something soothing about it. This place is beautiful, I say, with a hint of awe in my tone as we walk inside, and I look around for a place to set my bag down. Everything is so damned polished, I don't want to smudge anything.
Thanks,
he says absent-mindedly as he walks in.
It was just finished last year. I lived in your building before that.
I walk to the glass, staring out. Lake Michigan looks massive right now. It definitely dominates most of the view. But to the right, I see Navy Pier with its huge Ferris wheel. And if I look even harder down, I see my own building. I try to pick out my apartment, but we're so high up it's hard to differentiate the lower levels.
I think I'm going to go shower, Juliet,
Sebastian says, his tone still flat.
Make yourself at home.
I watch him walk down a hall, and maybe I'm human after all, because my heart is breaking for him, and I don't even know what's going on. But food can fix just about anything, so I turn to the kitchen and get to snooping through everything. Growing up, there were often adults who didn't bother making meals. There were frostbitten meals in the freezer. There were groceries paid for by the state in the fridge and the cupboards. So I learned how to use a microwave when I was young. When I got sick of mushy, tasteless meals, I started experimenting with actual ingredients and the stove or oven. I'm by no means a great cook, but I can definitely manage without embarrassing myself. I pull together the ingredients for an over-the-top omelet. I chop veggies, I find a package of bacon, and cook it up in small pieces. I pull out some salsa and sour cream. My mouth is watering, and my stomach growls loudly. I haven't eaten since yesterday at lunch. Just as I'm putting the finishing touches on our breakfast, I hear a door open down the hall, and Sebastian steps out, scrubbing his hands down his face. His hair is still dripping wet, but my eyes immediately go to his chest. I'm not sure he toweled off at all, because the plain white t-shirt he's wearing is clinging to his skin, turned slightly see-through. Dr. Vincent isn't just a brilliant doctor, he's also stupidly fit, and maybe should consider changing his career to underwear model. But with bare feet and wearing black sweats, he makes his way back to the kitchen.
That smells incredible,
He says, as I slide a plate across the island toward him. He pulls out a bar stool and sits. It's better than starving, I say with a slight smile as I carry my plate around to the other side of the island and sit next to him. What the hell? I nearly groan. He even smells amazing. I stab my fork into the food and scoop a heaping mound into my mouth. I smile a little in pride. It tastes amazing. I glance over and see Sebastian push his food around, and finally, he takes one bite.
This is great,
He says, glancing over at me.
You like to cook?
I shrug. Not particularly, but every now and then it's nice. It feels kind of normal. Normal people always seemed to have a mom around to cook for them. So, every now and then, it's nice to pretend. He looks over at me, and I see the look in his eyes deepen. We've shared tiny bits of our history here and there, but not many details. I've been dying to know, but how do you ask someone to just share their darkest times with you?
Your last name is Doe,
He says.
Can I assume that wasn't actually a family name?
I swallow another bite and shake my head. Once upon a time, I never ever would have considered sharing a single bit of my history with Sebastian Vincent, but the past 3 months have changed all that. I was found next to my mother just hours after I was born. She was dead, and the police had no way to identify who she was. They had no way of knowing who my father was either, so I was named a baby Doe. I guess it was some social worker who had a little bit of twisted humor. She named me after one of the most famous tragedies ever. Sebastian smirks.
The universe likes to have its fun, doesn't it?
I nod. But thanks to Malcolm, I did learn my parents' names. I should either be a Bonnie or Erickson. My parents were never married, as far as we can tell. Then again, I guess traditionally I would have taken my dad's name. But I don't know. Something about the name Juliet Bonnie just doesn't flow right. And, I've lived 28 years with my current name.
Bonnie.
Sebastian muses.
The name sounds familiar.
That's because he was a pirate, I say, with an entertained smile. True blue buccaneer. He has some wicked scars and everything.
Has?
Sebastian asks, as he forks another bite. He's eating more now, which makes me very pleased. I nod. Malcolm says he's still alive. They haven't said it outright, but I think he and Sigrid have been trying to track him down.
Would you want to meet him if they can find him?
I stare at the backsplash, but I'm not really seeing anything. The question rolls around in my brain. My automatic response is, of course. Learning I still have a parent alive was such a shock. Family. My father? Of course I want to meet him. I'm honestly not sure how I'll react when I do meet him, I confess, as I look over at him. I felt abandoned my entire childhood. I knew my mother had died, but I had always hoped that my dad would magically appear and save me from the nightmare that was my life. But he never came. I stuff another bite into my mouth, chewing without tasting anything. It's hard not to get angry and resentful, I mean, I had no idea if he was alive. I had no idea if he'd ever loved the woman who gave birth to me. I didn't even know if he had known I was coming. But I'd hoped, and he never came. So I worry a little that the trauma might come to the surface in some ugly ways. I know I'm not sharing all the information, and it's on purpose. I might trust Sebastian more now, but the truth about my mother and why my father couldn't find us is dangerous. The fewer people who know the truth about my mother and her ability to weave curses, the better.
Trauma has a way of shaping us.
Sebastian muses. He takes his last bite and then pushes his plate away. He folds his arms over the countertop, and his eyes go a little unfocused.
My mother was raped by a vampire when she was 16. The man disappeared, moved on, and a few weeks later, she found out she was pregnant.
Oh, shit. Just those few sentences, and I'm already hearing a darker story than I ever expected.
Her parents turned her out, claimed she'd asked for it,
He says, disgust obvious in his voice.
So she lived in a hovel, worked as a laundress to try to survive, and then I was born.
Goosebumps flash over my skin. I remember Sebastian telling me just a few months ago that he was 119 years old. That means he was born at the very end of the 1800s. Circumstances for exceptionally young, single mothers weren't great back then.
She did her best to love me,
Sebastian says.
But under the circumstances, what happened to her? How could she not feel like I had ruined her life? She wasn't a bad mother, but she was sad. Always. I think that's what took her down. She just kind of gave up. And then she got sick. She died when I was 16.
What a cursed number.
I went to work at a factory then, and moved into a house with a few other guys. It was rough living. Dirty work. Booze and women filled that house. I made some pretty shitty decisions back then. But when I was 21, I saw her.
I watch as Sebastian sits a little straighter, as he takes a deeper breath.
Madeline Kensington was good. Pure. Beautiful. Her father owned a shoe repair shop. They weren't rich by any means, but she was still way out of my league.
He crooks a smile, and it's nice to see him reflect on a happy memory.
She made me want to be a better man. I cleaned up my act, for her. I elevated my status at the factory, for her. And when I knew I was the kind of man she deserved, I asked her on a date, and she said yes. I asked her to marry me 5 months later, and she said yes.
He lets out a long breath and lays his palm flat on the white countertop, smoothing his hand over it.
Her father was hesitant. He knew what kind of man I'd been, but he'd still given his permission. We were married on a perfect day in June. And just 3 months later, she was pregnant with our first child.
Oh no. A wife? A child? The little bit of history Sebastian shared with me did not include a family.
Jonathan was born absolutely perfect,
he says, smiling as he blinks. His eyes have welled, but the tears don't break free.
The happiest baby. Not the best sleeper, but he was always so happy. And when he was 3, Madeline got pregnant again, and our daughter, June, was born.
Dread is filling me up like cold tar.
I had no idea what my father was,
Sebastian says.
I had no idea that vampires existed. So, I didn't know what the hell I was when I was 33 and got sick. I laid in that hospital for a week before I died. I woke up, already buried in the cemetery, and had to dig my way out of the grave.
Shit, I breathe. I can't even imagine how terrifying and confusing that must have been.
I tore through 3 people before I even registered what I was doing.
Sebastian continues.
I'd heard stories about vampires before, but the thought didn't even occur to me until a week after I resurrected. I stayed away from my family for a month before I dared to go talk to my wife.
I can only imagine how terrifying that must have been. At least I had Elena and Mason there to immediately explain what was going on. And I had the unfortunate benefit of not having anyone else in the world that I cared about. I didn't have to worry about hurting anyone because of my thirst. Sebastian had a wife and 2 kids.
Madeline was terrified,
he says, swallowing hard.
But she accepted what I was. We moved so that no one would question how I was alive again. And we lived for another 5 years as a happy family.
I try to do the math. Just how old were Sebastian's children?
I couldn't go out during the day, so I took a job as an undertaker.
he says, his tone going dark.
I stayed locked inside our house during the day. And then, one day, on September 30th, Madeline went to the kids' school to help out.
He scrubs a hand over his face, squeezing his eyes closed. He braces his elbows on the countertop for a moment, pressing his hands into his face, taking 2 deep breaths. I want to reach out and rub a comforting hand over his back. Something, anything. But from my own experiences, sometimes being touched when you're reliving the traumatic past isn't what you need.
I smelled the smoke and then heard the shouts,
he says. His voice is tight.
But it was the middle of the day. I ran out of the house, knowing it was coming from the school. But I was completely blinded by the sun. There were no sunglasses back then. I dashed through town in nothing but a searing white haze.
I hadn't even attempted it. Going out in the middle of the day without the special sunglasses Elena gave me, my senses practically stopped me in my tracks. Even dusk and dawn are painfully bright.
By the time I made it to the school, it was too late,
Sebastian says. His voice is rough, thick.
The roof had collapsed, trapping everyone inside. 2 teachers, 31 students, and my wife all died in that fire.
16 and 13. Sebastian's children weren't tiny little things when they died. Sebastian had teenagers. He'd had a family young, and they continued to age when he became immortal. And then they died. Sebastian, I say, my tone quiet and pained.
I didn't handle it well.
Sebastian pushes on, taking in a hard breath.
I blamed myself. If I hadn't been a vampire, if I hadn't been totally blinded by the sun, I might have made it to the school in time. Maybe I could have pulled them out in time. But I couldn't. I was this powerful, incredibly strong immortal, but the sun kept me from saving my family.
I can't hold myself back any longer. I reach out a hand and lay it on his arm. Sebastian doesn't look up. His brows furrow with intensity.
I went dark after that. I left town. I went north. I ended up in Brooklyn, and, well, I told you a little of what I did for the next few years.
He'd mentioned that he'd fought in underground boxing rings to support himself financially.
So, that's why I hate September 30th,
he says, as he sucks in a breath.
It's the day I lost everything. The day I lost everything that made me human, even if I wasn't still human when it happened.
I'm so sorry, I say, as he looks over at me. It wasn't... None of what you've gone through is fair. His eyes are red, bloodshot, but the tears have disappeared. Sebastian holds my gaze for a long moment, and I feel like he's searching my soul.
I think sometimes the universe just holds a grudge against people for no justifiable reason.
I squeeze his arm. I know exactly what you mean. Chapter 5. You are enjoying your new position? Sigrid asks, as she takes the vial of my blood and crosses to her refrigerator. She puts it on a shelf and closes it as I withdraw the needle from my own arm and press a cotton ball into it. I really am, I say, as I pack up the small stash of equipment I brought with me. And in just another month, I'll be fully certified. I shake my head. It's kind of hard to believe that it's almost done. I've been working toward this for 10 years. Endless hours of medical school, so many clinical hours, and now it's almost finished. It is very impressive, Sigrid says with a smile. She leans against her kitchen counter and folds her arms over her chest. You've overcome such obstacles. Now look at you, Dr. Juliette Doe. You really think this will work? I ask. Her saying my name reminds me of what we're doing here and why I just did a blood draw on myself. I do not know, Sigrid answers honestly. It is my gift to always be able to track the blood of my son, but I have never tried to track the blood of another. I look down at the tattoo on my left forearm. It's the condition of living in Chicago as a vampire. You must receive a rose tattoo laced with the blood of Sigrid's son, Warren. Once upon a time, Sigrid got pregnant at a young age. She wasn't able to raise the baby boy herself, so she had placed him for adoption. Only, her gift was that she always knew where he was, which was its own form of hell, considering she'd made the heartbreaking choice to place him with another family. They'd reunited when Warren was an adult, and they're slowly building a relationship. I don't know, I say, as I shake my head. I would only share half my DNA with my father. I want to think this will work, but logically, I have a hard time believing it will. Sometimes all we can do is extend some faith, Sigrid says wisely. I guess, I say absent-mindedly. I glance at the clock above her pantry and stand from the table. I better leave soon. I have to be at work in half an hour. Sigrid nods, and we both walk toward the front door. You've worked with Sebastian for a few years now, I say, pausing with my hand on the doorknob. What's your opinion of him? Over the past nearly 3 months, my view of him has changed. But as I've recently learned, a few months is an extremely small amount of time. In the 2 months Mason and I were together, I barely even got to know him, and I didn't even realize it until I knew it was time to end things between us. I might feel like I know Sebastian now, but it's only the same amount of time. Sebastian is a very confident and organized man, Sigrid answers. She props her elbow on the bottom rail of her beautiful stairs. He runs that hospital beautifully. He takes care of all the incidents that might give us issues when they come into that hospital. Sebastian is an exceptionally efficient Night Council member. I sense there is a but coming, I say, as something heavy settles into my stomach. Sigrid nods. But I think there is a darkness to Sebastian Vincent we will never understand. I think he keeps such a tight hold and control over every aspect of his life because he is containing pain. Dr. Vincent is a man who is constantly surrounded by people, yet I think the man is exceptionally lonely. Crack, splinter, ache, lonely, darkness, pain. I swear, there must be soul doppelgangers in this universe. The thought sends a wave of anxiety and fearful anticipation through me. But what am I anticipating? Thank you, I say as I twist the knob, for trying to find my father. You'll let me know if you make any progress? Of course, Sigrid says, as she steps forward, seeing me out. Have a nice night, Sigrid's bodyguard, Amy, calls as I walk past her. She's sitting on her front porch, pretending to read a book. Really, she's constantly keeping an eye on Sigrid, which is easy to do when she lives in the townhouse right next door. Night, I call. I like Amy. She's not a jerk like you'd expect of a security guard, but considering that is her job, I'm sure she could kick my ass. I set out down the sidewalk, aimed in the direction of the hospital. It's a bit of a walk from Old Town to where I'm going, but these legs no longer get tired, and the weather is kind of beautiful. The sun has nearly set, but it's cast the world in a blazing golden color that screams fall. Armed with my special sunglasses, I make my way through the world without pain. In the 2 days since Sebastian told me about his family and why he hates September 30th, I haven't been able to stop evaluating the man. I haven't been able to stop thinking about him. And the one time I slept in the last week, I dreamed about him. But as I reach the hospital doors, I take a deep breath, attempting to clear my head. I need to focus. The hospital is quiet when I reach it. The emergency room is quiet, and there's no one in the lobby. As I make my way to the locker room, I'm surprised when I step inside and find a woman standing there, talking to Sebastian, an insulated bag in her hand. Juliet, Sebastian says, I want you to meet Echo. She's one of my top employees who works outside the hospital. He means I'm his best dealer in the city, the woman says. There's a little mischief in her eyes, but she doesn't smile when she says it. Well, when you find a favorite source, why go anywhere else? I ask, playing into the moment. Echo just looks me up and down, and I'm not sure what kind of conclusion about me she arrives at. She's beautiful. I'd guess she's a few years younger than me, but considering I can smell she's a vampire, she could be a few hundred years old and just doesn't look it. She has tanned, perfectly caramel-colored skin, with pin-straight black hair that falls halfway down her back. Combined with her smoky eyes and flawless skin, she's kind of intimidating. If I had to guess her ancestry, I'd pick Indian. "I'll bring the money by your place in the morning," Echo says, as she eyes me once more and turns to leave. I watch her disappear around the corner and wait a few seconds before saying what's on my mind. "I don't think Echo likes me very much." Sebastian smirks.
Echo doesn't like many people. Plus, I think she's had some feelings for a while. I've tried to make it clear that I don't reciprocate them in the most polite way I could.
"And I'm a threat?" I ask, as I look over at him and arch an eyebrow. He wears that smirk again, but he looks slightly embarrassed.
It doesn't make you think any differently of me, saying a handoff to my dealer, knowing I'm profiting off selling blood.
I shrug. When you've grown up desperate, you judge differently from those who were handed everything. Look, I stole supplies to draw my own blood in attempt to find my father. I hold up the bag of supplies that I did indeed take from this very hospital. Might as well fess up to the boss now. Sebastian chuckles at that and shakes his head as he crosses to his locker.
When you grow up doing what you have to do to survive.
He trails off as he tips his head to one side and shrugs.
I trust you, Juliet. If you need something, I'm not going to question you.
That sends a tingle of warmth up my spine. As I pull my own locker open, Sebastian pulls his t-shirt up over his head and reaches into his locker for his scrub top. Oh, I shouldn't peek, but damn, when you look like that, how could anyone keep their eyes to themselves? Sebastian is toned. Mason was exceptionally lean, but Sebastian has more bulk to him. I mean, he looks like he could join the Army Rangers and not even tap into his vampire abilities. He looks like he could give Thor a run for his money in an Iron Man event. And he's covered in scars. A gash over his left pec, a slash over his back, going from his right shoulder blade, across his spine, to the lower left of his rib cage. There is a patch of what looks like burned skin going down his right side, before disappearing into the waistband of his pants. Shit. His body even looks as rough as mine. So, with a slight blush, I pull my own shirt over my head, tossing it into my locker. I feel Sebastian's eyes on me. I feel them lingering over my own scars. I grab the folded scrub top on the top shelf of my locker, and I pull it down over my body, covering those scars up.
Have you gone to the Chicago theater for a show yet?
He asks. His words come out a little tight. I blink at my locker once. Those weren't the words I expected to hear from him next. No. He pulls his white jacket from the locker and pulls it on.
I have tickets to the show on Friday. Would you like to go with me?
My eyes rip over to his as my heart starts beating a little faster. Sigrid is right. Sebastian is always confident. He is always in control. But right now, there's a vulnerability in his eyes that I've never seen before. But there's something about the way he looks at me with those intense eyes. A shot of thrill zings from my toes to my very core. I would, I say, surprising myself with the confidence in my answer. Slowly, a smile pulls on Sebastian's lips, and I feel the world shifting even more.
Dinner before?
He asks. I'll be ready by 7, I answer. There's nothing in the world like it when Sebastian looks at you like that, with heat and intensity. He looks like a predator eyeing his prey, but this prey has no instinct to run from this panther.
I'll pick you up then.
And he turns and walks out of the locker room, leaving me breathing fast and hard. Holy crap, I think I just agreed to a date with Sebastian. Chapter 6.
She bit me,
the man screams as he covers the puncture wounds in his neck. He's white as a sheet, his pupils dilated huge.
That bitch bit me.
My heart is pounding as I push my way into the room. The nurse is getting things ready, and I grab a pair of gloves from the box on the wall. My name is Dr. Doe, I say, trying to keep my tone calm. Why don't you tell me what happened? I pull up a stool and nod for the nurse to take his blood pressure.
I went out with this woman,
He says. He's breathing hard. Too hard.
The night was going pretty damn good. I invited her back to my place. We were kissing, and
He squeezes his eyes closed and shakes his head. I reach up, pulling his hand away from his neck.
she freaking bit me.
Oh, yeah. Those are unquestionably vampire fang bites. Are you sure? I question, as my eyes rise up to meet the nurse's. There wasn't any kind of an accident? Was there any alcohol involved tonight? The man scowls at me.
We'd had a few drinks, but the feeling of her fangs in my neck was pretty unforgettable. Holy shit,
He says in a breath as his eyes double in size.
That makes her a vampire, right? She definitely was drinking my blood. She can't, am I losing my mind?
Sir, you've obviously been through something traumatic, but we're going to take care of you, I say, as I gather the supplies needed. He needs a transfusion. I'm not worried about him turning into a bitten, though I've yet to witness one of those, but he definitely might pass out.
Vampire,
He says breathily as he falls back against the bed, his hands twisting into his hair.
Shit, are there others out there? This is Chicago, not Transylvania.
Diana, do you know an Evelyn? I ask, as my pulse jumps. Of course. The nurse I've worked with so much answers me. Do you want me to call her in? I think that would be best, I say, as I get the transfusion line in and get some more blood going into his system. Diana nods and ducks out of the room.
Why didn't she kill me?
The man pants. He's breathing so hard he just might hyperventilate.
I mean, I think I might have passed out. When I woke up, she was long gone, and I was bleeding all over the damn couch.
Did you call the police? I ask, knowing I need to get some damn answers.
No, but I need to, don't I?
He asks, looking like he can't believe he didn't think of it before. He reaches for his phone in his pocket, but I push his hand away. We need to get you stitched up first, I say. Doesn't do you any good if you pass out again, does it? He simply nods and leans back in the bed again. Just try to relax, okay? I direct. In the 4 months that I have been working at this hospital, this is the first time that I have had to deal with this. Sebastian isn't here right now. The night council meets once a month, and tonight happens to be the night that they are meeting. Pride and excitement had nearly exploded my chest when Sebastian said I was in charge tonight. I was the attending doctor. There was one other doctor on call tonight in the emergency room, and Sebastian had named me the presiding doctor. If Dr. Holmes weren't so ancient and on the verge of retiring, he might have had a problem with it. But the man is so tired and worn out, he didn't even question it. It's a rush. It's so satisfying knowing that someone as experienced and powerful as Sebastian Vincent trusts me to be the one in charge. It's overwhelming, sure, but this is all part of claiming my new life. New situations are going to arise, and one by one, I am tackling them and taking charge. Just as I'm finishing stitching the last of this man's wounds, Diana returns, a woman with dark skin and even darker, curly hair in tow. She looks a little older than I am, maybe 35 or so. Are you Evelyn? I ask, as I snip the thread. I am, she says with a nod. She steps forward, her eyes fixed on the man in the bed. You must be Juliet. Nice to meet you, I say, as I push back on my rolling stool from the bed. I'm guessing we will be working with each other a lot in the future. So long as Chicago is the way it is, I think so, she says, in a light-hearted tone. She steps to the man's side, and without speaking to him or bothering to introduce herself, she places her fingertips on either side of his temples. Immediately, his eyes slide closed. Evelyn closes her eyes as well, and she takes in a deep breath through her nose. There is nothing visible to see. There is no glowing light. There are no shadows going from him to her or her to him. But I have been told about Evelyn. One night, when I attended the night council, Sebastian mentioned that Evelyn had changed someone's memory. She had made them forget that they had been attacked by a vampire. In a place like Chicago, Evelyn is infinitely valuable. I always feel a little guilty doing this, Diana says. She is one of us. Well, one of me. She's a vampire as well, and has been for over 30 years. The poor sucker is never going to know vampires are out there. Something like this might happen again. I'll make sure he stays away from the woman who did this, Evelyn says quietly. He will remember her, but he'll remember the night ending badly, just not with fangs. It was hard enough to believe vampires existed. When Elena told me what she was, trying to wrap my brain around it was difficult. But here I am, watching a woman put her hands on a person, and somehow she is changing his memory. I know another gifted individual whose blood is magic. His mother can track that magical blood. I know another gifted man who can search through the history of your ancestors. Vampires are all the same. We're all immortal. We all drink blood. We're all insanely strong and hardly ever require sleep. But in the end, every one of us is the same. But every gifted being is different, which, in a way, makes them feel even more dangerous. You never know what to expect. I think you need to call Roman, Evelyn says. As I'm digging around in here, this woman looks familiar. She's done this before. Roman has a serious 3-strike rule. This is at least strike 2. I let out a slightly disgusted sigh. Since the night I died my 3rd death, I have miraculously avoided the prick. It's been 4 months, and I haven't had to look at his stupidly handsome face even once. It's been bliss. But begrudgingly, I reach into the pocket of my scrubs and pull out my cell phone. I scroll through my contacts until I see his name.
I'm in the middle of something,
Roman answers.
What do you need?
How about you just shut your mouth, asshole? I snap. We have a little problem down at the hospital. I hear you have a 3-strike rule.
Who is it?
Roman asks, suddenly all business. I don't know. I didn't see the woman, I say, as I look up at Evelyn. She still has her eyes closed, her fingers pressed into his temples. But Evelyn has been digging around in the man's mind. I think she can tell you who she is.
I can be there in an hour. Can it wait that long?
Just then, Evelyn removes her hands from the man. I look to her in question, and she nods her head. That's fine. Roman simply makes a grunting noise of acknowledgement and ends the call. Just then, out in the hall, I hear a blaring alarm, telling me there's something traumatic going on out there. Can you wait here? I ask as I get to my feet. Until Roman gets here, and tell him what he needs to know? Evelyn simply nods. I've dealt with this before. You go save some lives. There was a car accident. 3 teenagers in some ridiculously expensive sports car. They were driving too fast and overcorrected going around a turn. They face-planted right into the street lamp. Broken bones, lacerations, definitely concussions. It's the kind of exciting night that I live for. I get a glimpse of Roman as he arrives in the emergency room, but I'm elbow deep in resetting a tibia. Our eyes meet through the door, but he doesn't say a word. I watch as Evelyn walks up to him, and the two of them turn to go talk in private. By the time my shift is over, I am actually exhausted. It's been one of the most intense nights since I started at the hospital. I feel the tug at the back of my brain, and I am relieved knowing I will actually get to sleep today. Just as I get back to my locker and pull off my bloody scrubs, my phone rings. I look down to see that it is Sebastian. Hey, I'm just getting off my shift, I say, as I hold my phone between my shoulder and my ear and kick off my shoes.
Everything went okay tonight? He asks. You called Roman during our meeting. He stayed for a bit, then he tore out of there looking pretty pissed off.
Ugh, I say in a sigh. Sorry, I forgot that you were all meeting tonight. We had an attack, and Evelyn said she thought it was from a woman who has done this before. Apparently there is a 3-strike rule?
There is, Sebastian says, and it's fine. We were nearly done anyway. You're not too traumatized to still go out tonight, are you?
I hear the smirk in his voice, and it pulls a smile on my own lips. Please, it's going to take a lot more than Roman and a simple little vampire attack to freak me out. Sebastian chuckles on the other end.
Okay then, I will see you at 7.
See you then, I say with a smile, and I end the call. As I head back to my apartment, I wonder if I'm now too keyed up to sleep. I'm full of all kinds of anticipation, nervous, excited. This is probably a bad idea. Sebastian is my boss. You're not supposed to date the boss. But it's just one date, I tell myself. We're just spending time together. There's no harm in that. So I go back to my apartment. I close the blinds, and in the beautifully blissful pitch dark, I actually fall asleep. Chapter 7. I have 1,001 choices, thanks to Elena, but I can't seem to make up my mind on what to wear. What is one supposed to wear when they go on a date with their boss? When they go on a date with a man they once thought they hated? I'm really trying not to think about that word too much. Date. It means something. And my mind keeps going back to Mason. 4 months ago, we broke up. Though, if I'm being honest with myself, were we really ever together? It was something we said over and over. Who said anything about love? Mason and I liked to put our hands all over each other. It certainly wasn't a burden to kiss him, but there was never any conversation about him being my boyfriend or me being his girlfriend, or anything else beyond that. I felt something for Mason. There's no question about that. But now that I have gotten outside the situation for a while, now that I have gained a little bit of perspective, I realized just how shallow I was while I was with him. Just how shallow we were. We were being two reckless teenagers doing whatever the hell we wanted just because it felt good. Mason and I never had a future. We were both well aware of that fact. And now I have to keep reminding myself that I am in that future. I went through a season of growth, and now it's okay to move beyond it. So, at 6:30, I finally settle on a simple black dress. It has a scooping neck and wide tank sleeves. It falls just above my knees. It hugs my form nicely, but doesn't insinuate that this night needs to lead anywhere but to both of our houses by the end of it. I don a pair of black pumps. I curl my hair and dab on just the smallest bit of makeup. I hook some gold earrings into my ears, and just as I am checking my work in the mirror, there is a knock at the door. Pound, pound, pound. My heart hammers in my chest, almost like it did the day Sebastian came and helped me move out of Godfrey Tower. But the smile on my lips as I open the door is completely different. Sebastian is wearing a suit, and there's something about the way it fits that has my pulse racing. There's something about the way his eyes trail from my toes up to my eyes that has me aching just a little bit. This man looks completely at home and totally in his element at the hospital. But he cleans up in one of the most delicious ways.
I must say, Juliet, it's a damn good thing you work as a doctor and dress in scrubs most of the time, because every time you put on a dress...
He trails off. He shakes his head, and once more his eyes trail down the length of my body.
Every man around you is completely at your mercy.
I feel my face flush. And maybe it's something about this dress, but my confidence is high tonight. I could say the same thing about you. Maybe not in a dress, I say as I shrug one shoulder. I smirk. But I have a feeling you know exactly how you look in that suit. I feel something changing. I feel it speeding up. I feel it getting hotter and more dangerous. But I've never been one to run away from any of those things. Stupid Juliet. She's reckless. She's always running straight toward the things that might put her in peril. Where it once bothered me and made me think that he was a ladies' man, I now appreciate the smirk on Sebastian's lips. And it sends a rush up my entire body that look is aimed at me.
Shall we?
Sebastian asks as he extends his elbow. With a smile, I loop my arm through his and pull the door to my apartment closed behind me. We walk down the hall to the elevator. Sebastian has a sleek black car waiting at the curb when we step outside. The thing looks like it could travel to space if it wanted to. It also looks like it had to cost more than I can dream of making in 10 years. Now, this is a little more what I had in mind. I say, alluding to the big silver truck he drove when he helped me move.
Just don't tell any of the other staff at the hospital that I drive something so frivolous,
He says, as he pulls the passenger door open for me.
but there has to be a few perks to being the Blood King of Chicago.
It shouldn't, but that title sends a wave of goosebumps up my arms. Sebastian climbs into the driver's seat and pulls away from the curb. In a show-off, reckless move, he guns the gas, and we launch down the road. Just 10 minutes later, we park in a parking garage, and once again, Sebastian opens my door and extends a hand to help me from his car that sits so low to the ground, I keep expecting to feel cement under my behind at any moment. Taking his warm, steady hand, he helps me to my feet, and then he places a hand at the small of my back, encouraging me toward the door ahead. A few minutes later, we're seated at a table in the middle of one of the most spectacular-looking rooms I've ever seen. The ceiling is arched, and there are all kinds of sculptures and paintings woven into the crown molding. The carpets are ridiculously plush, and the furniture looks stupidly expensive. There's a bar at one end of the room, crafted from very old wood.
I have to say,
Sebastian says, as we settle into our seats and the waiter walks away after handing us our menus.
this place isn't exactly my usual style.
I arch an eyebrow because I was a little surprised when we walked in.
But I thought that you would appreciate the history,
Sebastian says, as he leans back into his seat and looks around.
This was one of Al Capone's favorite places to party. He plotted takeovers and murders in this room. He brought his mistress here. It was the era of prohibition, but Al Capone bowed to no law enforcement.
Here? I ask in awe as I look around at the room with new eyes. Sebastian nods with a grin.
Did you know that during Prohibition, there were over 1,000 speakeasies in downtown Chicago alone? The area is only a few square miles big. Chicago has always been a place for the rebels.
I shake my head and smile. People never know what to think about me. They expect me to be perky and happy, some cute little California girl with these blue eyes and blonde hair. No one would get that this is exactly the kind of restaurant I would like to go to. A restaurant where gangsters once met. I don't know how you do it, I say, as I reach automatically for my glass of water. Only I don't lift it because it doesn't sound good. It would be so much better if it was filled with some O negative. People don't get me. They're usually turned off by my sarcasm or my bitterness. But you... I shake my head. Sebastian folds his arms over the table and leans forward.
I feel like I've known you for a long time, Juliet. I don't talk to anyone. I certainly don't tell anyone about my history. But it's easy to talk to you.
I nod in agreement, but I don't get the chance to say anything else because the waiter walks up and sets down 2 wine glasses. With one shallow breath in, I know it's blood, and a smile pulls on my lips when I watch Sebastian slip the waiter a $100 bill. He takes it discreetly and asks to take our orders. I didn't really look through the options, so I end up ordering the first thing my eyes land on. Hopefully, it's good. So, I couldn't help but notice, I say, as I lean back in my chair and cross my legs. Where did you get the scar across your chest? His hand raises to his pectoral and raises his eyebrows.
This one?
I nod.
It was one of my fights. After I lost my family, I left Virginia. I ended up in New York. I was homeless, starving, and I got wind of these underground fights. I knew no one could beat me, so it was a pretty safe bet.
Cheater, I tease. He chuckles.
I never claimed to fight fair,
he says. He runs his hand down his chest, and it's way too easy to recall how that area looks without a shirt covering it.
I made sure to throw a few fights, just so they wouldn't get too suspicious of me.
Scars give us character, I say with a shrug. Sebastian nods.
How'd you get the burn?
I sit forward, folding my arms on the tabletop. Car accident, I answer. I was in the car with one of my foster placements. I'm not really sure what happened, but he got in a wreck and the car started on fire. He bailed, left me to save myself. I ended up in the hospital for a few days. I didn't go back to his house after that. Sebastian swears under his breath and shakes his head. So tell me, I say, as the waiter delivers an appetizer. You decided to go to medical school after dominating the fighting scene in Brooklyn. What was the trigger to make the change? He shrugs and looks around the opulent room.
Lots of things. Losing my family the way I did. I always wished there had been more I could have done to save them. And then there was the polio epidemic. I watched a lot of suffering happen. And then I realized I was tired of being seen as a brute. By making a living using my fists. And knowing how much money doctors made didn't hinder my decision either.
I smirk at that.
Why did you decide to become a doctor?
He asks. A sigh slips past my lips, and I think back to my life in Kansas. I was always seen as the poor girl, the white trash girl, the girl who always screwed up and ended up in a fight and then in detention. And I can honestly say that I didn't care what people thought of me, but I shake my head. I still wanted to prove the world wrong about me. I wanted to show the world that I wouldn't just end up homeless or in jail. I was kind of always morbidly fascinated when people got hurt, and the money didn't hinder my decision too much either. Sebastian chuckles, and I smile. It's so nice, feeling like I can be honest, say the honest thoughts in my head, even if they don't always make me seem like a saint. Sebastian isn't judging me because he's gone about life the same way I have in so many aspects. So, it's the perfect dinner date. I haven't felt this comfortable around a person in a long time. I haven't felt like I could be this myself in maybe ever. And when we're finished with dinner and Sebastian drives us half a mile away to the theater, I feel at ease. Even though I'm not the type of girl who has ever been taken out for a fancy date like this, I still feel worthy as we walk to the doors and then take our seats in the beautiful theater. For once, maybe for the first time since I arrived in Chicago, I don't feel like an imposter. So, in the dark, with the play going on stage, my heart breaks out into thunderous anticipation when Sebastian's hand finds mine, and slowly his fingers slip through mine. It feels right when my fingers curl around his, and he leans toward me slightly, resting our combined hands on my thigh. The play is delightful. Maybe it's just the company, because normally I probably would get bored at the perky storyline. But I feel so settled in this moment. I feel like I'm where I was supposed to end up being. It's not the road I would have anticipated, but it kind of feels like we've taken two mirrored paths to this point.
Did you enjoy the show?
Sebastian asks, as we ride the elevator in my building when it's over. I look up at him and nod. I did, which I didn't expect. Thank you for taking me.
You need to stop thanking me for everything, Juliet,
he says softly, his gaze intense as he looks down at me.
You're simply gaining the things you've always deserved.
My heart flutters at that. The things I've always deserved. I don't think anyone has ever thought I deserved anything. Not really. I simply smile as the elevator opens and we step out of it. We walk down to my door and then linger outside of it.
I know the situation is a bit complicated with us working together,
Sebastian says, his tone a little husky, a little weighted. And everything in me takes note that he says working together, not me working for him.
But I'm glad you came out with me tonight, Juliet.
His eyes rise to meet mine.
And I hope we can do it again.
He steps forward, and his scent floods my senses. He raises a hand, softly brushing a stray lock of hair behind my ear.
I've waited a long time to find someone like you,
he says, in nearly a whisper. The breath catches in my throat. I can barely think straight. Every moment we've spent together spins through my head, and I kind of feel like I've been stumbling around in the dark my entire life. But I've finally looked up and seen that I'm not alone. I've waited a long time to find someone who gets me. Sebastian rests a hand against my cheek, and everything in me is pushing forward. Every bone in my body says it's finally okay when I mirror Sebastian's movements and lean forward. Our lips meet in the softest touch. Light, warm, easy. His lips feel like temptation and fate. I take one breath in, feeling his other hand at the small of my back, hugging me to him just slightly. There's nothing demanding about this kiss, There is nothing dominant or coercive. This is the hesitant intake of breath between two broken, distorted souls who have been lost in the depths of the ocean for a long time. And suddenly, the world stills here in this moment when we each suddenly find an anchor. The kiss doesn't deepen. It stays exactly where it is, seeping down into the very depths of my core.
Good night, Juliet.
Sebastian whispers as he breaks the kiss, looking into my eyes. His brows are furrowed, and I wonder if he feels like his entire universe shifted just a little bit. Good night, Sebastian. I breathe. He takes one step away, holding onto my hand for a prolonged moment, until he's too far away to hold it. And then, with the smallest, most hopeful smile, he turns, and I watch him disappear toward the elevator. So, with my own fluttering smile, I push my door open, and I walk inside. Chapter 8. I can't stop looking at him. The next night at the hospital, Sebastian and I are on duty together. It's the same as most nights. I don't think he would normally work in the emergency room this much, and I don't know that he would normally work this many nights, but he is in charge of overseeing my last few months of residency, after all. But tonight feels different. Something tingles along my skin, and I'll look over my shoulder to find his eyes lingering on me. I'll see his gaze go from my toes all the way up to my eyes. I'll catch him looking distracted. And when our eyes meet, an unsure smile pulls on his lips. I can't stop staring either. I keep watching him work. I love the confidence he has in his work. I love the way he can use a smooth comment to ease the anxiety of a patient. I love watching those skilled hands as he does a row of stitches or feels for broken bones. I'm mesmerized by the roses tattooed on the backs of both hands. I'm all too aware of where he is every single moment of the night. Things are different. I knew things would change if I were to go out with Sebastian, and they have. After last night, I don't know what it means for the future. But now I'm not sure I can walk away from what I felt last night. I feel like finally, there is a soul in this universe that is as twisted and messed up and perfectly flawed as my own. And I am desperate for it. When there is a lull in the night, I find myself in the break room, searching the fridge for a bag of blood. And everything in me perks up when I feel the presence behind me. Sebastian walks up to the counter just to my left and grabs a power bar from the cupboard.
I can't stop thinking about last night,
he says in a low voice without looking at me. Glad to hear I'm not the only crazy one, I confess, but it feels like a relief, and finally, I'm not embarrassed to admit how I feel.
Can I come over in the morning?
He asks, and it thrills me how desperate he sounds. Absolutely, I say, and both of us turn as someone rushes into the room. Dr. Vincent, you need to see this, Diana says, her eyes slightly too wide. With a confused, ready-for-action glance between us, Sebastian and I both rush out of the room, following after Diana. I know that something is really, really wrong when I hear the panicked voices of everyone in the emergency room. I know it's wrong when I smell the scent of rotting flesh.
Holy shit,
Sebastian breathes as we break around the corner and we take in the nightmare in front of us. In one of the private rooms, a woman looks over her shoulder back at us. Only I can see through her ribcage. I see slumping flesh. I see rotten organs. Her hair is barely clinging to her skull. The skin around her fingernails is retreated, making them look monstrous and terrifying.
Dorothy?
Sebastian whispers. His eyes are wide, totally terrified and confused. He takes a step back, his gaze dropping up and down the total nightmare in front of us. She looks like a zombie, literally like she wandered off of the scene of a movie set. Only this is way too convincing to be fake. Her skin is gray and lifeless. Her eyes look too dull, too dead. But as the seconds pass, I watch as her skin fills in. It seems to grow, to cover her ribcage. Slowly, it knits together. Second by second, just a little bit of pink rises in her color. Dr. Vincent? The woman says, her tone shaking and wobbly.
Sebastian shakes his head. Juliet, call Elena. Call Roman. Call Sigrid.
Why? I ask stupidly, even as I pull my phone from my pocket.
Because I declared Dorothy dead, and we buried her over a year ago,
he says. My stomach evaporates. My organs twist in fear. Cold sweat breaks out on my skin. Second by second, Dorothy looks a little more human. Her hair tightens to her scalp. Her stiff and dead-looking hands gain just a bit of movement. Is Chicago cursed? Does no one stay dead in this city? Am I not the only one who can't really die here? I swallow once, fighting the rising bile in my stomach, and turn away, pressing my phone to my ear. Juliet, we need a girls' night, Elena answers after just 2 rings. You need to get down to the hospital, I say, without responding to her statement. Like, now. You'll understand when you get here. I hang up and next dial Sigrid. I give her a similar explanation, and she says she'll be here in 20 minutes. Next, I dial Roman. Something bad and weird is happening at the hospital, I say. You need to get here, right now.
I'm 5 minutes away,
he says, without looking for answers. He hangs up on me. I look back up and have to blink twice. Dorothy nearly looks human. Her skin is a warm pink color. Her eyes are a natural brown hue. The only evidence that anything is wrong is that the area covering her ribcage is still meshing back together and slightly sagging. Dr. Vincent, I don't understand what's happening, she says in a shaking voice. He just shakes his head.
How did you get here? Where?
Her lower lip quivers as she looks around. She seems so out of sorts, so lost.
Never mind,
Sebastian says, shaking his head.
Wait until the others get here. Juliet, can you help me with a physical exam?
Ew, no. I do not want to touch this zombie woman, even if I've been watching her skin reattach and spark back to life. But doctors have to do disgusting stuff all the time. So I simply nod and pull on a pair of gloves.
Dorothy accidentally overdosed,
Sebastian says, as he too pulls on some gloves.
Too many sleeping pills, too much alcohol. She was unconscious when she was brought in. We pumped her stomach, did everything we could, but it was too late.
He indicates for her to lay back on the exam table and then presses a hand into her stomach.
Does that hurt?
He asks. A little, she says with a slight wince. Dr. Vincent, did I really overdose? Why did I wake up in the cemetery? Chills wash over my entire body as I feel her neck, searching for her pulse. It's there, though it's fast, and there's something slightly irregular about it, as if the beat isn't quite right. It's too erratic.
Please wait until the others get here,
Sebastian says, and there's just a tiny hint of panic in his tone. Pulse is odd, I say, next moving on to her wrists to feel for it there, which is hardly necessary. We can both hear her heart thundering. Temperature is 94.2, which is far, far too cold. But if she was just dead...
Her stomach seems okay,
Sebastian says.
It was a disaster when she came in here last year. You can hear and see us okay?
Dorothy nods as her eyes well, and then begin to leak. She holds a hand up to her mouth, covering it as she sucks in a sharp breath. What is happening? Who was that man? I can tell Sebastian is dying to pepper her with questions. I'm barely keeping my own questions at bay. I feel so blind right now, so out of the loop. But until the rest of the night council gets here, it's better to hold off so she doesn't have to repeat herself. Just 1 minute later, I hear Roman's voice out in the lobby, and one of the nurses directs him to this room. He jogs inside with his eyes wide, his stance ready to fight.
How long until Elena and Mason get here?
Sebastian barks, even more anxious now that another night council member is here. Any minute, I say, flashing a light in Dorothy's eyes. They dilate normally. And as I say the words, I hear their voices through the emergency doors. Back here, I call out. They jog into the room with wide eyes, and, thankfully, Sigrid is right behind them. along with all 3 of their bodyguards. What the hell is going on? Elena asks.
You remember Dorothy McDonald?
Sebastian asks, with a dark look in her direction. Holy shit! Elena yelps, and she takes a step back, her face turning stone white. The lie detector? She's
Supposed to be dead?
Mason finishes the sentence. Suddenly, I feel Roman's eyes on me. Cautiously, I glance over at him. His eyes are narrowed in question, but I subtly shrug and shake my head. I don't know what the hell is going on. Whatever is happening to Dorothy, I don't see how it can have anything to do with me. Roman simply lets out a hard breath and turns his attention back to the woman on the exam table. Dorothy, Sigrid says in a shocked gape. She steps forward, around Sebastian to the other side of the table, and she takes Dorothy's hand. I cannot express my gratitude in seeing you again, but I do not understand how it is possible. Ah, Dorothy is a gifted, therefore making her Sigrid's charge. Elena called her the lie detector. Good to know. I, she stutters, looking around at all the Night Council members that surround her. I don't understand. I remember being at my apartment, getting ready to go to bed, and the next thing I remember is gasping for air. I woke up and there was this man. He was holding on to my ankle and his eyes. She shakes her head, the look in her own eyes haunted and terrifying.
What about his eyes?
Roman probes. She looks at the head of city security. They were pitch black. No whites, no color to them.
And you said you woke up in the cemetery?
Sebastian asks as he continues his examination. Dorothy nods. It was just me and him, and then he just smiled, which was terrifying, and then he took off. I didn't feel right, so I got on the L and I came here. Shit. She looked absolutely terrifying when she walked into the ER here. What must she have looked like when she got on the L?
Did anyone see you on the train?
Roman asks. His tone is grave, dead serious. She blinks 3 times when she looks at him, opening and closing her mouth twice. I don't think so, but I wasn't really paying attention.
Put out the word to your crew if anyone says anything about a zombie sighting,
Sebastian says, hesitating on the word.
Excuse me?
Mason asks, his brows narrowing. She didn't look like this when she first came in. I pick up. No offense, Dorothy, but she looked like she'd just come out of the ground. She wasn't exactly in solid pieces. She looks fine now, Sigrid says, as she looks the woman up and down. It is as if she is somehow reversed from rotting corpse to human once more. That's not possible, Elena barks, her tone slightly annoyed.
Neither is being immortal, or being able to track someone with their blood, or being a lie detector.
Sebastian interjects, with a dark look cast in Elena's direction. I've never seen someone like this man, Dorothy says. She's trembling. I can only imagine what it must have been like, waking up in a cemetery as a half-rotten corpse. His eyes, he was saying these words, and there was this feeling when he was touching me. I've never met a gifted like that, not anywhere in this city. The blood in my veins feels cold. There's this thrumming in my ears. I don't understand. There is still so much about this world that I do not understand. But I can sense that something isn't right here. It isn't normal. Even among this level of abnormality I've come to accept, this isn't normal. It's simple, isn't it? Mason says. My eyes rise to his. His handsome face is ashen. Suddenly, he looks years older.
She was dead. A gifted brought her back from the dead, reformed her physical body, and now she's walking around looking like any other person.
I think you'd better explain, his twin sister says, fixing him with heavy eyes, because nothing about this seems simple to me. Mason looks over at her. He hesitates a moment. He draws in a breath, but it's shallow, shaky.
Elena, I think we have a necromancer in town. No,
Roman says, shaking his head.
this isn't funny, Mason. We need to figure this out. I'm not trying to be funny.
Mason says, shooting Roman a dark look that could nearly kill.
It adds up. The woman was dead, in the ground for a year, and now she's sitting here having a conversation with us.
Once more, Roman's eyes dart over to mine. I was dead once too, gray and lifeless in the back of his SUV, until I woke up with a gasp and both our lives shifted. Is it possible? Elena asks, her eyes shooting to Sigrid. My distant aunt shakes her head and shrugs. I have never heard of such a thing, but most human lore is based in some truth. Gifts manifest in many different ways, so I cannot with certainty rule out the possibility.
Do you remember any of the words this man said?
Sebastian asks. Dorothy's eyes haven't decreased in terror or size. She shakes her head. I was so out of it, so freaked out. I couldn't tell you. Did you get a good look at the man, though? I ask. Could you describe him? I'll do my best, Dorothy says.
I can have the sketch renderer with the CPD come in,
Roman says, as he pulls his phone out.
If we can get a good image, maybe we can identify him.
Elena nods her head. What we also need to know is why, she says. Why Dorothy? She is a gifted, Sigrid says, squeezing the woman's hand. But why bring her back from the dead and then let her go? Elena asks. What would be the point?
Maybe simply to see if he can.
Mason poses the question.
He must have known it was possible, considering he took the time to dig her out. But maybe it was simply practice.
The thought sends a wave of chills down my arms. Just like practicing yoga. You know you can make a few bends, but you have to practice before you perfect the handstand.
Dorothy, my favorite vegetable is carrots, and my favorite flavor of ice cream is cherry,
Sebastian says, possibly the most random statement he could make in this moment. Both of those are lies, the woman says, fixing him with a hard stare. Sebastian looks back at the rest of us.
She still has her gift, so he didn't dig her up to take anything.
Elena shakes her head. We need this guy identified. Until we know who he is, we don't stand a chance of catching him and asking him some questions. Any response from your contact, Roman?
She can be here in about an hour,
Roman says.
She's bringing her computer.
Mason nods.
Good. When that's done, you need somewhere safe to stay, Dorothy. Roman, do you have a safe house she can crash at? Of course.
The rest of the night in the emergency room is slow, but I wish it wasn't. There is nothing to distract me from the anxiety clawing its way up my throat. We try not to hover. Someone will walk away for a bit, but always comes back. Then another comes and goes. But every single one of us ends up watching over Dorothy's shoulder as she works with Roman's contact. Slowly, they build a face using different parts. They find the right nose, eyes, ears, hairstyle. Piece by piece, she creates an image of the man everyone now wants to find and talk to. I expected this possible necromancer to be a terrifying-looking old man with long hair and bad teeth. But when Dorothy finally nods, certain they've captured the man's likeness as close as possible, that is not what I see. He's younger looking, 25 at most. I think maybe he's Asian, but could also be Polynesian. His lips are full, his nose a little large. Black brows furrow over intense eyes. His hair is black, cut short. Can we scan this through the system? Elena asks, as she looks from the renderer to Roman.
Yes,
Roman answers. He crosses his arms over his chest, his brows furrowed at the screen.
I can upload it to facial recognition,
Mason says.
We can scan employment photos, membership cards, anything that would be stored in a database. We can search it.
That doesn't sound particularly legal, Elena points out. But desperate times.
It's going to take some time, though,
Mason says.
Our IT department can help me, but it's going to be massive amounts of information to search through. It might take a couple of days. Better get started,
Sebastian points out. I'll email you the image, the render artist says. Mason simply nods.
You'll keep her somewhere safe?
He asks Roman. Roman nods. Mason's eyes slide back to Dorothy, and he considers for a moment. And then he looks over at me. His eyes drop down the length of me, but it isn't in the same lustful way he once did. It's almost to see that I'm doing okay.
Come on,
He finally says, looking back to his sister. Elena nods. She grabs my shoulder as she walks by, and I rest my hand over hers for just a moment. And then we watch the two of them walk out. Let me know if you think of any changes that need to be made, the woman says as she closes up her laptop and stands. I've got to get going. I'm supposed to meet with a witness in an hour.
Thank you, Tanya,
Roman offers as she goes. Looking tired and a little frustrated, he extends a hand to Dorothy, pulling her to her feet.
Come on, we need to get you settled before the sun comes up. I have some other stuff I need to take care of.
Dorothy glances back at Sebastian, clearly nervous.
Roman will keep you safe,
Sebastian says with a nod.
We'll figure this out.
She still looks scared. Who could blame her? But she gives the tiniest of nods and then walks out after Roman, Sigrid right by her side. Sebastian walks to my side, watching after the last of the group as they go.
Well, if dealing with a zombie and a necromancer isn't a mood killer, then I don't know what is,
I say, in a deadpan voice. Sebastian laughs. Actually laughs. And I don't think I've heard him really laugh yet. It's a big thing that comes from his belly and fills the room with sound. And then he shakes his head and lets out a sigh. He reaches up, takes a lock of my hair between his fingers, and rolls it over his thumb.
I couldn't agree more,
he says, catching my eyes as he drops my hair.
How about I come over to your place this evening instead, and I'll make you my famous Black Forest cake?
Who says it's famous? I ask, as my eyes fall to his lips.
I do,
he says, and that wicked smile pulls on his lips, and he steps around me, returning to work. Chapter 9. A knock at the door pulls me away from cleaning up my apartment. I cross to it and stand straight in surprise when it's Echo at the door. Your supply, she says in a dry voice, barely containing an eye roll. Hooked over just one finger, she extends a red, insulated bag. Good timing. I thought I was going to have to go out and hunt some dirtbag down, I say, trying to lighten the dark cloud she's brought with her. She just stares at me blankly, looking bored. So, obviously I've done something to make you not like me, I say, dragging the words out awkwardly. Can I ask what it is? Echo just blinks slowly again, and then she takes a dramatic breath in and then out. I just think you need to open your eyes a little bit. Sebastian isn't just the do-good doctor he looks like. I'm pretty aware of that fact, I say, feeling my insides bristle. Sebastian said he thought Echo had feelings for him. It seems she's looking to chase me away. You should stay away from him, she says, her tone ever flat, ever bored. I don't think I will, I say in a condescending tone. She just lets out a small, slightly disgusted sound and turns away. How much do I owe you? I call out to her. Nothing, she calls out, sounding even more annoyed. And then she disappears into the elevator. Ugh. Jealousy makes people really ugly sometimes. I shower, finish picking up the apartment, way overthink what to wear. I double and triple check my hair in the mirror, and my heart jumps all the way up into my throat when there is a knock on the door at 6 o'clock. I pull it open to Sebastian standing there with a grocery bag in one hand. He looks up at me from beneath those dark lashes, and once again, when his eyes meet mine, I feel like I'm a little rabbit and he's the big bad wolf. I have no instinct to run, however. Come on in, I say with a smile as I pull the door open wider. Sebastian's eyes fall down the length of me, and a very satisfied smile pulls on his mouth. I'm wearing a simple, very casual burgundy dress. It has a deep V neck and cap sleeves. It falls in soft folds to just a few inches above my knees. He walks to the kitchen and sets the bag down on the island. One by one, he pulls out the ingredients.
Did Echo drop off your supply?
He asks. She did, I say with a nod, as I cross back to the kitchen and lean against the bar with my hands pressed to the smooth countertop. For some reason, she wouldn't let me pay her, though. I see no good in telling him about the rest of what she said to me. Sebastian's eyes slide over to mine, and a smirk pulls on his lips.
You're you, Juliet. My entire crew knows that whatever you need, you get.
That sounds like a quick way to make them all hate me, I say with a smirk in my tone. Employees don't like when the boss plays favorites. He looks over.
I'm not even going to attempt to hide my favoritism, Juliet. Sorry.
My entire chest warms, and excited electricity shoots out to every extremity in my body. I try not to bite my lower lip, but I'm not sure I succeed.
Where is your mixing bowl?
Sebastian asks, moving on from that waited moment. I gather the things he needs and then retreat to the couch while he works. I look out at the darkened sky. This late into fall, there's just a hint of color high in the sky. For the most part, all I see is dark water and cloudy skies. Have you traveled much? I ask. I'm not totally sure where the question comes from, but I'm glad that I don't have to worry about a filter around Sebastian.
Some,
he says, as he looks up.
I've been to most places in the States. I went to France a few years back, and Tokyo, just to see what they were like. You?
I shake my head. I grew up in Kansas, and the second I turned 18, I got the hell out of there. I pretty much went straight to New York. And then I never had the money to leave. I took a day trip to New Jersey once.
That sounds exciting,
he says with a chuckle. Let me tell you, I say sarcastically. And I even took a jaunt over to Pittsburgh. And then Elena brought me to Vegas for that one day, St. Louis for a few hours, and now here. So I can honestly say I haven't been much of anywhere.
Would you like to travel?
Sebastian asks with a deeper look. He stirs his ingredients in the bowl. I tuck my legs up under me. I think so. Though, to be honest, the idea of trying to figure out all the details is kind of overwhelming. And I've only been on a plane twice. Well, I guess it was 4 times, but I was kind of dead for one of those and a totally confused newborn vampire for the other. Sebastian chuckles at that. He well knows the story of how Elena and Mason hauled my dead body to Las Vegas before I resurrected there. It's what started the whole mess I had to deal with in the first few months of my being in this city.
If you could travel anywhere, where would you want to go?
He asks. I have to think about it for a minute. If the whole world was on the table, where would I pick? Maybe Rome, I answer. Seems like there would be lots of cool old stuff to see there. Sebastian puts the pan in the oven and sets a timer. Wiping his hands on a kitchen towel, he turns and walks back to the couch with a smile.
I've always thought it would be nice to visit Rome.
I say, not daring to say any more, not with the uncertain way things are right now. Sebastian's eyes fall from my own down to my lips. They linger there for a moment, but the look on his face, I don't think it's just kissing me he's thinking about. There's something deeper there. But I don't get the chance to ask him about it, because I hear his phone ring and he pulls it from his pocket. Mason's name displays as a FaceTime call.
Mason,
Sebastian answers, holding the phone up. Suddenly, he and Elena display in one corner of the screen, Roman and Sigrid in the other corners. Where are you? Elena asks, as she leans forward and squints at the camera. I instantly feel myself blush when Sebastian tips the phone in my direction. I give an awkward wave.
Why are you at Juliet's apartment?
Mason asks, just a little too much edge in his voice.
I'm making her my famous Black Forest cake,
Sebastian says, without missing a beat. He doesn't look embarrassed, not one little bit. He keeps saying it's famous, but I don't know if I believe him. I say, trying to play it casual and relaxed. Elena's eyes shift over to me, and there's this look on her face. One that promises I will be receiving a call or a visit soon, and I better be prepared to give an explanation.
Can we get on with it, whatever this is about?
Roman growls. We've figured out the name of the man who brought Dorothy back, Elena says, moving on to the mobile night council meeting.
His name is Marcus Lontock.
Mason moves on.
He was a student at Northwestern. He just graduated in the spring.
Isn't that really close to Chicago? I ask, as my worry saturates my system.
It's only a 40-minute drive from here.
Sebastian fills in. He got a degree in biochemistry, Elena says.
Of course,
Roman says in disgust.
Why wouldn't a necromancer have a degree in biochemistry? He's not from here, though.
Mason interrupts.
He was in Maine before that. Graduated high school there, top of his class, but he's got a record for getting in trouble. Arson, breaking and entering, assault.
I hate to profile, Sigrid jumps in, but this is all lining up. I see Mason nod on the screen.
There's a couple-year gap. He didn't start at Northwestern until 4 years ago. I can't find any records of him after his high school graduation, until he started school 2 years after that.
Have you been able to track any of his family lines? Sigrid asks. Do we know of anyone gifted in his family tree? Mason shakes his head.
This is all I have so far. We will keep digging and see what we can find. Roman, could you reach out to the CPD and give them his picture? Could we put an APB on him, bring him in?
Sebastian asks.
On the grounds of what crime?
Roman counters.
Bringing a woman back from the dead? That's not exactly the kind of information you just hand over to the police. And even then, Marcus didn't do anything to Dorothy. We don't have anything to stand on with this.
Everyone is silent for a few moments, mulling over what we've just learned. I feel so blind. We don't have enough information. We don't know the answer to the all-important question, why? I think we need to have security sweep the city, Sigrid says. Give your employees his image. I imagine you've gotten some better photographs of the man's actual face.
I'm sending a dozen of them to everyone,
Mason confirms. Sigrid nods. Have them memorize his face. See if they can't find the man. We need our questions answered. Roman nods.
I'm already on it. Call back with any new information,
Sebastian says. Mason simply nods, and Elena ends the call. Is there ever a dull moment in Chicago, or did I just bring my bad luck with me? I ask, as I lean back on the couch.
There are over 400 vampires living in this city, and about 150 gifted,
Sebastian says, as he looks over at me, raising an eyebrow.
Trust me, you don't have that much of an influence on this city's problems.
Well, I say with a sigh, as I climb to my feet. That's a relief. Makes me question Elena's sanity just a bit. She swore up and down I'd be safe in Chicago, and so far, I'm not so convinced. I pull 2 bags of blood from the fridge and set them on the counter to warm for a few minutes. I've found it tastes more tolerable that way. Sebastian follows me from the couch, and I still when I see the look in his eyes.
I get the feeling you're not one who runs away when she feels unsafe,
he says. I see his eyes slide down to my lips, my neck. Goosebumps flash over my skin. I lean back against the counter, and Sebastian steps forward, just a few inches between us. Not really, I confess. Stupidity, bravery, I'm not sure I can see a difference most of the time. He crooks a smile at that and shakes his head.
I wish I had met you about 50 years ago, Juliet.
He leans just slightly closer. Why's that? I ask quietly, as my gaze drops to those lips.
Because from the night I stitched you up, I finally felt like I found someone who didn't want to run away from the dark parts of me,
he says softly, as he leans just marginally closer. I can barely think straight. The scent of him fills my lungs, my brain. Crisp and woodsy at the same time. I've never smelled anyone who smells as intoxicating as Sebastian Vincent. When you're forged in darkness, you don't often run from the darkness, I say, my words little more than a whisper. Sebastian raises a hand, caressing my cheek, his mouth only an inch away, which feels agonizingly far.
I can't stop thinking about you, Juliet. I can't stop replaying every damn moment we've spent together. I know you can defend yourself, but all I want to do is absolutely destroy any person who looks at you wrong.
The breath catches in my throat as slowly, Sebastian's eyes rise from my lips to meet my gaze.
You've brought the beast in me back to life,
he swears. Heat blazes through me when I feel his hand on my hip.
I'd do anything for you, Juliet, no matter what it takes.
I'm not always so black and white. I breathe. What if I need a partner and the line gets a little blurry? Sebastian nods.
Especially then.
And I can't take any more. I exterminate every last bit of distance between his mouth and my own. My lips are desperate for his, and with a sound that's somewhere between a growl and a moan, I think he's just as desperate. As our lips part and his tongue caresses my own, he hooks his hands under my arms, lifting me up until I'm sitting on the counter. I spread my legs just a little and grip him by the front of his shirt, pulling him tight to me. His hands are blazing as they caress my hips, pulling my body to his. I loop my arms behind his neck, kissing him faster, harder. I feel like I've been suffocating for my entire life, and Sebastian is the first bit of real oxygen I've ever encountered. My hand slides up his chest, and I know, on that skin beneath this shirt, there are scars. I know that in the time behind him, there are choices he isn't proud of, but they were choices he had to make, to survive. This is the desperate, starved kiss of two survivors. Sebastian, I pant, as I tip my head back and his lips trail down to my neck. I feel the teeth of his lower jaw graze my skin as they rise up to my flesh. I feel the heat of his mouth and the moisture on his lips as he caresses my neck. I don't have to be careful here. I don't have to check myself every single second, always terrified that I'll lose control and go too far. Sebastian doesn't smell like a meal. He smells like salvation and acceptance. My fingers lace into his hair, and I drag his mouth back to mine. A needy moan escapes my mouth, going straight into his, and he takes it. With his own hunger, Sebastian kisses me with more passion than I've ever felt.
You are my equal, Juliet,
he mutters against my lips. He rests his forehead against mine, his brows furrowed with intensity.
And now that I've found you, every moment away is constant agony. I want you, Juliet.
His hands rise to either side of my face, and he draws my eyes to his own dark ones.
I want every dark, complicated, twisted part of you.
The breath stills in me. I search his eyes as I feel something in me. I've always been an island, a self-sustaining moon with no attachment. But looking into Sebastian's eyes, I feel a tether. I feel something catch, and it doesn't come back when I tug on it. You mean that? I ask in a breath.
With every damn bone in my body,
Sebastian says, with so much conviction that not one bit of me doubts it. But we've only known each other for 6 months. The scared part of me tries to reason.
Does it feel like it's only been 6 months, Juliet?
He asks. I hear it rising in his voice. I don't know what it is, but I sense a collision coming. I shake my head because it's the honest truth. But this might get complicated. Mason and I—
Do you love him?
Sebastian asks. And there, I see his vulnerability. I see fear. I consider, but only for a moment. I do love Mason. I will always love him for everything he is and everything he has done. I even told him that once, and he said it in return. But it isn't the right kind of love. It isn't the kind of love that allows you to give your whole heart to another person, trusting that they will be the right one to protect it. No, I answer honestly, knowing the kind of love Sebastian is asking about. He shakes his head.
Then it doesn't matter.
He says,
Life is always going to be complicated, but I know we can do it together. I've never been one to worry what anyone thinks, but if you're concerned, I swear, Juliet, I will make it right, no matter how long it takes.
My heart is beating faster. Fear is holding me hostage. It's standing in my way, trying to tell me all the reasons why I shouldn't be jumping off this cliff. But that's it. Those are the only stumbling blocks my fear can come up with. Sebastian is a vampire, too. Sebastian knows that I'm not always black and white. Sebastian understands the hard work it took to get here, the sacrifice, the tears, and the sorrow that made me into the person I am. And, just like that, every ounce of uncertainty in me evaporates. Okay, Sebastian, I say, with a breathy smile. I'm in. It reaches inside me and draws even more tethers from my heart when the smile dawns on Sebastian's face. And elation explodes in my core as he surges forward and he kisses me again. I've never had a home before. Maybe home was never a physical place. Maybe home is a place of peace and the surrendering of all your worries. Maybe, just maybe, Sebastian and I could become home.
I'm going to make the entire world see you as the goddess you are, Juliet.
Sebastian whispers into my lips. I'm a raging inferno. I'm a bullet shot into the sun. Everything in me is rushing through my body. It's impossible to cling to just one emotion. But there is one I can distinguish. Awe. I never thought I'd find this. And here it is. The man I once admitted I didn't like very much is now the person I crave the most. The man who has looked on me like I'm everything from the moment he met me is now the center of every obsessive thought. Sebastian Vincent is mine, and I am his. Chapter 10. I've just switched a load of laundry when there's a knock on the door. I'm not expecting anyone, so my brows instantly furrow. But as I look through the peephole, I let out a breathy chuckle. Oh, I forgot. I was expecting someone. Spill, Elena says, the moment I open the door. She pushes her way right on in, once again leaving Tabitha to stand guard out in the hall. I don't know what you're talking about. I play stupid. She walks into the center of my apartment before rounding, her hands on her hips, looking at me like I'm dumb. Do not play games with me, Juliet. Tell me why Sebastian was at your apartment last night making you dessert. I let out a sigh and brush my hands down the front of my clothes. Okay, but can you promise you won't freak out on me? No, Elena says, in the most duh tone ever. Not when you say it like that. Not when this just sprung up so out of the blue. Thank you. I deadpan with a narrowed look. That makes me feel very safe, very at ease talking to you. Come on, Juliet, my best friend says as she steps forward. She takes my hands in her own. I'm sorry. Talk to me. I barely see you anymore, and I miss you. I feel like we're missing out on each other's lives. I know, I say, as a weight settles inside of me. I've felt it too. Since I moved out of Godfrey Tower, I've only seen my best friend a handful of times, and it's been 4 months. I've missed you. We don't have to go and get all sentimental, she says with a smirk. She tugs me across the apartment to the couch, and we both curl up on it. Now, spill. I smile, knowing I'm probably blushing, but I take in one steadying breath, and I face the consequences of having a best friend who cares. Sebastian and I have gotten to know each other since I started working at the hospital, I say. And, well, he isn't what I expected. You mean he's not someone who could be an acting coach for pornos? Elena asks, as she raises a doubting eyebrow. I chuckle because she's not entirely wrong. That's kind of what I thought about him at first, too, but that's just a surface thing. You know, like how I use sarcasm as a shield from time to time. What? Elena balks in mock shock. Juliet? Never. I shake my head and laugh. I don't know. That's kind of what Sebastian does, but with the smoldering. But we've talked. A lot, actually. Juliet, you've got that look on your face, she says with a smirk. What look? The one that says something has happened. She wags her eyebrows at me. I know I'm blushing now. Kay, he asked me on a date last week, and I sigh because Elena is holding on to my every word, and the pressure is ridiculous. We kissed after. Elena sucks in a breath and sits back on the couch, shaking her head. I mean, I totally didn't see this coming, but now I kind of feel like an idiot for not predicting this. Why? I ask, surprised at how this is going. There's the fact that you two are practically a male and female version of the same person, Elena states, in such an obvious tone. I mean, you both have tragic backstories, neither of you likes people very much, and then there's the whole doctor thing. Shit, Juliet, I thought you and Mason were a good match, but now it seems stupidly obvious. Sebastian Vincent was practically hand-molded for you. Um, wow, glad for the approval, I say with a chuckle, still totally blown away at how this is going. Because we kind of made it official last night. Elena's eyebrows jump toward her hairline. As in, like, Sebastian is your boyfriend and you're his girlfriend? I roll my eyes and look away. I kind of hate those labels. They sound pretty damn juvenile when you're pushing 30. Forever 28, remember? Elena points out. Whatever, I say with a chuckle. Sebastian's nearly 120, if you want to get down to it. But yeah, I guess you could call us that, if it makes you happy. You know, surprisingly, it does, she says as she sits up, thinking it over. I didn't see this coming, but, well, it makes perfect sense. Maybe someday soon you'll even have a real last name. Juliet Vincent. It has a pretty nice ring to it. Slow down, overly excited little cheetah, I say with a blink and the shake of my head. I'm less than 24 hours into this relationship. No one is saying anything about vows and literal forever. Suddenly, a knock sounds on the door. And before I can do anything, Elena practically evaporates and reappears at the door. With her hand on the knob, she looks back at me and smiles. Hello, Sebastian, she says smugly as she pulls the door open and leans in the doorway. Sebastian's brows lift in surprise, and he looks from her to me, and he has this total oh shit look in his eyes. I have a feeling he knows exactly what to expect from my best friend. Evening, Elena, he says as he steps inside, looking nervous, as he should. Elena Godfrey isn't one to mess with. So, Juliet here has shared some interesting news with me, she purrs. And, like the predator he is, Sebastian's eyes harden when he looks at Elena now. If you have a problem with my feelings for Juliet, we can talk. But I can tell you, you're not going to talk me out of fighting for her. And he said exactly the right words, because a cat's smile begins forming on Elena's face. Actually, I was just berating myself for not seeing this match sooner. You two make perfect sense to me. As Sebastian's eyebrows rise, it's obvious he didn't expect that response. Glad to hear that, I guess. His eyes shift over to me, and something like excitement and hunger sparks in my blood at the sight of him. He's dressed in a suit today, though his white shirt is unbuttoned partway down his chest. He bears a leather satchel slung over his shoulder. He looks every bit the powerful vampire he is. A small smile curls on his lips, and he takes a step forward. I can't help but smile as my boyfriend places a hand on my hip and leans forward, brushing his lips over mine.
Hey there, beautiful.
Hey, yourself, I say quietly as I slide my hands into my back pockets and try not to look embarrassed as my best friend observes our interaction. She looks very pleased. I think this might be the best surprise ever, she says. She crosses to the door, ready to leave, but looks back over her shoulder at us. But you know I have to hunt you down if you ever hurt her, right, Sebastian?
You're Elena Godfrey,
He says smoothly.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
She just gives one wink and then disappears out the door.
She's kind of terrifying,
Sebastian says in a low voice as he looks at me. But you hide the fear so well, I respond as he steps into me, and I loop my arms behind his neck. With a slow smile, he tips his face down to mine.
Hi.
He says, low and quiet. Hi, I whisper back, every bit of me igniting to life. And I feel like I'm filled with frantic awareness as his lips meet mine. The kiss is deep but steady. I take in a breath, drawing his into my own lungs. His teeth take my lower lip, his hands tightening on my back. I've never felt this kind of burning before. The burning for someone. The deep, soul-absorbing desire to be one being with someone else. Sebastian draws need and desire right up from the tips of my toes, turning me inside out.
I have a surprise for you,
He says in a low voice as he braces a hand on the side of my neck, trailing his lips down my jawline. Oh? I question, my mind completely scattered. I feel him nod, the rough hair of his short beard scraping against my neck.
Come on,
he says, as he regretfully steps away from me. I let out an annoyed sound at the separation. He simply gives me a smirk, takes my hand, and pulls me to the door.
We'll be late for work if we don't leave now.
Better not tell the boss, I tease, as we step out into the hall and I lock my door. There's a look on Sebastian's face at that, though I can't quite decipher it. But he presses the button for the elevator and it opens almost instantly.
I think I could do this every day for a long time, Juliet,
he says as he stands at my side. He looks down between us and takes my hand.
Walking to work with you, spending any moment possible with you.
You're making it really hard for me not to feel like a lunatic, I say, as I slide in front of him. Slowly, I run a hand up his chest, letting my eyes go with the movement. Is this how normal people feel when they catch feelings?
I wouldn't know,
he answers in a growl as he places his hand over mine, pinning my hand against his chest.
You and I never have been, and never will be, normal.
A smile pulls at my lips, and I don't hesitate as I rock forward onto the balls of my feet and rise to press my lips to his. But just then, the elevator door dings and slides open. So I simply bite my lower lip and step out into the lobby, taking Sebastian's hand, pulling him after me. The night is cold. Fall in Chicago can quickly mirror winter, but I don't feel it. The wind doesn't get to me as it picks up in intensity. I'm not even bothered by the distant sounds of sirens, wondering who was shot tonight and if they'll end up in my ER. We walk, hand in hand, to the hospital that's helped bring us together.
To my office,
he indicates as he nods in that direction. So, wondering what he has planned today, we walk into the depths of the hospital, to the door that bears his name. I close the door behind me, and Sebastian sets his bag down on his chair. And then, from his desk, he grabs a piece of paper. He looks up at me from beneath his dark lashes and smiles.
It's time, Juliet.
He hands it over, and my hands are steady as I accept it. The American Board of Internal Medicine affirms that Juliet Doe, MD, has met all requirements of this board and is hereby confirmed as a diplomat of this board in the specialty of emergency medicine. Below that, there is a certificate number, a seal, and half a dozen signatures. I blink 3 times, trying to process what this piece of paper means. Done. It means I'm done. I'm official. I'm a fully certified doctor. What the hell, Sebastian? I bark. My brows furrow together, and my eyes jump to his. Red, hot anger rips through my veins. We commit to a relationship, and you go and pull this out the very next day? Sebastian's expression creases in confusion. I flick the paper at him. You can't just go and give me my board certification because we're together now. I rage. Shit, Sebastian. You said you won't hide your favoritism, but you can't just go handing the title of doctor out to people who commit to being your girlfriend. Sebastian lowers his face, looking at me from beneath his lashes. In slow steps, he walks out from behind his desk.
Juliet, this has nothing to do with you being my girlfriend, though I hate that word with just about every fiber of my being. It has everything to do with the fact that I cannot always be at this hospital with my responsibilities to the Night Council. It has everything to do with the fact that there is no one I trust this hospital to more than you.
And that rapid heat that consumed me instantly cools. Familiar regret and embarrassment begin replacing it.
Juliet,
Sebastian says as he reaches for my hands.
You already would have been done with your residency if it weren't for your resurrection. You already would have been done if not for needing a few weeks to gain control over your thirst. I've never met someone so ready to do this.
I let out a breath, realizing I was just an ass.
Juliet, I've been doing this on my own for so long.
Sebastian says, his tone low, calm.
I've been looking for a partner for a long time, and no one has been able to handle what this hospital is all about in the way you do.
He reaches up, caressing the side of my face. His gaze is so intense, so genuine. It's intimidating how much confidence there is in them.
Juliet, I'm doing this because I want you to be able to act as co-president.
Holy shit. I suck in a breath, at a loss for words. We've only known each other for 6 months. We work amazingly together, but is he really so sure of me? Sebastian built this hospital from scratch. It's one of the highest-rated facilities in all of Chicago. It's a place for the supernatural, the vampires, when they need help. And we only just committed last night. Sebastian has made me feel accepted, understood, but this is a whole new level. He's trusting me as a partner. Sebastian, are you sure? I breathe. You've put everything into this place. You don't have to give me anything. I would never ask you for this. A small smile pulls on his mouth.
I know you wouldn't, which is why I am asking, why I'm offering it at your capable feet. You're everything I've been looking for, Juliet.
My heart is pounding so hard. I've never had any true responsibility in my entire life. I had no one but myself to take care of. I had to go to classes, but no one but me cared if I showed up or not. I had rent to pay, but this. Sebastian is offering me a massive responsibility to take on. As I look into his eyes, though, I see the weight this has been on him, how long he's carried everything on his shoulders. So I reach a hand up, caressing my hand against the side of his neck, and emotion bites at the backs of my eyes when I answer. Okay, Sebastian. Thank you. He takes my hand and squeezes his eyes closed as he presses a kiss to the center of my palm. And he stays like that, taking slow breaths in and out for several long moments. The pain that comes from carrying on alone for so long is filling the room. It's so thick, I can practically scoop it out of the air. But as he opens his eyes and looks at me, I see it begin to flake away.
Thank you, Juliet,
he whispers as he slides his hand around to the small of my back and presses his lips to mine. This is something different. This is something I've never experienced before. This is the kind of relationship that is as adult as it gets. The kind that begins to build a foundation of trust and reliance that can last a long, long time.
Also, I really, really hope you always feel like you can yell at me like that, he says, with a barely suppressed smile. Your temper and frequent lack of filter are just a couple of the things that made me fall for you.
Well, I don't think you ever have to worry about me hesitating and yelling when I'm mad, I say, and Sebastian chuckles.
Come on, he says, as he brushes his thumb over my bottom lip. We have a meeting to get to. I'm making the announcement to the staff.
Oh. Oh. This isn't just an agreement between the two of us. This is going public. This is public acknowledgement. Sebastian introduces me at the meeting as his partner, the word implying so much more than just in business. He tells them that if I say or ask for anything, it is the very same as if he were to say or ask for it. Sebastian has just made me a copy of the key to his kingdom.
Chapter 11. Have Sigrid and Malcolm found your father yet?
Roman and I stand at the top of the stairs at the Knight Council's building. Once upon a time, I was too stunned by the beauty of this place to notice that it has a name engraved into its stone surface. The Nocturne. How fitting. The Knight Council called a meeting, and Sebastian smoothly informed the other council members that if he was going to the meeting, so was I. I honestly wasn't sure how I felt about that. Wasn't this his reason for giving me my new position? So I could keep an eye on the hospital when he needed to fulfill his duties to the council? This was his position, not mine. I didn't need to butt my way into every single aspect of his life. Still, I'm a nosy little thing sometimes. Not yet, I answer. This conversation and situation is terse. Sigrid is trying to track him using my blood, but she's never done it before, so who knows if it'll work. Roman doesn't say anything. He looks up and down the road, waiting for the others.
Has it happened again?
I look over at him. What, me dying? He simply nods. I scoff. No, dying is something I try to only do once every 4 months, so I'm not due for another death for a few weeks. Roman looks over at me with dark, unappreciative eyes.
Does he know?
My instinct is to ask who, but I know exactly what he's asking. Sebastian did demand I come here, after all. No, I answer as I look away from him. And I'd like it to stay that way.
No wonder your relationships don't last,
Roman observes.
You build it on secrets, and it tends to crumble the element of trust.
You're a serious ass, you know that? I bark back instantly. Good grief. Just when I start to think he's somewhat tolerable, he goes and fires off shit like this. I would rather you not know this little secret either, but unfortunately, you're the only witness. And the more people who know, the more at risk I am, and the more at risk they are. Why am I even explaining myself to you? I huff in frustration. And thankfully, I'm saved from having to further explain when a limousine pulls up to the curb. Patrick, Mason's driver, jumps out and opens the door for him, Elena, and Tabitha. They climb out, and just as they start up the stairs, Sigrid comes striding around the corner. Where's Sebastian? Elena asks, when she surveys the crowd and finds him missing. He's finishing a surgery, I explain. He was nearly finished when I left. He should be here in just a few minutes. She simply nods and walks past us all to walk into the building. I hold Mason's gaze as he ascends the stairs. He holds my eyes, and I try to evaluate what he's thinking. He knows. He knows now that I'm with Sebastian, that it's official. Something he and I never were. His expression is blank, but the tightness in his eyes tells me he's trying really hard to keep control over it. So I can only give him a tiny smile and let him walk past me. My darling, Sigrid says as she walks up, Amy in tow, and wraps her arms around me. I wish I had better news to bear. I let out a sigh. It's okay. To be honest, I didn't think it would really work. It does not mean we will stop trying, she says, as she leans back, looking into my eyes. So long as John Bonny is alive, there is always a chance. I press my lips together and nod.
I hear there is other news to share, she says as she arches an eyebrow. You and Dr. Vincent? Ugh. I can't help it when the groan escapes my lips. I kind of wish I could just make the announcement to all of Chicago so we can just get this part over with. Yes, Sebastian and I are together now. It's been really wonderful. We're both really happy. The sound of footsteps behind pulls our eyes, and we both watch as Sebastian starts up the steps. His eyes fix on me, and there's something hungry and territorial in them. I barely even notice the man following after him. Obviously, Sigrid says with a smile and an arched brow. I give a single little laugh and accept Sebastian's kiss as he reaches for my hand. Everything went okay? I ask. He nods.
Patient is doing great and will be awake in about 20 minutes. I hurried over as soon as I was done. By the way, Juliet, this is Rick.
I give a nod to the man following Sebastian. He's huge and has what must be hundreds of tattoos covering both his massive arms, leaving not a bit of blank skin. He has a shaved head and a huge beard. He simply gives me a nod, but doesn't say anything. I give him a similar nod in return, not knowing what to say to this bodyguard who only accompanies Sebastian to council meetings.
I hope your day has been pleasant.
Sebastian greets her pleasantly as we walk up the remaining steps. Indeed, Sigrid says as we step inside, and the bodyguards close the doors behind us. We make our way to the ballroom and step through the second set of doors. It's impossible to miss it. As soon as Sebastian and I walk through the doors, every single set of eyes snaps to our interlaced fingers. Elena gives a little smirk. Roman looks as annoyed and pissed off as ever. And Mason's eyes stay fixed on our clasped hands, but he holds on to that blank poker face with an iron will.
Please excuse my tardiness,
Sebastian says as he approaches the table. He pulls a chair out for me. I take it as the others lower into seats, and Sebastian sits at my side.
Someday, kids will stop swallowing things they're not supposed to swallow, but today is not that day.
It's fine, Elena excuses him, as if she's the one in charge. I wonder. If it really came down to it, who really is the most in charge? There are basically 4 leaders here. Sebastian, Sigrid, Roman, and then Mason and Elena are co-chairs to their position. What if there is a tie? Who gets to make that final call? Let's get into it. I have a flight out to Memphis in an hour.
Marcus has been spotted in the city 3 times,
Roman says.
2 of those times were caught on surveillance cameras. One of my men saw him with his own eyes, but didn't get a chance to get his hands on him.
Where? Sebastian asks as he leans back in his seat, his brows furrowed.
Surveillance caught him coming out of a grocery store in Hyde Park,
Roman continues. And as he speaks, Sigrid lays her hands on the table's surface. Instantly, a bright green map shoots out on its surface, her eyes alighting to the same color. Roman stands and points to the point where Marcus was spotted.
My guy spotted him in a cemetery in Maywood.
Roman points to the spot, directly west of where we are now.
And surveillance caught his face on camera leaving another cemetery in Wrigleyville. 2 cemeteries,
Mason says.
But as far as we know, he hasn't brought anyone else back? Not that we've encountered,
Sebastian says as he looks at me.
Sigrid, have you heard of any other gifted back from the dead?
No, she says with the shake of her head, her eyes still glowing a brilliant green. We've managed to pull more of his record, Elena says, as she pulls out a stack of papers. It seems he was on the move after he graduated high school. He was in Florida and got a breaking and entering charge. Then he got charged with a DUI and underage drinking in Ohio. His last charge is here in Chicago, 5.5 years ago, disorderly conduct. Something prickles in the back of my brain. He was on the move, all these violent charges, and then he happened to end up in Chicago 5.5 years ago. Oh my gosh. The words breathe out of me. With wide eyes, I look up from the table to Sigrid. Malcolm said there were still outliers, that he had a cult. I shake my head because it's suddenly spinning. The past is suddenly bleeding into the present. Archer King traveled around, taking the gifts of others. Malcolm told me that you all killed him 5 years ago."
Holy shit.
Roman breathes out in angry disgust.
That damn necromancer is looking for the collector's burial place so he can bring him back from the dead.
My entire body feels cold. I've seen Archer King before, not with my own eyes, but through the eyes of my past, through the gifted hands of the historian, aka Malcolm Talos. I watched as my mother cursed me and then snapped my neck as a newborn, because right on her tail was Archer King. I saw when he wrapped his hand around her neck as that evil green light emanated from him, and then the light in my mother's eyes died and went out. As Sigrid meets my terrified gaze, her own eyes are wide, fear creeping into her normally calm and steady eyes. "For night's sake," Elena says, as she falls back against the back of her seat. "Archer nearly took out our dad. You looked like death for a whole month after taking him out, Sebastian." I look over at my partner, and he nods as he looks at me.
I got my hands around his neck, but as soon as I touched him, it was like I was poisoned. My hands withered up, my arms and legs started wasting away. It was one of the gifts he'd absorbed. It nearly killed me.
"But why has he waited this long?" Mason asks.
"Archer has been dead for 5 years. Why wait all this time to try and bring him back?"
"He got a degree in biochemistry, right?" I ask as I lean forward, placing my palms against the glowing table. Maybe he could use his gift before, but not effectively. Maybe he knew he couldn't truly bring Archer back until he studied more. The timing. I shake my head. I can't believe we're having this discussion. The timing all adds up. He was Archer's lackey when he was just a teenager. And then, as soon as Archer dies, he gets his act together and goes to college? And lo and behold, just a few months after he graduates, he starts looking for his leader once again.
"Shit,"
Roman growls as he leans forward, planting his elbows on the table and scrubs his hands over his face. "He was practicing on Dorothy," Sigrid fills in. "And once he knew he could do it, he started searching for Archer's final resting place. That's why he's been spotted in multiple cemeteries." "Where is Archer buried?" I ask. I'm nearly ready to spring to my feet and run to the place myself so I can stand guard and make sure this necromancer never raises the man who killed my mother.
"Everton Cemetery,"
Roman says, his voice dropping lower, quieter, as if Marcus might be listening in.
"Nearly the most southwestern corner of the city."
"And one of the most haunted in the state," Sigrid adds. "Really?" I ask, looking around at the others, wondering if they're messing with me.
"It was one of Al Capone's favorite places to dump bodies,"
Sebastian says.
"It's surrounded by woods, private."
"There are all kinds of stories about that place," Mason says.
"Orbs, women wandering, disappearing houses. It's not a place you want to hang out. If this is really what Marcus is trying to do, and I think Juliet is right,"
Roman says, as he stabs his finger into the table, right where we are on Sigrid's map.
"it changes things. This isn't just about asking him what the hell he's doing with Dorothy. It means he's going to find the collector and bring that bastard back. It means we can't take him in quietly."
It means Roman thinks we have to kill Marcus Lontock. I've never been black and white. I've never walked the straight and narrow. But I've never killed someone on purpose. I've never put a plan in place to end someone's life. Is this too far? Is it too much? Maybe I should be a little clearer on this answer. The man Marcus is trying to bring back from the dead killed my mother. He robbed me of any kind of a childhood. Because of him, I am the distrusting, broken person I am today. Does that mean Marcus should die? We need twice as many eyes on the cameras around the city. Elena perks up. Mason, can we hack into the CPD's system and use their facial recognition?
"Most likely,"
he answers, as he rubs 2 fingers over his lips.
"I can get my people on it."
We need security posted at Archer's grave, Elena continues, as her eyes slide over to Roman. Letting him anywhere near that grave isn't an option. Roman simply nods. And you need to be careful, I interject, like I'm really a part of this group, these leaders. If he's watching us, if he's watching you, You have to make sure you don't lead him straight to that cemetery.
I have a feeling he'll find it eventually,
Roman says, as he leans back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest.
He's already been in 3 cemeteries, and those are just the ones we have proof of. He's obviously making his way through them all. Then we need to find him, and quick,
Sebastian says, his tone rough, dangerous.
In the meantime, I wonder if you should reach out to all of your charges, give them Marcus's face, and tell them to protect themselves. If he manages to bring Archer back, they are all in danger.
I will, Sigrid says, as she removes her hands from the table and the map disappears. I will prepare them. They can help be our eyes. Everyone knows what they need to do, Elena asks. Everyone around the table nods. I expect constant contact. If there is anything, you inform the others. Of course, Sigrid says. Roman doesn't even say anything. He's instantly on his feet, his phone pressed to his ear, walking out of the ballroom. Everyone gets to their feet, gathering their things, and slowly, we all make our way to the doors. Hey, can I talk to you for a minute? I ask quietly, leaning toward Mason. His eyes flick over to me, hesitant, but he nods. I'll catch up with you in a little bit, okay? I say when Sebastian looks back.
Sure,
he says, though there is some hesitation in his eyes. They go from me to Mason and back to me. He lingers on the steps for just a moment, and then, with a worried little smile, he turns and walks down them. Elena just gives us a questioning look. We'll just be a couple minutes, I promise her. I love my best friend, but Mason and I need some privacy for a bit. I will see you later, my dear Juliet, Sigrid says, pulling me in for a brief hug and a quick kiss at my temple. With a smile, she heads down the stairs, Elena going with her before she slips into the limo. So, I thought we should probably talk a little bit, I say, looking over at Mason with an awkward smile. Since, things are a little different.
Different,
Mason says, as his eyes go down to the stones at his feet.
I have to say, I didn't see Sebastian coming, but maybe that was just stupid of me.
Well, I didn't see him coming either, so if you're stupid, so am I chuckle. But Mason doesn't smile. Look, we promised that we would always be friends, I say, starting to feel just a little bit desperate, because as I'm standing here alone with him, I'm remembering all the things we did together. When we took fighting lessons, when we spent hours in his office, and I watched him be the best man in this city. When he gave me the most generous gift anyone ever could have given me by taking me to the historian and giving me the answers to my past. It's not just the moments we spent wrapped up in each other's arms that I miss. It's those moments. And we knew it was going to be hard when it ended, and I know it has to feel weird that I'm with Sebastian now. You have no idea how guilty I feel about it, even though I know I didn't do anything wrong, but I just want to make sure that you don't hate me, and that someday we'll be okay. I take in 5 deep, ragged breaths, because suddenly, with all those words spoken, I feel exhausted. But those words have been eating me alive, and I haven't been able to admit them out loud.
I'm not jealous because Sebastian has you, Juliet. Not that you're a possession,
he counters himself. He shakes his head and takes a deep breath, pacing back and forth just like he always used to.
I'm jealous because he understands you, and I never could, and I never will.
Suddenly, he stills, his eyes locked on mine. He gives one shrug.
We said it over and over, that what happened between us wasn't love, and it wasn't. Not that kind of love, anyway. But still, it was all too easy to imagine a future. Imagine what might be if things were different.
The words hurt. Because I am the other half of what happened. It hurt then, it hurts now. Because the heart doesn't always think logically.
But we never would have worked out, Juliet,
Mason says. His voice gets quiet, and the pain in his eyes. He shakes his head.
I would have tried for my whole life, but where we've come from, I know I can never understand what you've gone through. So I just want you to understand. I am jealous. I am so damn jealous. Because Sebastian understands you in a way that I never could.
Mason is possibly the best person I've ever met. He's the Golden Prince of Chicago. Not only is he rich and ridiculously handsome, but he is kind. He is good. He is sweet and thoughtful. Mason would have done anything to try and make me happy. But he's right. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He grew up with loving parents and a twin sister who always had his back. I've never known any of that. I knew trailer parks and wondering when my next meal was coming. I knew constant change. I knew harsh words and cruel caregivers.
I'm jealous,
Mason says, his voice quiet.
but I'm also so damn glad for you, Juliet.
My eyes rise back up to meet his, and I see in them that he means what he says. Mason is happy for me, because that's just the saint he is.
It's hard, Juliet,
he says as he takes a step forward and grabs one of my hands.
But not like you probably thought. But it's going to be okay. I'm going to get my head wrapped around this, and you and I are always going to be friends.
Emotions bite at the backs of my eyes. We said the words once. We made promises once that we would always remain friends no matter what happened. But I honestly didn't expect him to hold up his end of the bargain. People always walk out on me. But here, standing under the cover of this crazy building, I can see it in his eyes. I can feel it in the way he holds my hands. Mason is here to stay. Even if it's hard, even if it's complicated. I blink, and 2 tears leak out onto my cheeks. I take a sniff as I pull him forward, wrapping my arms around him. And it's finally done. I don't think about being in the arms of my former lover, even if we never made love. I'm just in the arms of my friend, Mason. Thank you, I say, with a thick throat.
Always,
he says calmly, squeezing me tightly. Chapter 12. I watch as Mason walks down the stairs to his waiting limo, and just as they pull away from the curb, I hear an angry curse just down the block. I look over to see Roman as he hangs up his phone and strides toward his SUV. What's wrong? I ask.
Marcus was spotted by a camera in South Chicago,
Roman answers.
Only about half a mile from the cemetery.
Shit, I breathe. And without thinking, I cross to Roman's car and climb right in the passenger seat. Do you have anyone in the area? I ask when he gets in the driver's seat and buckles, revving the engine to life.
No, he answers. Had no reason to think there was a need until now.
He lays harder on the gas, gunning it through the quiet streets. I'm thankful it's 3 a.m. Otherwise, we'd be mowing down pedestrians left and right. Just how bad was it? I ask, as I brace myself when he takes a sharp turn. When Archer was here before.
He laid low for a few months when he first arrived,
Roman answers.
We just thought he had a lot of gifted friends. We didn't realize they were devout followers. No one thought too much of it when the first gifted was found dead. It's Chicago, after all.
He makes another hard turn, and then hits the gas, running through a red light with a thankfully empty intersection.
But then, there were 3 more found just a week later, and these weren't low-level gifted. They were more powerful ones. Ones who should probably have been able to defend themselves.
But all Archer had to do was touch them, and he had an army of followers, I observe. Roman nods.
It wasn't until the Godfrey's father witnessed Archer doing what he did that we realized it was him, what he could do. Archer went after him, and Edward Godfrey spent 2 weeks in some kind of coma, so that was even more time until we knew it was him. Over the course of a few months, he tore through dozens of gifted, killing every single one of them.
I curse under my breath and watch the city whip by as Roman flies through the streets.
Do you think you could do it?
Roman asks. His gaze shifts over to me, and even though his eyes aren't on the road, I know we're in no danger of him wrecking the car, not with his vampire instincts. I'm pretty sure I could drive this thing with my eyes closed.
If you were to find him, could you kill Archer King?
My heart hammers hard in my chest. Roman's question implies that a man who has been dead for 5 years could come back. He's talking about the man who killed my mother. My hesitation must be answer enough, because Roman looks away, looking slightly disgusted and disappointed.
"We do whatever it takes to protect the ones we care about, Juliet,"
he says.
"Find someone to care about."
I want to spit back, tell him I care about people. But his words give me pause. How far would I go to protect the people I care about? I honestly don't know. I only recently found people I care about, and I've yet been put to the test over them. We rocket through the night, and finally, Roman pulls into the parking lot of what looks like any other park to me. He climbs out, and I follow. And like a bullet fired from a gun, he sprints, impossibly fast, across the highway. I follow, right on his heels. There's a power station, and then we pass a marshy pond. We follow a slightly overgrown trail through the trees in the moonlight. And then the space opens up. The cemetery is old, and it doesn't look particularly full. I spot a few headstones popping out of the ground, but for the most part, it just looks like cut grass and a few remaining trees. But it's unmistakable when we see a mound of freshly disturbed dirt and a shovel poking out of it.
"Shit,"
Roman breathes. We cross to the far edge of the cemetery, and both of us look down into the pit. There's the broken-up lid to the burial vault. Below that, we see the open lid of the coffin. And it's completely empty. I can assume this was Archer's final resting place? I ask.
"Not so final, it appears,"
Roman growls. I cast my eyes around the cemetery, searching the dark. I can still smell the scent of something foul, like the scent of a rotting body beginning to reform itself. I can still catch a faint whiff of another person, and it's not that old. A few hours, maybe. We just missed them earlier tonight, I state. Dorothy wasn't in great shape when she staggered into the ER, and she had only been dead a year. Archer would have been a heavily decayed corpse by this point. There's no way he would be moving very fast if he puts himself back together at the same rate. They can't be that far unless Marcus has a car.
"Who the hell knows?"
Roman hisses. Once more, he's on his phone, making calls. I give him his space as he talks to his people, updating information and giving orders. I cast my eyes around the place, goosebumps rising on my arms. This place feels dark. It feels unsettled. It's like I can feel the restlessness of all those who lie buried in the ground, as if they're pressing in and saying, "What about us?" People are supposed to stay dead when they die. But as I've learned in the past several months, that isn't always the case. Roman ends one call, then immediately starts another.
"It's too late,"
he says.
"Archer's grave has been exhumed. No body."
I hear the sound of a chorus of curse words on the other line, one for each Night Council member.
"I think you need to tell your charges to go into lockdown,"
Roman says, addressing Sigrid.
"As far as we know, that's what Archer really cares about. Dorothy came back to life with her ability. We have to assume Archer will be the same way."
"I will," she says.
"Keep an eye out,"
Roman says, and then ends the call. "Guess we better start looking," I say, letting out a heavy sigh. With a nod, I follow Roman back down the trail. We once more cross the highway and slip back into his SUV.
"What are the odds, having 3 people in this city who can't seem to stay dead?"
he says, as he backs out of his parking space and pulls back onto the highway. "At least I was never a rotting corpse," I point out.
"Guess it doesn't get to that point when you only stayed dead for 20 minutes,
he quips. "I was dead for 4 whole days once, remember?" I reminded him. That one sucked. The other times didn't hurt. Other than being stabbed in the heart. I glance over, and I'm surprised when Roman quirks the tiniest of smiles. "I'm not going to lie," I say, the mood instantly sobering. I'm kind of freaked out about Archer King being brought back. He chased my mom for months, threatened my dad enough my mother had to curse him that he couldn't find her. And then she was so scared of him taking my gift, whatever the hell it is, that she had to kill me. This guy is bad news.
"Yeah,"
Roman agrees.
"This city is going to be on high alert until he's found. And last time we took him down."
He shakes his head.
"It wasn't a quick, simple job. But so long as no one else knows you have some kind of gift, you shouldn't be a target. Archer can't take anything from vampires, so we're only a threat to him.
You ever feel like secrets are going to suffocate you? I ask, as I look out the window at the horizon. It's starting to lighten, dawn only half an hour away.
I think it's important to find people you don't have to keep secrets from,
Roman says, as he dangles his wrist over the steering wheel. That's easy to say. But life isn't so simple. Sometimes we have to keep secrets because they keep us safe, and they protect others. We take the long way home. We weave through side roads, go through parking garages, up alleyways. No sign of any rotting corpses. So, when the sun is just minutes from rising, Roman stops at the curb to my building. I climb out, but just before I can slam the door closed, Roman calls out,
"If it comes down to it, you might be the only one who can stand up to him,"
Roman says, those vivid blue eyes fixed on me.
"If it comes down to it, are you willing to die for the people you care about? For the people of Chicago?"
My heart hammers hard in my chest. It hits different this time for some reason. Yeah, I answer honestly. I am. And I turn and walk into my building. I can't be killed. So as long as my mother's curse is in place, and I don't know what would ever break it, I can die. But I'll just wake up 20 minutes later. I can live my life so differently now. Maybe I can be the one to take this zombie asshole down. Where are you, Archer King? I think I'm getting a craving for revenge. Chapter 13. Nothing has been going right today. So far, there have been no sightings of Marcus or Archer. Every gifted is in lockdown or risking their lives by continuing as if nothing is wrong. There isn't much the Night Council can do. At the hospital, it was one disaster after another coming in. A stab wound to the neck. They bled out before we could do much. An overdose. We couldn't get their stomach pumped fast enough. A baby with a horrific respiratory infection. That one was heartbreaking when she took her last breath. I haven't felt this heavy and low for a really long time. Sebastian has been almost entirely silent since the baby passed and our shift ended. We walk back to my apartment in total silence, the weight and frustration of the day a heavy physical thing floating in the air. Most nights, we're gods, saving lives and looking into the eyes of thankful patients and their families. Tonight, we're the screw-ups who couldn't do our jobs. We faced screams and tears and accusations. I know it's part of the job. Having tough skin is a requirement for working in the emergency room. But nights like this are still hard. It's easy to get in your head, to question yourself, to wonder what more you could have done. Silently, Sebastian and I rise to my floor in the elevator, and slowly we walk down the hall to my door. I unlock it, and we both step inside. I dump my things on the counter and walk toward the window as I comb my fingers through my hair. We never appreciate the easy moments when we're in them. They pass by so quickly, and then when times get hard, everything seems to crawl by. Behind me, I hear Sebastian dump his things on the counter as well. I turn, looking back at him over my shoulder. His shoulders are slumped, his head hanging low. His brows are furrowed together in frustration and exhaustion. He stands there with his hands braced on the countertop, and he stares at it as if it's the cause of all the difficulty as of late. When so many things are out of your control, when there is so much terrible going on, you have to make your own moments of good. I never had a grasp on that concept until recently. But staring at this man right now, everything that makes me feel good and alive all points back to him. Hey, I say as I turn. And just as Sebastian looks up at me, I walk straight into him. I hardly slow as one of my hands grips the front of his shirt, and the other snakes behind his head to grip his hair. And my mouth takes his as my own. He lets out a feral groan, taking my kiss as if he's starving. He catches me with ease as I take a slight jump, wrapping my legs around his waist. His hands splay wide against my hips, holding me in place as if I weigh nothing at all, which, to a vampire, I do. Sebastian spins us and pins my back against a wall, and the contact between our two bodies is fantastic. His hips grind into my own. His chest is pressed into mine, and he tips my head back as he deepens the kiss. I let out a sigh, my focus going to where his hands slide up beneath my shirt, his palms pressing flat against my sides. His hands are warm, slightly rough. I loop my arms behind his neck, pulling him tighter to me, stroking my tongue against his own. This is why we work, because we've both had the same horrible day. We haven't even had to say a word, because he knows, I know. I'm just as frustrated and exhausted as he is. And after all of it, he and I can still find our way here and be on completely level ground. I tilt my head to the side, taking my lips down the sharp edge of Sebastian's jaw. I lick down the side of his neck, and he rewards me with the most heady groan ever as he tips his head back. Sebastian tastes like pain and anger. He tastes like history and secrets. He tastes like power and confidence. His hand comes to my jaw, and he brings my mouth back to his. He presses harder into me, running one hand down my hip, gripping me, and supporting me on the outside of my thigh. There's nothing fragile about us. There's nothing careful or hesitant about what is between us. And I've never, ever had that. I wiggle, sliding my legs down until my feet hit the floor. I grip the front of Sebastian's shirt and back into my bedroom, dragging him after me. There's heat and hunger in his eyes, and it sends a jolt of thrill through me. With a wicked grin, I turn him and then push him back against the bed, and he lets himself fall back into a seated position. I climb right into his lap, one knee braced on either side of his hips. That look on his face, the one that says how much he wants me, how turned on he is, how possessive of me he is. I'm burning with it. I lace both my hands through his hair, tilting his head back, keeping me in control of this kiss. I take it deeply, slowly. I'm aching. I'm starving. My body is screaming for this, everything in me begging for it, telling me it's the right time, the right place, the right person. My hands reach for the hem of my shirt, and I pull it off over my head. With a wicked grin, I look down at the man who has come to invade every corner of my heart. He's smiling, but not the kind of smile I'm expecting.
Juliet,
he says, as he reaches a finger up, tracing it over the strap of my emerald green bra.
I feel like you may be trying to seduce me.
And you may be right, I say with a smile, as I bend forward to kiss him again. He just slightly turns his head to the side, avoiding my kiss. Softly, gently, he presses a kiss to my shoulder instead. Light as a feather, his fingers brush up my back before they flatten against my ribcage.
I'm not that kind of man, Juliet,
he says softly. His eyes rise back up to meet mine. The sincerity in them surprises me.
Believe me,
he breathes.
You are everything I want. Every fantasy I've had in the last 6 months has been about you. You are...
He draws in a deep breath as his eyes fall to my chest, and he runs his hands up the sides of my arms. He leans forward, pressing a kiss to my breastbone. High enough to be chaste-ish, low enough to be incredibly intimate.
The most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on.
I don't know how to feel right now. Rejected, offended, confused, let down. Too many emotions are ripping through me to grab onto one single feeling.
But you have to remember, I'm from a different time,
he says. His tone is low and even, though intensity burns in his eyes.
I'm not a man who takes a woman who isn't my wife.
He shakes his head, maybe looking slightly embarrassed.
I haven't been with anyone but my wife.
Oh. I've made so many assumptions about Sebastian. His flirtatiousness, his coy smile, everything about the way he looks, I've just assumed. But you know what they say about assumptions. They just make an ass out of you.
I love every moment of being with you, Juliet,
Sebastian says softly, as his eyes once again meet mine.
You're the first thing I think about when I wake, and the last thing on my mind before I fall asleep. But
He trails off, but he doesn't break my gaze. But he won't sleep with a woman he isn't married to. Old-fashioned indeed, but incredibly sweet, incredibly hot. I reach my hands up, cupping the sides of his face. He's studying my reaction as I look down at him. You never cease to surprise me, Sebastian, I say. My own tone is quiet, even. You might have warned me before I got all hot and bothered. He and I both laugh, and he looks down for just a moment, and it just thrills me more that I can make him blush. But this is by no means a deal breaker. This is important to you. I can respect that. The look in his eyes deepens. He reaches up, brushing his thumb over my lips just once.
You're so damn perfect, Juliet. How did I ever get lucky enough to find you? Out of all the people on this planet, and I finally found you?
Feels something like fate, I say, my eyes trailing to his lips again. He nods just barely.
Kind of makes you wonder what else fate has in store for us,
he says, as his own eyes go to my lips.
Better be careful, Miss Doe, or I might just give you more than my hospital.
My heartbeat quickens at that. Elena teased it once about losing my non-name and gaining the one of Vincent. A name, a ring, a new place to live, not alone, a new title. It's not so hard to imagine it. It's really, really easy, in fact. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying, but a thrill spikes through me from my core to my scalp. So I lean forward and I kiss Sebastian again. His lips heat mine. Hot and moist, he takes my lower lip between his teeth. The needy way his fingers dig into my skin reassures me that he does want me. He does want me in that way. But I won't rush him. Some things are worth waiting for. He wraps his arms tightly around my waist and leans back into the bed. He rolls to the side and reaches a hand to the side of my face as he kisses me.
I feel like the universe has forgiven me for all the bad things I've done,
he says against my lips.
Surely I can't still be cursed for my sins if I've finally found you.
Maybe we've both finally found redemption, I say, as I open my eyes to meet his hazel ones. He rubs a thumb over my lips again, studying me, memorizing every feature of me. It's all so new. I've never had a relationship like this before. I've never cared to be so careful, to try and do things just right. But looking at the man holding me, I know it's worth it. And even though both of us are vampires, we each fall asleep in the other's arms. A rapid-fire knocking rips me from my sleep. I roll out of bed, instantly on my feet, my knees slightly bent. Adrenaline bursts through my veins, and automatically, my fangs lengthen in my mouth. Sebastian, are you in there? Elena barks from the other side of the door. I swear, if you don't answer right this minute, I'm going to break this damn door down, and you're going to have to pay for it.
What the hell, Elena?
He growls. He climbs out of bed, his hair a wild mess, wearing no shirt and only his pants. He heads to the door. I follow after him, forgetting I'm wearing nothing but an oversized t-shirt and bright blue panties. Sebastian rips the door open, glaring darkly at Elena.
You forget how to use a cell phone?
You forget how to charge or answer it? She asks as she crosses her arms over her chest. That goes for the both of you. I've been trying to reach either one of you for an hour. Crap, I forgot to plug it in before I fell asleep. I groan as I look over at the kitchen counter and see it sitting there.
Same,
Sebastian says as he lets out a hard breath through his nostrils.
What's wrong?
Elena still looks annoyed. She leans in the doorframe, miraculously balancing on her 4-inch heels. Pamela Kelly's husband dragged her body to your hospital a little over an hour ago, she explains. She's dead. He looks like walking death, tried to protect his wife. A curse slips over Sebastian's lips.
Archer got to her. Where were they when he attacked her?
Getting off the L at Lincoln Square, she continues. He said Archer didn't look like death, so he must be fully formed again, or whatever this is. I shake my head. I don't understand how this necromancing thing works. Archer would have been leathery skin and liquefied organs, and bones. And now he's just walking around the city looking like any other human psycho?
Apparently,
Elena says, with an arched eyebrow. He needs some care, though, and not from a human doctor. Sebastian nods.
it's fine. I'll come in.
Want me to come with? I ask, as he turns and heads back to my bedroom to get the rest of his clothes.
That's okay,
I hear him call.
You need a day off. I'll call you when I'm done.
You two seem to be getting real comfortable, Elena observes, letting her eyes trail down me. Mind your own business, I snap at her, but she knows I have no real bite in it. She grins just like I expected. Sebastian steps out of my bedroom, snatches his things from the counter, and aims for the door. He presses a quick kiss to my cheek.
Dinner tonight?
He asks. Sure, I answer, hating that he has to leave. Elena gives me one last look before she follows after Sebastian. And, alone in my apartment once more, I close the door. Here is where the evidence is seen. I'm not a night council member, and I'm pretty damn glad for that fact. I'll leave the messy cleanups to the experienced vampires. But I still can't help but wonder how this is possible. I do not understand gifts, where they come from, how they're all so different. But from my experience, this necromancer is the most powerful, second only to Archer, and I even question that one. Apparently, all this necromancer needs to bring someone back is bones. Click, click, click. Something begins spinning in my brain. A question starts rolling through my mind, whirring fast and uncertain. I go to my laptop sitting on the desk against one wall. I open it and I start searching. What happens to the body of a Jane Doe? I skim several articles. In this day and age, patience isn't often required. With an internet connection, you can get the answer to just about any question within seconds or minutes. The answer I find is fairly straightforward. If the district can afford it, they'll bury the person. There will be a simple coffin and a priest will come out, but there will be no headstone. Or, if they choose the more economical route, the body will be cremated. My stomach drops. I sit back in my chair and absently look out over the lake. Archer King was a decayed corpse, and the necromancer still brought him back. My mother has been dead for 28 years. She wouldn't be much more than bones by this point. But what if she wasn't buried? Are ashes just as usable? My heart hammers with the possibility. What if? What if the woman I've never met, the woman who died only hours after I was born, could come back? What if I could get the chance to know her? What if she could get a second chance at life, because her first shot at it was far too short-lived? I'm not above taking a necromancer as hostage. I mean, even if his touch is death or something, since I'm alive, I'll just come back 20 minutes later. I'm a damn vampire. I'm strong, I'm fast, and I can't be killed. So it might be dangerous, but I'm pretty confident in my ability to take even him as a hostage. I get to my feet, retrieve my phone, and plug it in next to my computer to charge and reboot to life. Next, I do some searching. I never ended up farther than an hour from the place where me and my mother were found on the side of that highway. Thankfully, it's all within the same precinct. When you're always in the middle of nowhere, you cover a lot of ground. I look up the number, and just as my phone comes back alive, I dial it in. Hi, I'm trying to get some information on a Jane Doe that came in 28 years ago, I say when someone answers. The person hesitates for a moment, thrown at my odd request, but then transfers me to someone in records.
You the one looking for the Jane Doe?
A thick, bored-sounding voice answers. Yep, I answer. Might be a way back in the records. It was 28 years ago that she was brought in.
You realize they're called Jane Doe for a reason, right?
He asks rudely. I thought that might be why, I say in a tone. Look, I already know her name, not that it matters to you guys anyway. What I need to know is what was done with her remains. There's a pause again. For some reason, when you talk about graves and bodies, people get a little squeamish.
It's going to take me a while to find this. Do you happen to know the date she was brought in? Sure do, it's the same day as my birthday. I rattle it off. In the background, I hear the scratching sound of a pencil on paper.
And your name and number, miss? I'm gonna have to call you back when I find this info. Might take me a few days.
Once more, I give him what he needs. He mumbles.
I'll call you when I find it.
And he hangs up on me. I sit back in my chair and stare at my phone. What if? The possibility of it all sends tingles down my spine. My father is alive. Someday we might find him. But what if I could also get my mother back from the dead? What if? Chapter 14. 4 long days pass with no new information on the collector or Marcus. I am getting more anxious by the moment. Now that I have my own personal reasons for wanting to find the necromancer, I'm a lot more motivated to take action. When I should be resting and enjoying my time off work, I go out into the city. I wander the streets of Chicago, scanning faces in the crowd. We have managed to pull dozens of images of both Marcus and Archer. I've studied the pictures, and I'm confident I have both of their faces memorized. I make up excuses when I go out into the city to look for them. I'm running errands, quick trip to the bank or the grocery store. People have places they need to go, places they need to be, so no one bats an eye at my need to go out. I don my sunglasses and I disappear into the crowds. When you're trying to look for just 2 people, you start to realize just how many people live in the city. There are nearly 3 million people in Chicago. I don't love those odds. Less than 1 in a million? Not so great. On the first snowy Sunday of the year, someone calls in a body, found on the stairs of the Nocturne, the building owned by the Night Council. The police get involved. They have no choice considering it was called in. But the Night Council has connections here in the city. It's a necessity. Sigrid identifies the woman as one of her charges. She was a gifted. And now she is dead. Her appearance on the steps of the building is a blatant message. The collector is active, and he's living up to his name. Sebastian and I take her body to the morgue at the hospital. We zip her into a bag and roll her into the fridge. It's really hard not to imagine this woman is my mother. Archer killed her the same way. He took her gift and then left her body on the side of the highway. Revenge burns in my blood.
You okay?
Sebastian asks. I look over my shoulder at him and find he's studying me with furrowed brows. Fine, I say through nearly gritted teeth. And to make myself feel better about my mother's murderer running around the city, better for lying to Sebastian, I push him against a wall and take his mouth. Those hands are magic. Those lips work spells. I don't want to be in my head right now, and Sebastian is the perfect way to forget it all. Just as I shut off the water in the shower, I hear my phone buzzing on the counter. Stepping out, I grab a towel and wrap it around me, which is a very good thing because when I grab my phone, it's a FaceTime call from Roman. Why? Is all I ask when I answer his call, his face appearing on the screen. I glower when I see his surprised expression and his brows raise up into his hair.
Oh, shit, I didn't mean to hit the video,
he blurts, and then his brows furrow into a scowl.
I don't need to witness your after-dark activities with Sebastian, Juliet.
Screw you, I snarl. Sebastian isn't here, he's at the hospital. I was having a nice, relaxing evening at home with a shower hot enough to burn my skin off. You're the one who went and ruined my night. I swear that Roman blushes just a bit, and he glances away from the screen for a moment.
I don't need details,
he says in a low, slightly rough voice.
But I do need you tonight.
The words catch me off guard, and my own brows shoot up, and my eyes widen just a bit.
We got word of Archer's location.
Roman moves on and proves, thankfully, that he didn't mean what he just said in the way it sounded.
I'm sending in a team in 20 minutes. I was hoping you might be willing to help.
Of course, I say, as my heart instantly jumps into my throat. I lay the phone on the counter and dash into the attached closet, scrounging for clothes. Where should I meet you?
I'll text you the address,
he says.
But this is the building you're looking for.
With my pants tugged on and a bra in place, I take the phone again. For a second, I consider modesty, but Roman has seen me exactly like this before. On the screen, I see a building that looks like any other skyscraper in Chicago. It's old.
Meet us there.
Got it, I say, and Roman ends the call. I scrape my hair back into a messy bun at the top of my head. I don a black leather jacket, some heavy boots, and head out the door. Just as I step out into the hall, my phone vibrates with the location Roman just sent me. It's a 20-minute walk from here. Good thing it's dark, and a Tuesday night. The weather is also terrible. I don't have to worry too much about being seen if I move a little faster than your average human. Anyone else wouldn't even notice them. They're all dressed in black. They're all playing casual. One is sitting in a car pretending to scroll on his phone. Another couple is pretending to make out against a wall, but their lips never actually touch, and neither is looking at the other. A man wanders up and down an alleyway like a strung-out homeless person. But Roman stands across the street from that door, staring at it. He wears all black, and a black cap is pulled down low over his eyes. With his hands stuffed into the pockets of his jacket, he looks very broody. "How many bodies do you have here?" I ask. And I realize for the first time that I'm seeing this team of Romans. Up until this point, I've only ever seen him work alone. But I'd once been told that Roman is the second largest employer of supernaturals in Chicago.
9.
He answers, as he continues staring at the side door.
10, including you.
I nod. Who else is in there?
Marcus, Archer, obviously.
Roman rattles off. He looks down the street, watching as 2 more of his security detail arrive.
3 others.
Gifted? I question. Roman shakes his head.
I can't be sure, but I don't think so.
How do you finally find him? I ask.
Apparently, necromancers have a weakness for coffee,
Roman says as he arches an eyebrow.
His face was caught going to the same shop 3 days in a row. We were able to pull footage from other businesses in the area. We figured out what route he was taking to get to the shop, and from there, we found this camera,
he says, as he points up and behind him. There, under the alcove, I find a security camera.
He's been going in and out of that door.
So it seems you do actually know how to do your job, I say, defaulting back to sarcasm and jabs. Roman just casts a dark glare in my direction. Sorry, I automatically apologize. So what's the plan?
Storm the place,
Roman says as he watches his 10th person walk up, speaking to the couple who isn't really trying to pretend to make out anymore.
Detain them. We have a nerve agent that will knock anyone out who breathes it in.
Good thing vampires don't need to breathe that often, I say.
Exactly,
Roman says.
But we have to evaluate the situation. See how big the space is, how many people are in there. We need to evaluate how much to use, or we might kill anyone on the same floor.
This sounds messy, I note.
It's always messy in Chicago,
Roman says darkly as he steps forward, heading to his crew. Through the rain and the wickedly cold wind, I follow Roman.
Stay alert. Have your nerve agents ready,
Roman says. He never raises his voice to be heard over the wind, but I know every one of them can hear him perfectly. Every single person who's here ready to storm the building is a vampire. There are 9 quick nods, and then Roman doesn't hesitate as he walks right up the steps to that side door. We enter into a narrow and dark stairway. Instantly, I can hear music pumping through the walls, which is fortunate. We're 10 vampires who are light on our feet, but we're going to need every element of surprise we can get tonight. We climb higher up the stairway. The sounds coming through the thin walls change, fading from the music to what sounds like a couple fighting, to the sound of a blender running on high. And then, for a long stretch, there is nothing but silence. Higher we climb. And then I feel a change in the air pressure. The group as a whole moves slower, and I know the area ahead is about to open up. I listen hard. I hear the sound of 2 men talking, though it's low, and their words are muffled behind all the people in front of me. We step out onto a high balcony, And the moment I look down, I realize what this place is. It's a theater. There are a few hundred seats below us, and directly down, there is a stage. We walk out onto a high catwalk, where all the lights and ropes are. Roman doesn't have to give instructions. He simply walks silently across the narrow walkway, his team following after him. My heart is hammering. Alarm bells are starting to go off. You might be the only one who can get to him. Roman had said those words to me before. Are you willing to die for the people of Chicago? It's why I'm here, because when it comes down to it, I might be the only one who can take Archer King out, because I'll just keep coming back. But Roman is here too. So is his team. They're here, and that means they're willing to die for Chicago as well. Stupid. This is a stupid plan. I don't have a better one, but there had to be a better option than walking into the gift sucker's lair. I cast my eyes down, and there I find 5 people. I immediately recognize Marcus. There are 2 other men, lounging in old armchairs that have been hauled onto the stage. They both look like they're in their upper 40s. There's a folding table set up, and dozens of books cover its surface. There's a woman standing there, rifling through pages of an ancient-looking tomb. And standing across the table from her is Archer King. My stomach knots as I take him in. I know logically that he must be pushing 50, if not over. But he looks younger than that. He wears a slick and shiny black leather coat. His feet are adorned with heavy boots. And when I look at the face of my mother's killer, he looks like any other man. This man was buried in the ground just a week ago, a rotten corpse. But standing in front of us is a man of flesh and blood. His hair is to his shoulders. It hangs slightly greasy and wild. It's that color that's neither blonde nor brown. His brows hood intense eyes. His jaw is covered by a beard that matches his hair color. He might be handsome if he were more well-kept. But like this, he looks almost as if he'd blend right in with the homeless crowd coming to brave the storm outside. A lance of pain suddenly jolts through my stomach. I wince. Now is not the time to get taken down by nerves. I blink twice, shake my head, and brush it off. Stay focused, Juliet. How many people get the opportunity to face down their mother's killer? I shift to Roman's side, waiting for the order. How is this going to go? Maybe I should have gotten more details. Do we rip their heads off, their hearts out? Once they're knocked out, do we kill them? Or are we taking prisoners? Are we really going to wait for them to be knocked out before we make a move? Suddenly, I realize that I am wildly out of place here. I'm just reckless enough to come along on this mission without asking questions. But I'm a freaking doctor, not a soldier. Roman does know what the hell he's doing, so do his people here. Suddenly, I think that maybe I'm a liability. Another shot of pain streaks from my stomach up to my chest. It's all I can do to keep from grasping at my chest and yelling out in pain. Keep it together, Juliet. I hiss at myself internally. You need to end this, now, for your mother. I force myself not to think about the rising pain in my stomach and focus on what's happening down below. They're all talking. They mention names, places. They're discussing the gifted they've scouted out and who they're going to go after next. But as I look at Archer, a drop of fear sinks in my stomach. It looks like his lips are moving, just slightly, as if he should be muttering words, but I hear nothing. Another jolt of pain rips up to my core, to the back of my brain. One of the soldiers, just down the walkway from me, lets out a grunt, as if he feels the pain too. As I look at him, I see a drip of blood fall from his nose. In a panic, I look back down at Archer, and with dread dropping in my stomach, I watch as his eyes rise up, and a smile pulls at the corners of his mouth. And I know what's happening. Another of Roman's team members lets out a grunt of pain, and blood drips from his nose. Now, Roman bellows, even as the word comes out broken when he winces in pain. But I know. Roman has underestimated Archer King. A little gas isn't going to take them down. This is a man who ran rampant throughout the country for decades. We started meeting our defeat the second we stepped inside the building. Roman, I try to call out, but the words come up with a gasp of blood. It spills over my lips, and I can already feel myself suffocating on it. You have to get out. But I can't get any more words out. I cough. I gasp. But more blood comes out. I hear the others behind me gasping too. And I watch as a drip of blood falls from Roman's nose. So I don't stop. I don't hesitate. I rush at Roman. His eyes widen for just a second when he sees me rushing him, but I don't slow. My hands connect with his chest, and I shove him back with all the force I can muster. I throw him through the glass window behind him. Outside, down at least 10 stories, but outside of this building, hopefully away from the damage Archer is weaving. I turn, my vision going blurry. There's gas filling the space, and my lungs burn from it. In a panic, I take in one breath to hold, but my head spins faster at that. I watch as one man throws himself over the balcony, fangs bared, his eyes blood red. Archer waves a hand, and the man seems to lock up, unable to move. He hits the surface of the wood stage like he's a statue. I look around, searching for a weapon, anything to help, but my head is swimming. One by one, Roman soldiers are spewing blood. It runs out of their mouths as they gasp in pain. I watch it leak from that woman's eyes now. It drains out of another man's ears. We're dying. They're dying. He hasn't staked them. He hasn't beheaded them. But they're dying, and no part of me doubts it.
I told you we should have moved yesterday,
I hear Archer say, and his voice sends a chill down my spine. He killed my mother. I watched him do it. Malcolm's vision was both a blessing and a curse. Because of it, I know this man's face. I saw what he did.
You all bested me once,
Archer says, his voice dark, dangerous.
It won't happen again. This will be a new Chicago.
One man collapses to the walkway, and I hear him take a gasping breath. There's so much blood. It makes the ground beneath my feet slick. As I reach a hand up, I wipe at my nose, and my hand comes away coated in blood. A woman stumbles, smacking her head on the railing, and once she hits the ground, she doesn't move again. I can't let us be bested like this. We're dying. They're all about to die, and I'm about to go with them. How confident am I actually that I'll wake up again? Doesn't matter now. It's too late. So I grab one of the massive lights beside me. It's huge. It must weigh 300 pounds. With every ounce of strength I have left, I heave that light over the railing, and it crushes right on top of the two men sitting in the chairs. With a feral yell that fills every inch of this theater, Archer turns to me, his eyes instantly finding mine. And, with another bellow, he raises his hands. Everything in me explodes, and I watch as the last of Roman's soldiers collapse. Chapter 15.
Come on, Juliet.
The sound is very far away, very hollow. The rush builds up inside of me. My soul, my body, my core being surges faster, faster, faster. The world shakes. It's a never-ending earthquake, and it's going to shake me right apart until I have no limbs, no head, just a stump of a trunk.
Wake up, Juliet.
And with one last adrenaline rush that erupts me into the real world, a gasp rips from my chest, and my eyes open.
Shit, finally,
Roman breathes as he looks heavenward, as if in a prayer of gratitude. Blood drips from his nose, and there's a huge gash on his forehead.
I started thinking you weren't going to wake up this time.
What? I begin asking, but my stomach rolls and angry lightning bolts of pain shoot through my abdomen. Whoa, I don't feel so good. And then I feel it all surge up in me. I twist to the side, and I vomit blood. So much blood. Roman curses.
Come on, we have to get you to Sebastian.
Suddenly, I feel Roman's arms scoop under my shoulder blades in the back of my knees. The world spins even more, and a lance of pain rips through my stomach. A cry of pain escapes my lips before I give it permission. Roman curses again. He's full of all kinds of bad words right now.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
With a gasp, I search for air. My eyes slide open again, and for the first time, I realize where we are. We're still in the theater. Somehow, I ended up on the stage. There are the men I crushed. They're dead, and parts of their bodies are no longer attached. But there, to the left, I see another body. There, on the far side of the stage, I see one more. And blood. I see so much blood. Roman, I whisper, are they?
They're dead,
He confirms as he crosses the stage, stepping over a body. One of his guys.
all of them.
Where's Archer? I suddenly gape, trying to wriggle out of Roman's arms so I can be on my feet when he attacks again. But a shot of pain rips from my navel to my brain. I feel blood rush from my nose, and when I reach up to wipe at it, I find my hands are already covered in blood.
He's gone,
Roman says, as he tightens his grip on me so I can't get away. He descends the stairs, and chills prickle my arms.
He and Marcus and that woman split. When I came back inside the building after you threw me out of that window, they were gone.
It's my turn to breathe a curse. What the hell did he do to us? I feel like my insides have been liquefied. This is different from last time. I didn't wake up with a stake wound last time.
Archer used a gift against you,
Roman says, as he pushes a door open and steps out into the frigid night.
He knew what he was doing.
Suddenly, his grip on me tightens just slightly, and I look up to meet his eyes.
You saved my life, Juliet,
he says quietly.
You might have cracked my damn head open, and definitely broke half a dozen bones, but you saved my life.
Again, I point out. I've always had a hard time breaking bad habits. And it's not just the pain that ignites in me when Roman crooks just a little bit of a smile, but the pain wins out. It rips through my liver, my kidneys, my stomach rolls again, and with a surge, another wave of blood erupts from my mouth. I turn my head barely in time not to get it all over me and Roman.
Shit.
Roman breathes again, and the world is a complete blur of speed and pain. And then suddenly, I'm staring up at the familiar, blinding fluorescent lights overhead.
Sebastian!
Roman bellows. My eyes flutter open, but the light is so bright, I can't focus them.
Sebastian!
There's a clattering sound, and then I hear a panicked gasp.
Juliet!
I've never heard a word spoken with such fear and panic.
What the hell happened?
I hear Sebastian bellow, and then I'm jostled as I'm transferred from Roman's arms to Sebastian's, and the world erupts into an entirely new level of pain. I can't help the scream that rips from my lips.
Archer,
Roman spews.
We got word of his location, and she and I went in with a team. Why the hell would you drag her with you?
Sebastian snarls as I'm laid out on a bed. I can make out his blurry face, and I've never seen it hold so much anger. I mutter, trying to get a grasp on words as everything swirls into a hurricane of blood and pain. I wanted to go.
I don't know what he did,
Roman continues explaining as Sebastian sets to my examination.
He just liquefied everyone from the inside out. Juliet.
He hesitates for a moment, and as my head lolls to the side, I catch sight of his face with clarity, just for a moment. He's conflicted. But I see resolve quickly settle into his eyes.
Juliet is the only one that survived. But I see you walking around still.
Sebastian barks as I feel a prick in my arm, and then a rush of hot liquid pouring through my veins.
She threw me out a damn window the second she realized what was happening.
Roman snaps back.
She saved your broody ass?
Sebastian quips. He presses lightly on my stomach, and another cry of agony rips from me. The edges of the room start getting darker.
I never asked her to.
Roman growls.
Have you never met Juliet?
The words start sounding fuzzy and far away.
Of course she walked into fire. You better hope she pulls through this, you bastard, or I will cut every one of your organs out of your body and feed them to you.
I try to open my mouth to tell Sebastian to calm down.
He doesn't have the whole story, and I know he'll do anything, even go way too far to save me. But my mouth and head are full of cotton, and I don't hear another word as the world dissolves. I'm the heaviest thing that has ever existed in the world. My arms each weigh as much as a 747. Each of my legs is the biggest tree in the redwood forest. And my head? My head is definitely the weight of the entire freaking moon. I feel seared, like a rapid fire has burned through my entire body. Everything feels in place, but everything in me is ravaged. And it takes every ounce of strength I can muster to blink my eyes open. I find the familiar ceiling tiles of the hospital. Mercifully, the lights are turned off. I hear the beep of a heart monitor. I hear the compression of oxygen and realize there's a cannula in my nose pushing oxygen into my system.
Juliet.
I hear a whisper. As I turn my head to the side, Sebastian jolts to his feet. I didn't realize he was holding my hand, but suddenly there's more compression on it as he squeezes it. Sebastian, I say, my voice coming out as a hoarse croak. And he breaks. The moment I say his name, Sebastian's beautiful, always composed face crumples. His skin is splotchy and red. His lips draw thin, and his already reddened eyes well with tears. He crumples into me, gripping me so hard it's hard to breathe. With his face pressed to the side of my neck, I feel his hot tears fall from his face, rolling down my skin. And slowly, I find the use of my arms, raising them just enough to hold onto him.
I thought I was going to lose you.
He breathes as he trails his lips over the heat of my neck.
Shit, Juliet. Why?
I'm okay, Sebastian, I say roughly, as one of my hands raises to lace into his hair, cradling him against me. I think. He backs up just enough to look me in the eyes, one of his hands coming to the side of my face.
Archer King liquefied your insides with a few words. You should have melted from the inside out.
But I didn't, I say, trying to smile for him, so I can make that utter fear and panic ebb from his expression. And is that what happened? Because it sure felt like it.
This is serious, Juliet,
Sebastian says, his brows furrowing, and I know I've taken it too far when things are still this raw.
Archer just killed 8 of Roman's best people, and you miraculously walked away, only to nearly die in my arms. Juliet.
He gasps as tears continue to stain his cheeks, and he takes my hand in his, holding it against his chest so hard it hurts.
Do you know what would have happened to me if you died?
His words are completely desperate gasps. His entire body is trembling, and tears prick in my own eyes. Sebastian was married before, to a woman he loved. He had children, and in the end, they died a horrible death, burned alive, and he could do nothing to save them.
I would lose my mind if I were to lose you.
He breathes as he presses his forehead to mine.
I can't.
And he can't seem to find the words. I'm sorry, I mutter as I cup the side of his face, my lips only a breath from his. I'm sorry. I didn't know what we were walking into, but I had to do something. If I could help, I'm going to help.
Let Roman do his job,
Sebastian says, and his tone is completely desperate. His lower lip is trembling. His hands are shaking so hard, I grip the one he holds harder to try to calm him. He shakes his head.
I can't lose you, Juliet. I can't. Please.
He presses his forehead to mine again. Tears roll down my own face. Sebastian's pain is palpable. It's all-consuming. And I feel everything in me cracking. Every self-protective wall I've ever built, he is blowing bullet holes in them. Sebastian is completely falling apart because he thought he was going to lose me.
I swear I will protect you,
Sebastian says, as his eyes slide open and meet mine. I see determination there, strength, intense honesty.
I won't let anyone hurt you, ever again. I'll burn down the entire damn world if I have to.
My heart is racing. The breath catches in my throat, and my entire soul is on fire.
Sebastian rubs his thumb over my bottom lip, staring into my eyes with so much conviction it's hard to breathe.
I love you, Juliet.
He confesses in a steady breath. The emotions rush inside of me, pushing those tears closer to the surface, forcing them down my cheeks. Now I'm the one who's trembling. No man has ever said those words to me and meant them in the way Sebastian does. And looking into his eyes, I know I've never felt like this for any other man. A tiny sob escapes my mouth as I pull his lips to mine, taking his soul as mine, giving him my own soul in return. I'm frantic, desperate. I've found him, the man who treasures me but isn't scared of my past. In part because of it, he loves me. I love you too, Sebastian, I say, feeling as if I'm going to be completely consumed by the words. I feel a smile form on his face, and he lets out just the slightest relieved breath. He cups his hand behind my neck, holding me so close. I can feel his fear, his relief, his desperation in every surface of his immortal being.
I can't have spent a century looking for you, only to lose you just as we're beginning,
he says. I hear excitement building in his tone.
Juliet.
He shakes his head.
I've spent so long hating the world and thinking I was never going to find happiness again. And now my heart doesn't even exist in my own chest anymore. You're holding it in your hands.
His eyes rise to mine. There's so much passion in them, so much fire.
I think I'm going to need you to hold on to it for the rest of my life.
Suddenly, my heart goes really still. I feel my expression slacken, and the world gets really, really quiet. But looking into Sebastian's eyes, it's easy, so damn easy to see down the line of the rest of our lives. And when I imagine the rest of my life, it's impossible to see it with anyone except him. You mean you're not going to get sick of my snarky mouth in a month? I ask, even as a smile starts pulling on my lips. You're not going to get tired of me questioning every person who tries to walk into our lives because I kind of believe that everyone is a monster deep down? A sly smile, the one I've grown to love so much, crosses Sebastian's lips. He shakes his head and leans in closer, kissing me softly, slowly.
I love this damn mouth,
he says softly.
And we're all monsters, Juliet. But we'll judge all the other monsters from afar, together.
How? How does he know the thoughts in my head? The anger and the hurt and the bitterness? How is this man an outer reflection of myself? And what if I'm vain? I ask. My words come out breathy and quiet because suddenly I'm overwhelmed by the future. It's so damn clear, and that's never happened before. I've never known what was coming, not really. What if I want it all? The party, all the guests, the dress, the flowers, the big trip after. What if I want the home and every single night after? Every damn one.
Then we'll be vain together,
Sebastian says, as a wry smile grows on his lips and he takes my own. My lips part, and his breath filling my lungs is exactly what I need, exactly what I've been searching for my entire life.
I swear it, Juliet. All of it.
I love this man. I love him for exactly who he is, and how we can be brutally honest and ourselves together. And we're on the same page. This is no party we're talking about. It's a wedding. And the whole city will watch as I become Dr. Juliet Vincent. Chapter 16. And how long has she been missing? Sigrid asks the man standing in the center of the ballroom.
She hasn't just gone missing,
the man says with angry tears.
She's been kidnapped. Can you describe them?
Roman asks. He leans forward, his elbows braced on the surface of the table.
You said you saw security footage.
June was grabbed by a big man with brilliant red hair, the man says. Tattoos up both arms.
And your husband?
Roman asks as every set of eyes in the room shifts over to the woman standing beside the man. It was two women, both of them with black hair. They stuck a needle in his neck.
He collapsed and they dragged him into an SUV.
Shit.
Yesterday, there were reports of the kidnapping of 2 gifted. When Sigrid got 2 more frantic calls, she'd called a meeting of the Night Council. So here we are, hearing the disturbing tale of 2 more kidnappings, both of gifted Chicagoans.
That description doesn't match Marcus or the woman we saw with Archer,
Roman says darkly as he looks down the table at me. I shake my head in confirmation.
which means more of Archer's followers have arrived in the city.
Mason says. The cult is gathering. Elena sighs as she leans back in her seat. Warren put an intention on the barrier when Pablo was still hunting me, I say, as the idea sparks. Could he do the same thing again, this time for anyone entering the city looking for Archer? I do believe so, Sigrid says, considering the idea and nodding in approval. I will call my son.
I can keep guards all around the city,
Roman says.
If we can activate someone to track them down the second they cross the threshold, we might just be able to catch them, and get them to tell us where Archer is currently hiding.
We are so sorry for what has happened, Mason says, as he stands and pulls the crying wife into his arms.
We're going to do whatever we can to get your husband back, and put an end to this once and for all.
She doesn't say anything. She simply clutches Mason, softly sobbing against his chest. Out of all the council members, Mason is undoubtedly the most compassionate. It's been 8 days since Roman and I stormed the theater, and I died my 4th death. Roman's team has caught Marcus's face on a security camera, but they have yet been able to track him down. Over the past 3 days, 7 gifted individuals have been kidnapped. Archer is escalating. Sebastian's phone rings. He takes it out, glances at the ID, and walks away from the table to answer it. I think it's time you order a full lockdown for any gifted in the city, Elena says, as she looks over at Sigrid. They can't keep putting their lives at risk. Until Archer is caught, we can't risk any more lives. Easier said than done, Sigrid says with a sigh. Until it affects them personally, people are stubborn and don't take kindly to disruptions to their lives. A body was dropped on the steps of this building, I say incredulously. What do we need to do? Bring the next one around to each of their houses for them to see the reality of what's happening? A wail sings out through the ballroom, and Mason looks back at me with a sharp glare. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We are not alone here. We have 2 grieving loved ones in our presence. I'm really sorry, I offer. That was insensitive. But please, tell the others. If they don't understand, we have to make them understand to keep them safe. Sigrid glances over at Sebastian, and when she sees his grim expression, she stands, her hands on the tabletop. The Night Council will do everything in our power to bring your loved ones home. Until then, a member of the security detail will escort you home. Please, try to get some rest. The woman nods, wiping tears away as a guard steps to her side and guides her to the door. The man looks at Sigrid like he wants to say more, to demand she do more, but what is there? So, when one of Roman's guards walks to his side, he silently turns and walks out. What is it? Sigrid asks. Her words come out as a hiss, but they're also laced with dread. Sebastian slides his phone into his pocket and, with a heavy expression, walks back to the table.
A body was dropped at the door to my office. It's the woman who went missing yesterday.
Body. A body was dropped at his door, not a woman. Archer kills them when he takes their gifts. Elena curses loudly. We need to end this, now. More bodies mean more questions, which means more attention from the police, and then the news. How long can this go on before certain keywords on the news trigger listening ears and watching eyes?
We might need to send someone to distract the Alloways,
Mason says, as he slides his hands into his pockets. I had almost forgotten. There are supposed to be royal vampires who keep their regions in check. Chicago falls under the rule of the House of Alloway, but I remember someone calling them a couple of idiots.
I think I have just the person for the job,
Mason says with a low growl.
Let's do it,
Sebastian says.
The last thing we need right now is a royal poking their nose into the city.
Mason nods and turns away from the group, his cell phone to his ear.
I need to get to the hospital,
Sebastian says. If we keep all the bodies in the morgue, maybe we can get our hands on that necromancer and bring them back, I say, as the idea strikes. Inspiration dawns on Sebastian's face.
I like the way you think. Archer might be hard to get hands on, but Marcus only has one gift. Roman, I'll bring him in myself,
he says. He rises from the table, and I don't know if I've ever seen so much darkness in his eyes. Pablo evaded him once, but he wasn't hurting anyone. It was just me he wanted. But now, this cult is a threat to the entire city, and people are dying. Without another word, Roman goes straight for the door, and he's kind of terrifying looking. Like the ultimate predator, he stalks out of sight, disappearing into the night.
I'm going to meet with Stephen now,
Mason says, as he hangs up the call.
He'll keep the royals distracted. I'll have him on a plane in an hour.
All the others nod, and we watch as he, too, disappears out the doors. I better get going, Sigrid says as she collects her things. It is going to be a long night for me. Would you like some help? I offer, always eager to spend time with my distant aunt. Nope, I'm taking you home with me. Elena jumps in, hooking her arm through mine. Excuse me? Why? I react automatically. Rude, she barks back. You should go with Elena, Sigrid says, and my head whips in her direction as my brows furrow. If you don't want me going with you, I'm going with Sebastian back to the hospital, I bark.
Juliet, go with Elena,
Sebastian says, a slight sigh in his voice.
What the hell?
I stare at each of them with my mouth slightly agape. Why are they all ganging up on me? Come on, Elena says, as she leans into me. I haven't talked to you in weeks, and I need to catch up on all the juicy details of your life. Fine, I say begrudgingly, because I'm realizing what's happening. All three of them are worried I'm going to run off and do something crazy since there's so much going on.
I'll make you some creme brulee when I get done tonight,
Sebastian says, in a peace offering as he steps forward and places a kiss to my forehead. You're a conniving one, I accuse, even though a smile is tugging on one corner of my mouth.
Always,
he says, with a wide grin as he walks backward toward the door.
By the way, emerald, marquee, square, cushion, oval.
And my face flushes brilliant red with his questions and the knowing look on his face. Evil. Evil, evil, evil. He knows exactly what he's doing, asking that in front of Elena. Surprise me, I answer, because it's honestly what I'd prefer. He looks very pleased at my answer, and, with a wink, he turns around and disappears out the door. What the hell? Juliet? Elena practically erupts the moment he's out of sight. Is he meaning what I think he's meaning? I'm so red. I know that I am a brilliant red tomato, and I'm going to make Sebastian pay later for doing this to me. Maybe? I say, drawing out the word with a cringe. You owe me details, Sigrid says with shocked eyes, even as she heads for the door. I have a busy night ahead, but you will tell me everything later. I nod in agreement, knowing I'm turning a few shades deeper. Are you serious? Elena gasps as she takes my arms, shaking me just slightly. You and Sebastian are getting married? Her volume increases with each spoken word. Calm down, I hiss. I swipe her hands off me and take a step back from her, placing my hands on my hips with one deep, steadying breath. Look, he hasn't actually proposed yet, but yes, we've talked about it. And talked about it seriously? Elena asks for clarification, both brows arched. Because I didn't even know the L word had been proclaimed. Apparently, we need to talk a lot more often. My heart is sprinting right now. I'm full of all kinds of emotions. But as I look at my best friend, I realize how much I have missed her. Elena, you weren't there when Roman brought me into the hospital after Archer's massacre, I say, and my stomach sinks, remembering how Sebastian fell apart. I've never felt like this about anyone, and Sebastian would most certainly murder everyone in the world for you, she fills in, without a second's hesitation. I chuckle, then pucker my lips inward between my teeth, embarrassed that the statement makes me so damn giddy. Hell, this is fast, Juliet, Elena says, blinking rapidly as she turns away from me, searching the ballroom like it holds the answers to all the recent problems. But I don't know. It makes sense. You seem happy. Sebastian is obviously purring like a kitten. So what the hell does it matter if you've only known each other for 6 months and you were with someone else for 2 of those? My stomach sinks at that. And it must be obvious because when Elena turns and sees my face, her own matches it. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that, she apologizes. That doesn't even matter. I'm not upset about it, I swear. It's not like we're getting married tomorrow, I say, my voice coming out flat and quiet. We haven't even talked about a date. Hey, I'm really sorry, Elena says as she steps forward, pulling me into her arms. I didn't mean to be a bitch. I really am happy for you. If you're happy, I'm happy. She pulls me back so she can get a good look at me, her eyes dropping up and down the length of me. You know what this means, right? Oh, no. I do know what this means. We get to go wedding dress shopping, she says, with a jovial, mischievous grin. So, don't schedule that wedding sooner than the next 6 months. Chapter 17. A dozen people die the next day. And I'm not being dramatic. Roman's crew kills 9 people trying to come into Chicago, looking to join Archer. A more sympathetic person might have just taken them prisoner, but Roman is a savage, and the entire city knows it. And during the brightest part of the day, 3 bodies are dropped on the steps of the Night Council building. And it's public. The bodies are seen. The police are called. And the Night Council has to deal with the police for the next few hours, negotiating their silence. I do miss out on some things. I'm not a council member. I don't have to deal with the really messy things like buying police off and making things go away before the media can catch wind. But I'm here when the black van pulls up to the back of the hospital. Dressed in my scrubs and a lab coat, I help Sebastian unload the bodies. The woman's husband, the man's wife, and a girl that can't be more than 16 years old. This is awful, I say, through a thick throat as I push the girl into the refrigerator of the morgue. All these people, all these gifts. How many did you say Archer killed last time?
29, that we know of,
Sebastian reports grimly. I stand with my hands braced on the cool steel door and shake my head. And who knows how many others he killed and stole gifts from before he came to Chicago. I don't think we can even imagine the power he has right now.
Not every gift is all that useful or strong,
Sebastian says. I turn, leaning against the refrigerator, and watch him sink back into a chair.
But it's a numbers game. He's gotten his hands on some powerful people.
The gears turn in my head. He has to have an end goal with this. Right now, it's obviously just about greed. He's just taking whatever he can left and right. But then, where does this all lead? What is he going to do with all these abilities that he's acquired? Sebastian curses and shakes his head.
It's going to get to the point where we can't stop him. People who like to take don't tend to stop. That man could ruin this city, hell, the whole country, if he just keeps building in power.
My head hangs, and the weight of this all feels heavy on my chest.
We'll get him, Juliet,
Sebastian says, and his arms wrap around me, pulling me into his chest.
And we'll kill him. We did it once before. We will do it again.
But time is ticking, and day by day, he's growing more powerful. More and more bodies are dropping. Sebastian's phone rings, and reluctantly, he lets go of me and pulls it from his pocket.
Roman, give me good news,
he says, holding my gaze.
I'm on my way to the hospital.
I hear him on the other end.
I've got the necromancer. I may have used a little excessive force. We'll be at the emergency room doors in about 3 minutes.
Sebastian curses, and his eyes go wide as he looks at me. But neither of us hesitates as we go straight for the doors.
What are we dealing with? I may have tackled him over the edge of a building,
Roman answers begrudgingly.
He's in one piece, but he's unconscious. There are definitely a few broken bones.
Seems Roman took a play out of my book.
We'll be ready,
Sebastian growls as he hangs up and we burst into the hall that leads to the emergency room. The second we step through the doors, we're both barking orders, trying to prepare for whatever is about to come. Broken bones, concussions, collapsed lungs, lesions, they're all possibilities. We need Marcus Lontalk to survive. We need him to bring half a dozen people back from the dead. Adrenaline surges through my blood, and even though we're awaiting the arrival of a definite villain, and knowing he can bring people back from the dead gives me the creeps, I find myself bouncing lightly on the balls of my feet in anticipation. This is what I live for. 60 seconds later, Roman's black SUV screeches to a halt outside the doors, and half a dozen personnel jump into action. As they load him onto a gurney, I fire off a quick text to Sigrid, letting her know that she needs to come in. And just a second later, they roll Marcus Lontalk through our doors. I can already tell his left arm is broken, the kind of broken that's going to take surgery and pins to put back in the right shape. There are 3 huge gashes going down the right side of his face. His breathing is labored and rough. So we launch into action. I don't even spare one glance at Roman as we set to diagnosing all the damage caused by the fall. We treat the most urgent things first. A collapsed lung, the internal bleeding. We stitch up his face. An MRI scans his brain, and while there is swelling, it's already going down. And then I follow Sebastian as we wheel him into the operating room. His arm is a mess. The bones are shattered, and it takes 4 plates and 15 pins to put it back into shape. He is going to be screwed up for a while, but he'll live. Good. He doesn't deserve to die and get away with all of this. A tech rolls Marcus into a private room, and I look down the hall to see Sigrid waiting impatiently. Her face is pale, but her expression shows the rage and vengeance rolling through her mind. I wave her toward us, and we all step into the room, me, Sigrid, Sebastian, and Roman.
You just about broke him in every way possible,
Sebastian growls, casting his gaze at Roman.
But he's going to survive.
How long until he wakes up? Sigrid asks. I glance up at the clock. It's 5 a.m. We've been working on him for 6 hours straight.
We need the swelling to keep going down in his brain, but it's looking good. We're keeping him under for at least 6 more hours. After that, he will just have to wake up at his own pace.
And then we can make him bring back those Archer killed? Sigrid asks, her entire body strained, tight.
Hopefully,
Sebastian answers honestly.
We won't know his full mental state until he wakes up.
Her lips thin, her skin pale, Sigrid nods.
I'm keeping a guard over him until we need him,
Roman says. He pulls out his cell phone and texts somebody.
I need to get back to my team. 2 other cult members tried to cross the barrier since we've been in here.
He glances back up.
Call me as soon as he wakes up. We need to interrogate him. We'll use whatever force needed to get him to tell us where Archer King is hiding.
I simply nod, and he and Sigrid both stride out. My eyes slide over to Sebastian, and he scrubs his hands over his face. He might be an immortal vampire, but it's been over a week since either of us has slept. Let's go home, I say, reaching out for his hand. We need to get some rest. There's nothing else we can do right now.
"'Kay,"
he mutters, following me out the door. Together, we walk 3 blocks to Sebastian's building. When we step into the elevator, I step into Sebastian, wrapping my arms around his waist. He settles his chin on top of my head, and neither one of us says anything as we rise dozens of stories into the sky. Just as we step into the penthouse, the blinds begin automatically closing, signaling the rising of the sun.
"You want to shower first?"
Sebastian asks. As I look back at him, my eyes slide down the length of him. Something hungry, something wicked sparks in me. Maybe we just run down to the courthouse right now, and then we can both shower at the same time. That wicked smile pulls on his mouth, and he steps forward. He hooks his fingers into my pockets and draws me to him, our fronts lining up.
Juliet Doe, you are quite the temptress, but I promised you every vain option. I promised you the event of the century. I keep my promises.
Oh, fine, I say teasingly, and walk away from him to go find his shower. We spend a lot more time in my apartment than his penthouse. But as I walk through Sebastian's bedroom, something occurs to me. If we're getting married, we are going to move into the same place. I don't see Sebastian downgrading to my apartment, and as I look around, I know this place is amazing. Do I see myself living here? Could I come to feel like this place is my home? All of the places I've ever called my own were dumps. Since the moment I turned 18 and took off to live on my own, I've barely scraped by. I lived wherever was cheapest, but they were my places. They were my space. And even though they were crap, I still loved them. I really like the apartment where I live now, but even that place isn't mine. Sebastian owns it, and even though I pay him rent, it still doesn't feel like it's mine. It still kind of feels like he was doing me a favor by setting me up in it. I wash my hair, scrub down my entire body to clean the dead off of me. When I get out of the shower, I wander into Sebastian's closet and come up with a black t-shirt that is large enough. It covers most everything. With bare feet, I pad back out into the living area to find Sebastian unloading the dishwasher. The moment his eyes land on me, they trail down my bare legs, taking every bit of me in.
I've changed my mind,
he growls as he stalks across the kitchen. I can't help but smirk at my success in seducing my boyfriend. He grips me around the hips, spins me, and then pins me against the island.
The courthouse opens at 9.
He whispers against the hollow beneath my ear.
Let's go.
I chuckle, very, very pleased at his reaction. He hooks his hands under my arms and lifts me to sit on the very edge of the counter. With his hip, he pushes my legs open and steps between them. Watching his face, loving every reaction, I loop my arms behind his neck. You're a man of your word, remember? I tease.
We've all had to break promises every now and then,
he says, as he brushes his lips from the lobe of my ear down my neck, where he grazes his teeth against my skin, sending a wave of goosebumps flashing over my skin. I say, shaking my head. What would all our friends think?
Trust me when I say I don't give a damn,
he mutters as he sucks at the side of my neck, and it's everything I can do to keep my eyes from rolling back in my head. And I realize I am friends with Elena, with Mason, with Sigrid, not Roman because he's a moody prick, but to Sebastian they're co-workers, not friends. Does Sebastian have friends? Though I get it, I'm not good at making friends either. Most people can only handle so much grief in another person's past. I wanted to pose a situation for you, I say, as I lean back from him just to put a bit of space between us. His eyes are hazy, and his fingers grip at my hips tightly, but he takes in a breath, doing his very best to think clearly.
I'm all ears,
he says, even though his gaze trails down me again, landing on my hip as his hand slides from it, down my thigh. When these devious plans have been executed and you make an honest woman out of me, where are we going to live? My stomach knots asking the question, because I am the one in the vulnerable position here. I don't have anything, and he has everything. His expression sobers, and his eyes narrow just slightly as he thinks about my question. And he doesn't answer immediately, and that is exactly the reaction I had hoped for.
I always assumed here, though, to be honest, I haven't given that aspect much consideration,
he admits.
But honestly, Juliet, it doesn't matter. So long as I have you, I couldn't care less where we live.
My chest warms as the smile pulls on my lips. Then you wouldn't have a problem with it if you and I picked out a place together? If we both applied for a loan, went in on the title 50-50 and everything? Once again, Sebastian takes his time in considering. He doesn't just fire off a thoughtless response. Everything he does is careful and calculated.
We can find a mansion in Old Town. We can renovate a tiny hovel in the south side,
he says gently. He reaches up, cupping the side of my face, running his thumb over my jaw.
I hold no attachment to this place. I will do whatever it takes for us to find our home.
He pulls me closer to him, wrapping his arms around my waist. And the smile flutters onto my lips. I feel at peace, because for the first time in my life, I have the space to be myself, to voice my fears and my worries, and to not be seen as dramatic or broken. I love you, I say softly as I look up into his dark eyes. He cradles my face, and I've never felt more seen, more understood.
I love you more than anything, Juliet.
Marcus stares at us with bold determination, his lips firmly closed.
You do realize that you may be able to summon the dead, but we can make your life very painful,
Roman says, as he places his hands flat on the bed, leaning forward. Do you know how long it's been since I've had a taste of fresh blood? Elena says. Her eyes flash red, black veins sprouting around them, and she gives him a deadly smile, showing off her lengthening fangs. You look like you'd taste sweet. Marcus's expression looks a little more panicked. He's been staring at us, all 6 of us, silently for half an hour, refusing to speak a word. He has answered no questions about Archer. He's offered no insights into what is coming, and we haven't been able to convince him to bring back those Archer killed.
Did you know that there are more than 20 arteries in the human body?
Sebastian says. His own eyes flash red, and there's something about seeing him like this, in his full element, proof of the immortal he is, that sends a spark of want through me.
You are surrounded by 4 vampires, who could each take one of the major ones, and you'd be drained in about 4 seconds. You've dealt with plenty of death, I would guess, but are you ready to face it yourself?
Marcus breathes just a little heavier. Did you also know that there are 206 bones in your body? I say, my voice turning low and sweet. Have you seen how fast a vampire can move? You're facing 2 vampires who are also doctors. We know what breaks are most painful, or, how to tear you apart in ways that won't kill you. That sounds effective too. I reach out a hand and wrap my fingers around one of his own and apply just a little bit of pressure.
Okay,
he instantly shouts.
Take me to the bodies. You're a smart man,
Mason says.
All these vampires are complete savages.
I press the button to raise Marcus's bed, and Sebastian rolls a wheelchair to the side of it. Marcus might be awake, but he's not in great shape. I reach for his good arm to help him into the wheelchair when he yanks his hand back with a hiss.
Do not touch me, bloodsucker,
he growls, glowering at me with dark eyes. Oh, we're going to sling names? I ask with snark. Trust me, I am well versed in the art of Shakespearean-level insults. You do not want to start with me, corpse fondler. That gains me a few reactions of shock and entertainment, but I don't look at them. I grab Marcus's arm, snap him forward without jostling his broken parts, and land him in the wheelchair. He falls back into it with a shocked and pained groan. With a satisfied chuckle, Sebastian wheels him out of the room. This is why I love you, Elena says, as she walks beside me. The staff watches with pale faces and dead, focused eyes. The nurses, the doctors, the other patients. Most of them are aware of what really goes on in Chicago, so most of them know exactly who this man is and what he's been helping the collector do. We roll out of the emergency room, down the hall, and finally, we enter the morgue. I wonder, do you have any kind of understanding of the effects of losing a loved one? Sigrid asks. I cross to the refrigerator and one by one begin pulling out the bodies of those Archer has killed. To you, death is nothing, but to everyone else, it is heartbreaking. Losing a loved one. Sigrid shakes her head and leans down to look Marcus right in the eyes. It changes people. It ruins lives. Marcus glares at Sigrid with those dark eyes. He keeps his lips sealed, and he sits there like a defiant teenager.
Let's get to it,
Roman says.
I don't have a lot of patience, and time is still ticking. You do it now, or I might decide you don't really have a need for your left foot.
Marcus glances at Roman, a true spark of fear in his eyes, beneath the defiance. But he nods forward for Sebastian to roll him closer. And when his wheelchair is placed between two of the sliders, he reaches a hand up to either one. His right arm is heavily casted, but his fingertips are still exposed. Those he gently touches the woman with. The room instantly grows frigid. The morgue is always cold, but this is something different. This feels haunted and cursed. The space grows quiet. My ears feel muffled. And when I look at Marcus, his eyes are entirely black. He begins muttering words, staring straight ahead, unblinking. And as he begins speaking, I feel this rush, as if there is something sprinting through the room, though there isn't a single hair on anyone's head that ruffles. But there's something. I feel something. Marcus's words grow faster, more frantic, though I still can't understand what he's saying. But colder the room grows. And then instantly, that rushing sensation stops, and both the man and the woman sit up with a gasp. Every single one of us slide back a step with a start, knees bent, hands rolling into fists, fangs lengthening in mouths. Every single one of us prepares for the unknown. But both of them simply sit there on their sliders, breathing hard and fast. Both of their eyes are foggy, glazed over with death. Their skin is pale and slightly opaque looking. They look dead. But every one of us can see them breathing. Where am I? The woman asks.
Why can't I see?
The man asks in a panic. Marcus releases the both of them, and his hands move to the other two, both on the sliders beneath the two he has brought back from the dead. Again, that cold fills the room. The rushing once more begins. And I wonder, is it their spirits? If that is the difference between life and death, it would make sense. If our spirits, our souls, leave our bodies when we die, part of bringing someone back from the dead would be to put those spirits back into the body. Suddenly, it feels disturbing, the feeling of the rush in the room. What if that spirit collides with me? Now I'm just being dramatic.
Just stay put for a few moments,
Sebastian says to the two who just woke up.
We can explain everything shortly.
You can trust us for now, Sigrid says.
And she's braver than I am. She steps forward, taking the woman's hand. She still looks dead. I don't want to touch that cold, rubbery feeling flesh.
Please stay where you are.
And just a minute later, the other two come back to life with a gasp. Marcus's gift is powerful. I wonder how many other gifts can be this powerful. He has control over death. I want to know the bounds of his ability, but that's the wicked part of me. When I think about it, it's kind of amazing he hasn't been taken prisoner before. Grieving people are desperate. When you love someone enough, you'd do just about anything to bring them back. Or so I assume. Just a few minutes later, Archer's last victim rises from death. Good, Roman says, as soon as the necromancer removes his hand from the last victim. Now, you and I are going to have a long chat about what you can expect from here on out. Without another backward glance, or advice on how to keep the necromancer breathing, Roman wheels him out of the morgue. Good grief. Who knows what the hell Roman is going to do to him? I know what a monster Roman is, but we're desperate. More people will continue to die if Archer isn't caught. So, I'm going to turn a blind eye to the monster. For now, he's left us to explain the insanely impossible to 5 very confused victims. 5, now completely giftless victims. Chapter 18. The bed is perfectly comfortable. I'm the perfect temperature. And the arm slung around my waist is one of the best feelings in the entire world. But the buzzing of my phone from the nightstand pulls me from my half-asleep state. I roll over, reaching for it.
When the name on the screen reads Roman, my heart jumps into my throat. I glance back at Sebastian, only to see he's rolled onto his side away from me, and his deep, heavy breathing says he's still asleep. So I climb out of bed and silently pad out of Sebastian's bedroom. I walk clear out of the apartment and take the elevator down to street level. Vampires hear everything, and if Roman is calling me directly, well, who the hell knows what's going on? And since the moment Roman carried me into the hospital after being liquefied, Sebastian has barely taken his eyes off me. What is it? I ask, as I call Roman back, holding my phone to my ear.
It took some prompting, but I got Marcus to talk,
Roman says, cutting any introductory bullshit.
I've got a plan. It's the only thing I see working quick enough, but I need some bait.
You sure know how to sway a girl into helping, I say sarcastically.
Look, if you don't want to do it, I'll figure something else out,
he sneers. Shut up, you asshole, I bark. I'll do it. I don't know what you have in mind, but since you're calling me, I think I have a feeling. I'll be your death girl, Roman, if it means taking out Archer once and for all.
If Sebastian finds out, he's going to blow the whole thing.
Roman moves on.
Can you get away from him tonight?
I'll think of something, I say, as I look up the skyscraper toward his penthouse. It's nearly morning. I need to get back inside before the sun breaks over the horizon. Where? When?
Meet me at the club at 8,
Roman says, and then hangs up. Oh, goody. Roman's plan involves a rumor, misdirection, a graveyard, chains, and the help of 3 gifted individuals. I tell Sebastian I need some girl time and I'm going to Sigrid's house. I'm only half lying. I do see Sigrid, but it's in the upper floor of Roman's nightclub, Roman Nights. And we don't talk girl talk. We talk death and traps. It starts with the rumor. Sigrid leaks word that I am not a true vampire. That while all vampirism is the result of a curse, which it is, mine was a gift I developed. And in being a gift, it can be taken by Archer. Vampires might not have too many woo-woo powers like the rest of the gifted, but we're immortal, incredibly strong, fast, the ultimate hunters. When I think about the rumor, it sounds completely bogus to me. All vampires are the same. Even I would be just like any other vampire if my mother hadn't cursed me. But this is Chicago, after all, and no one is what they seem. If it's possible, it would be here in this city. And word spreads like wildfire throughout the streets. The Gifted are one big network. The Gifted have lived side by side with vampires in this city for a century. And now, there is someone who is a blend of the two. The development of one into the other. The misdirection comes in the form of solid information. Roman finally extracted the location where Archer's remaining cult members are hiding out. And so, just 20 minutes before we put our plan into action, Roman leaks the information of Archer's location to the rest of the Night Council. Only Sebastian, Elena, and Mason will show up, but they'll be aided by 30 of Roman's guards. The graveyard is the site. The chains are the magical product of one of those gifted individuals, and Sigrid stands at the ready with the other, armed with a dozen of the fake healing crystal necklaces from Malcolm's shop. Warren invited me to go to karaoke with him, I say, 2 days after we put everything into motion, 40 minutes until countdown. I feel kind of bad. We're supposed to be friends, and I haven't seen him in months.
You should,
Sebastian says, as he walks up to me and runs his hands up and down my arms.
Besides, I'm still indebted to him for his ability. Without Warren, things might have been much worse with Pablo.
Exactly, I say, as I tap a finger to the tip of Sebastian's nose, pulling a smile from him. Don't get bored without me.
Well, that's a given,
he says with that smile I love so much, as he pulls me forward, pressing a kiss to my mouth that nearly distracts me into staying put for a good 20 minutes. But tonight's plan is critical. The timeline of it all is crucial, so I pull myself away from him and walk to the elevator. I walk out of the building right at 7 o'clock. I hook right, heading up the block, and duck into the shop. I buy some trashy flowers, the only ones available at this time of night in the beginning of December. Through the drizzling rain, I walk north. I do not take the most direct path, but I don't make it so obvious that I'm taking a strange route. I walk right in front of Archer's building, knowing that eyes are on me. Because that was part of the rumor. My mother is buried in Graceland Cemetery, and today is the anniversary of her death. So, of course, I would visit her grave and bring flowers. It was more information pulled from Marcus the necromancer. When Archer King takes gifts, he prefers to be alone. He doesn't like witnesses, even from his own followers. If I had to make a guess, I would say he doesn't want his people knowing all the gifts he possesses. A man like Archer doesn't trust anyone. So, as I hop on the L and head to my destination, I'm confident that Archer will come alone. As I look down at my watch, I see it's exactly time. Roman will be making the call now, sending a death squad to take out the followers. When I get to my stop, I clutch my sad bouquet and walk back out into the wet and chilly night. In the distance, the sounds of sirens wail, the constant chorus of living in an overly populated city. But I keep my gaze fixed on the destination up ahead. The entrance to the cemetery is surprisingly unremarkable, considering the name of the place and the important people who've been buried here. There is an iron fence that surrounds the grounds, and the gates are anchored to 2 stone pillars. Cemeteries are equally creepy and beautiful, but an ever-echoing display of the differences between the rich and the poor. There are simple headstones, level with the grass, and there are huge obelisk markers, even statues. But I ignore them all and head deep into the center of the cemetery. We picked this place because who would be out here, as it's getting dark, in the rain? We needed somewhere private, somewhere we wouldn't be heard, and those spaces are difficult to find in downtown Chicago. It's packed roads, endless skyscrapers, and the occasional park, but there's never any guarantee you'll be alone in those, even if it's dark. There are street lamps in them. But not here. It's getting darker by the second, which means my vision is getting better by the moment. Somewhere out there, Roman is hiding. Somewhere out there, a dozen of his guards are also waiting. And somewhere out there, Sigrid and one of her charges are waiting for their moment. Deeper into the center of the cemetery I walk. And when I do not receive the call, I know that the plan is working. If Archer didn't take the bait, if he didn't see me out on the streets after hearing the rumors about me, Roman would call. But tonight, there is no call. The hair on the back of my neck stands on end. Ahead, I set my mark, the false tombstone of my mother. It has to be a woman. They have to have died young enough to be plausible, and the years have to be close enough. Poor Jolie Winnick is just the woman. Tonight, she gets to pretend to be my mother. "Hi, Mom," I say, in my best acting voice as I walk up to her headstone. It isn't big or fancy, but it sits there, clear and clean compared to some of the others around here. I rest one hand on top of the headstone and squat, looking at her name. I tuck the flowers into the built-in vase. I can't believe we're here. Another year gone. Goosebumps flash across my arms because I hear the sound of footsteps, just barely, about 100 yards behind me. "I wish you could be here," I say, continuing the charade. "I wish you could see how things have changed recently. I got my medical license. Can you believe it? Me, the girl with the record for the most attentions in 1 year." I huff a laugh, but the words kind of hurt. I never got this. Even spoken to a headstone, I never got to speak to my mother. And it's because of the man currently stalking me. My fingers curl in anger, and a piece of granite cracks off the edge of Jolie's headstone. Oops. Sorry. "I think you'd like Sebastian," I say, rambling, because Archer is still 75 yards out. I mean, for the most part. He's confident and successful and organized. Bit of a flirt, though. So maybe he's not mother-type material. You would have liked Mason more. The words slip out before I remember that Roman can hear me, as can his guards, as can Sigrid. Whatever. Things are getting pretty serious. I continue to spew words, pretending to spill my guts to my dead mother. We're talking dates and diamond cuts and wedding dresses. Elena is going to drive me up the wall with that part. I think I might just leave the entire thing up to her. Fashion never was my strong suit. 30 yards. And then I feel it. We had to assume Archer would use one of his stolen gifts to protect himself when he made his move. I'm a vampire. Fast, strong, with wicked fangs and the ability to tear people in half. When it boils down to it, Archer is a weak human. But I feel the stiffness creep into my joints. I feel myself standing against my will. One foot flat, and then the other. I stand straight, like I'm a puppet. And one slow, controlled step at a time, I find myself turning around. And there he is. Archer King. The man who killed my mother. The man who tried to liquefy me from the inside out. The man who has killed dozens in this city, and countless others. Juliet Doe, he says. You are all I seem to hear about the last 2 days. Oh, you've been on my mind a lot too recently, I say, trying to cling to my sarcastic smile and wit. But all I want to do is rip him limb from limb. Maybe it's a good thing he's immobilized me. Otherwise, surely, I'd do something stupid and wreck the whole plan. How romantic sounding, he says. His voice is low, controlled. He continues walking toward me, and finally stops, just 1.5 feet between us. You have powerful friends, but I also hear reports you make some very stupid decisions. What can I say? Once an orphan brat, always a brat, I say. I try to shrug, but I'm still locked in place. You grow more interesting by the moment, he muses. And then he raises his hands, touching them to either side of my temples. In the end, it was the risk that I was willing to take. We have to do this at just the right moment. Our timing needs to be perfect. It's how Archer does it. He touches his victims. His hands glow green, and then he takes the gift. We need to time this right. But when it comes down to it, the right timing might come after he takes my gift. But I don't even know what my gift is. So am I really losing anything if he were to take it? Interesting indeed, Archer says, as his eyes fall to mine, his brow rousing. My head feels like it's full of skittering spiders. It's like he shot 1,000 tiny fingers through my brain, and they're desperately combing through it, trying to unravel what and who I am. It seems you cannot always trust rumors, he says, as a coy smile begins pulling in one corner of his mouth. But the truth is so much better. A hybrid. You are something I have never encountered before, Juliet. You're welcome, I say through gritted teeth. If I could move, I'd be jerking out of his grip and kicking my booted foot clean through his face. I'd be ripping every bit of my hair out, trying to get those spiders out of my brain. I remember you now, he says, his gaze deepening as he peers down at me. And her. Hers is one of the most complex gifts I've acquired. I have yet to learn how to wield it. His confession sends a wave of relief throughout my body. The thought of my mother's gift residing inside of this man has felt dirty, disgusting. Knowing he can't touch it yet, it feels justified. Good, I spit. But who knew she tapped into that gift moments before her end? He says, his voice growing even softer. That one so young, an infant, possessed such a unique potential. I try to hold on to my poker face. I really do. But there must be some kind of change in my expression. Oh, you haven't even discovered your gift yet, he says, with amused realization. How sweet. It's one I've yet seen. I do not know how much value it will give me. To be honest, I would have preferred your vampirism. I want to beg him to tell me what it is. After Sigrid told me that she knew I possessed a gift, I've wondered. It's hard to imagine something in too much depth when you have such little understanding of it. But I've wondered since that moment. Archer studies my eyes, searching the depths of my soul. I feel those spiders dig deeper, furrowing down into the darkness of my mind. How noble it is. He wants me to ask. He wants me to beg him to tell me what it is. I will not give him the satisfaction. Screw him. One of my favorite abilities I've acquired is one of the earliest I took. It is one that allows me to peer into an individual's future, he says. Would you like to know what your future would have been? His words chill me. The future. Can anyone really know the future? I don't know. In Chicago, I know someone who is a human lie detector, someone who can alter memories, someone who can track a person through magical tattoos, like the one on my left forearm, leaking down onto my hand. Love would have been your downfall, he says, his voice little more than a whisper. He leans in closer, his fingers never leaving my skin. For yourself and the one you love. You hide in lies, Juliet, and so long as you would have held on to them, you never would have gotten what you want most. Tears are welling in my eyes. If he weren't holding me prisoner, locking me in place, my entire body would be trembling. Archer shakes his head, and that almost looks like true remorse in his eyes. So tragic, because you could have had the potential to correct the ending to one of the world's most famous tragedies. Stop, I hiss. The word comes out thick, difficult to evacuate from my throat. Sometimes the truth hurts, he says in a whisper, leaning even closer. But the truth sets us free. If you had come clean about your gift, but even more so about your curse, your future would have been entirely different. And there is this surge. The spiders dive into the depths of my soul. They tangle around my very core. And like a flash of lightning in the middle of a storm at sea, I see him reach it. My curse. His eyes widen as he reaches it. Glee sparks to life in them. No, no, no. Now, I breathe, barely able to get the word out, because it feels like he's created a vice around every organ and blood vessel in my body. There's the crack of a gun, and before I even feel the pain begin, dozens of bodies spring from the dark. There, in the center of them all, I see Roman. He drops the gun at his side, and he's gone in an instant, a length of glowing chain in his hands. We need to take Archer alive. So that gunfire was meant only for me. There it is. As Roman collides with Archer, as an unearthly howl fills the night, the acidic fire rips through my chest. The bullet entered my back. It splintered through my heart. It broke a rib as it exited through my chest, and it clipped Archer under the arm at his side. Archer's hold on me evaporates as he's tackled to the ground, bound by those glowing chains. Automatically, my hands go to my chest, trying to catch all the blood that pours from my body. I knew this was the plan. I readily agreed to it. When it came down to it, I was ready to die for the people of Chicago, for Sebastian's safety, for Sigrid's, for Elena and Mason's, for everyone else who has come to this city for refuge. But Archer rooted around in my core. I felt those spider fingers caress my curse. I felt him pry them into it. Archer took my mother's gift, the one that gave me the curse that has saved me from 3 deaths. As my knees hit the ground, and I watch Archer turn his head, his dark eyes fixed on me, I don't know. Did he take my curse? Did he break it? He saw it. He explored it. And now, maybe I do get to die for those I care about. Darkness starts creeping into the edges of my vision. I hear someone saying my name. And then, Sigrid's face comes into my vision, but it's blurry. Rest now, Juliet, she says, and I feel her arms catch me as I slump sideways. You have done your part. I will be here when you wake up. I hope so. But there's a part of me that shrinks back from the place where Archer was inside of me. Maybe this is justified. It's pretty damn arrogant of me, thinking I can avoid death over and over endlessly. With the last tiny bit of strength left in me, I clasp onto Sigrid's hand,
and the world dissolves into nothing. Chapter 19. Love would have been your downfall. You hide in lies, Juliet. The words resound in my head, over and over and over. The darkness surges through it. It ransacks my body. It evaporates every part of me. It devours my soul. And then it fires. Dark, dark, dark. And with a gasp that then releases into a scream, I lurch from the ground. My breath heaves in and out of my chest, too fast and so full it hurts, and my hands automatically flinch to my chest. No hole. Solid skin. It is all right, Juliet. I feel hands on either side of my face, and then Sigrid's face comes into focus. Welcome back. I'm still breathing hard, my breath ripping in and out in desperate sucks. But as my eyes cast around me, I remember where I am and what is happening. Instantly, I scramble to my feet. We're surrounded by a circle of Roman's people. Every single one of them is dressed in solid black, each of them with a gun pointed straight at one headstone in particular. Bound to that headstone is Archer King. Heavy chains are wrapped around his body, glowing brilliant gold. He strains against them, death in his eyes. He cannot use a single ability while he is bound, Sigrid says, as she steps to my side. It is how we managed to kill him last time. One would think he would learn, Roman says darkly. He stands in front of Archer, arms folded over his chest. His black hair falls into those brilliant blue eyes of his, but he makes no move to push it out. His hands are covered in black scorch marks, and I have to wonder what it took to bind Archer while I was dead. But I can't focus, because all I see is the woman standing before Archer. She takes one of those necklaces of Malcolm's and presses it to Archer's chest. He takes a heaving gasp, his face crumpling in pain. And just a moment later, the crystal that was once white glows red. Tatiana's gift is binding, Sigrid says, observing the scene. She can sense every individual gift within Archer, and she is binding them to an object until they can be returned to their owners. The gifted can get their gifts back? I ask in awe, turning widened eyes at my aunt. I think so, Sigrid says, looking over at me with a hopeful smile. We will not know for sure until we try, but Tatiana has done something similar before. This one is Tasha's, Tatiana says as she hands one necklace to one of Roman's guards. They write the name on a plastic bag, drop it in, and then zip it up. It's placed in a box with dozens of others. Tasha is the 16-year-old girl Marcus just brought back from the dead. This one belonged to someone named Farron, she says as she binds the next gift to a necklace. Again, it's labeled and put into the box. And my heart starts beating very, very fast. We have a necromancer. I'm waiting for a call from the police department in Kansas to find out where my mother's remains are. And now we have someone who is able to bind gifts to an object. Can you find a gift that belonged to someone named Ingrid? I blurt before I can think it through. Tatiana glances over her shoulder at me, but with the dozens of gifts she's combing through, she doesn't seem to think anything of it. She presses another necklace to Archer's chest, pulling another pained yell from him. It glows brilliant red. Here she is, Tatiana says, extending the necklace in my direction. I assume Ingrid means something to you. I trust you will return her gift to her. I can't find words. Silently, with wide, shocked eyes, I step forward and take the necklace from her. I just stare at it for several long moments as she resumes her work. Curse weaver. My mother was a curse weaver. Her gift was powerful and complex enough that in the 28 years he possessed it, Archer King never learned how to wield it. A precious gift, Sigrid says, her tone low and reverent. Protect it well. I wonder if she has any inkling what is on my mind. Does she see my plan? Does she sense my hope? I loop the silver chain over my head and drop it around my neck. Studying the glowing crystal for a moment, I tuck it into my shirt, pulling it out of sight. How many are left?
Sigrid asks as she steps up to Tatiana's side.
8,
she says simply.
And there are 49 in the box,
Sigrid says, disgust and horror in her tone. 58. That's how many lives Archer ended by taking their gifts. 58 people died because of his greed. One by one, Tatiana finishes binding the remaining gifts. And when she's taken the last one, Archer practically hangs from the chains, breathing hard, sagging.
We need to do it now, Sigrid says. It is senseless to delay.
Roman looks over at me, and for a moment, we stare at each other. There is an uneasy feeling of urgency and darkness and weight.
You grew up without a mother because of this man,
Roman says, low and easy.
The task is yours if you want it.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. My heart thuds hard and bold in my chest. My eyes slide back over to Archer's. Slowly, he lifts his head, daring me with those devil eyes. I take one step forward. In my mind, I see my panicked, frantic mother racing through a cornfield. I take another step forward. I see her muttering words, desperate to save her infant daughter. I step closer to him. She snaps my neck and turns to face the fate she cannot outrun. I stop right in front of Archer. I saw him take his hand to her throat and take the gift hanging round my neck from her, and then drop her to the ground, dead. As I look into his eyes, I remember feeling hungry and wondering if I was going to die for the first time when I was 3. I remember stealing something from a grocery store for the first time when I was 5. I remember seeing another foster kid overdose in front of me when I was 8. I remember being in that fire and then screaming in pain on the way to the hospital. I remember dozens of kids ridiculing me because I was poor, badly dressed, and always so angry. I had the life I had because of this despicable man in front of me.
You may be a strong woman, Juliet Doe, but your own recklessness and savagery will be your demise,
Archer says. His tone is low, gravelly, but I know every person here can hear him.
And before the next summer solstice, you will hate the man you love most.
An evil smile pulls on his mouth.
You will be alone again, and you will wish that curse never existed.
I snap. My hand darts out, and my fingers break through his ribcage. My fingers lace around that warm, soft, beating organ. Archer's eyes go wide with a gasp. His weight slips back against the headstone. Slowly, his eyes rise up to meet mine, even as blood pours out of his chest, coating my hand, my arm, dripping down to my elbow.
You and I are not so different, he gasps. Surrounded by others, but never trusting anyone enough to let them truly love every part of you.
I'm shaking, trembling from head to toe, and I'm frozen. He needs to die. He's going to die. I'm gripping his heart, and there's no way to repair the damage I've done. But I'm frozen. Am I a bad person? Am I the kind of person I always looked at as a villain? If I were a good person, so many things would be different. I can't, I say in a whisper. I can't. And Roman knows exactly what I mean. I can't finish the job. I can't end his life. So Roman steps forward. His eyes are glowing red, black veins sprouting from them. His fangs are long, gleaming in the moonlight. He's a walking nightmare, the black god of death. Roman grips Archer by his hair, and with one quick twist, he rips his head clean off. The rest of his body slumps, and unprepared for the movement, my hand remains around Archer's heart and pulls it clean out when the rest of him crumples against the glowing chains. With a terrified squeak, I drop his heart. It hits the ground with a wet thud. I stare down at my hand, covered in blood. I've killed before. On my resurrection, I killed 2 people in the first 30 minutes. But I was out of control then. I had no idea what I was doing. It wasn't right, not by a long shot, but I didn't know what was happening. Looking down at my hand, I know this is different. I knew what was going to happen when I stepped forward, and I did it anyway.
Roman may have finished it, but I started it.
Let's load him up,
Roman orders, unfazed by his part in the death of Archer King.
We need to get him to the crematorium.
Numbly, I stand there, watching as the soldiers undo those glowing chains, as they pick up the pieces of the man. We all must do what must be done, Sigrid says, as she slides her hand into mine, the one not coated in blood. Do not believe the words spoken by a desperate man facing death. He would say anything to keep a place in your mind, to steal your peace. I nod, even if her words don't reach all the way to my brain. Roman knows all the right connections. He's done work in the dark for a long time. He has a woman who meets us at the crematory. In under a minute, they take Archer's body from the back of the truck, haul him through the building, and then load him into the furnace. One by one, Roman's team leaves. Their job done, the man dead. They get to go home. The danger that has kept everyone on high alert for weeks is over. But I stay. Roman stays. Sigrid stays. And 3 hours later, we're handed a box of ashes. Silently, the three of us leave the building, load into the truck. I don't know where we're going. I don't ask questions. Roman drives us to the marina at Navy Pier. In the pitch dark, with the wind and the rain picking up, pushing toward freezing, we all climb aboard a boat. As if he knows what he's doing, as if he's done this before, Roman motors out of the marina. He steers the boat out into the pitch darkness of Lake Michigan for nearly an hour, and then kills the motor. May the bastard never be risen again, Sigrid says. Holding the box with a death grip, Roman crosses the boat and hands it to me. Holding his eyes in the dark, I think that maybe he understands.
Monsters are real, sweetheart, and they look like everyone you've ever known.
It's true. We all have a monster in us, and mine has been loud and strong lately. I take the box and stare out into the water. Against my chest, the necklace containing my mother's gift rests. You'll never hurt anyone again, I say, thinking of Ingrid and the little girl who never knew life with a mother. I open the box and, extending my arm over the side of the boat, I sprinkle Archer's ashes. They catch in the wind, blowing over the water before disappearing into it, scattered along its dark surface. When the last of the ashes disappear, I throw the entire box into the lake. Sorry, planet Earth, but I'm not taking any chances of that asshole being resurrected with a couple of ashes harvested out of a cardboard box in the recycling bin. Let's go, Sigrid says plainly. The night is not yet over, and hopefully we have more bodies to deal with. So, Roman returns to the helm and guides back to the marina, back to reality. Chapter 20.
Is this Juliet Doe?
A voice on the other end asks. Yes, I answer, as Roman pulls up in front of the nocturne. He and Sigrid climb out, giving me privacy.
I'm calling you back about your inquiry about the remains of a Jane Doe,
they continue, and my cold, dead heart instantly rips back to life. Yes, I say, too loudly and completely unnecessarily.
Sorry this took so long, but we finally found the record. She was buried in Peace Grove Cemetery in Barlow. The grave will be unmarked, but she's in there somewhere.
It's kind of hard to breathe right now. My chest feels too tight for my own heart. My pulse is racing. They've found her. Her remains are there, somewhere. And we have a necromancer, and all he needs is bones. Peace Grove Cemetery, I repeat.
That's right, ma'am, they confirm. You have a good day.
Thanks, I breathe, my mind over 700 miles away. In the back seat of the truck, I stare at my phone, blinking 5 times. Ingrid Eriksson, my mother, a curse weaver from Norway, died 28 years ago. But now that I know where to look, there are possibilities. If I can find her, if I can bring her remains here, we have a necromancer. Archer King was just a corpse, and he came back and wreaked havoc on the city. Something stings at the back of my eyes, and I squeeze them shut. My father could be anywhere in the world, the pirate with the scars on his face. He could be in France or Indonesia, or he could be right next door, one town over. But my mother,
Now I know where she is, and now there are possibilities. A blur of motion pulls my eyes, and they slide over to the doors of the building. Sebastian stands there, his eyes wide, his chest heaving. Fallout. There will be fallout. I lied to Sebastian, and now he knows it. And a drip of cold dread sinks down into the pit of my stomach. You hide in lies, Juliet, and so long as you would have held on to them, you never would have gotten what you want most. I climb out of the truck and close the door behind me. I find I have a hard time holding Sebastian's eyes as I walk up the stairs toward him. Liar, liar, liar. Why are you so damn screwed up, Juliet?
You're okay?
Sebastian breathes as I stop in front of him. His eyes scan me, and I know what he sees. My shirt is ripped, and it's stained with my blood. My hand is still crusted with Archer's blood as well.
Shit, Juliet. What the hell happened tonight?
We killed Archer, I say. My words come out empty sounding. I know I lied. I did what I had to do. Sebastian brings his hand under my chin, bringing my face and eyes up to meet his. His brows are furrowed, and he studies me like he can read the truth of what's transpired off of my soul. I feel oddly numb right now. I feel detached.
Damn it,
he says in a whisper as he wraps his arms around me, cradling me into his chest. His warm, solid hands hold on to me, almost as if he wishes he could absorb me.
Pretty sure you're trying to kill me with fear. All I want to do is keep you safe. That's a little hard to do when you keep running right into the thick of things.
My automatic response is to apologize. I should apologize. This man loves me, and I do keep running off and doing stupid, reckless things. But I still feel so damn numb. I feel too empty to say anything else. And maybe Sebastian understands that, because he takes my hand, and together we walk into the building to face the rest of whatever has happened. Could you take any longer? Elena growls, her hands placed on the tabletop. She's bloody. From her head to the expensive boots on her feet, she's splattered with blood. Roman won't say a damn word until you're here. What the hell happened tonight?
Juliet, are you all right?
Mason says in a breath of fear. He crosses the room in 3 long strides. He takes my free hand in both of his, looking me up and down, taking note of all the blood I'm stained with. A low growl sounds deep in Sebastian's throat.
I'm not trying to take her back, asshole.
Mason snarls with a dark look at Sebastian.
I'm worried about my friend.
I'm fine, I say, through a thick throat. I pull my hand from Mason's and hug my arms around myself. I know I look a mess, but I'm fine. I swear. I don't want to be touched right now, if I'm being honest. I kind of want to curl up in a dark place where no one can find me and just disappear for a while. But for the first time ever, there are too many people in my life who care about me. If I were to go missing for a bit, they would come looking for me. Having people who love you is a blessing and a curse. Okay, can we please tell each other what the hell has happened tonight? Elena snarls. And so, Roman tells them what happened. Or at least a version of the truth. Sigrid tells them she had new binding chains created. I made sure I knew Archer was following me, and we fess up to the rumors Sigrid started a few days ago. As the newcomer, outsider, most of Chicago doesn't know much of anything about me. Just that I was the trailer trash that caught the attention of the most eligible bachelor in the city. So they were all too eager to believe what was said about me. We lured Archer to the cemetery, we distracted him, we bound him, and then we killed him. I think we better bury his bones 50 feet down this time, Elena growls, a look of disgust on her face.
No need,
Roman says. I'm really grateful he and Sigrid have done all the talking.
We already burned his body and sprinkled the ashes in Lake Michigan.
Each of their brows raise in surprise. Savage, Elena remarks.
Smart,
Sebastian counters.
Not that it matters,
Mason says, as his eyes slide over to Sebastian.
No one is bringing anyone back from the dead again.
All of my organs disappear, and my ears start ringing.
You killed Marcus?
Roman questions, his black brows furrowing.
We couldn't let him live, knowing the risk he possesses,
Sebastian says, casting his dark eyes to Roman.
I found him at your holding facility. Charming place. I took care of him.
No, this isn't what was supposed to happen. Marcus was supposed to stay locked up in Roman's holding facility until I could tell Roman my plan. He was supposed to hold on to the necromancer for me until I could bring back my mother's remains. But Sebastian went and killed him. It's too late. It's a damn good thing no one is paying me any attention in this moment, because I'm pretty sure I've turned 3 different shades of green. My knees feel wobbly. We found the rest of the cult at the location you called in. Elena continues the death report. There were 8 of them there. No signs of any others coming in. I think word got out we were killing followers at the border. It didn't take long. We've already cleaned up the mess. Dead. Elena and Sebastian already killed them all. Maybe Mason had a hand in it, even though he's still human. But no matter, they're all dead. So it is done, Sigrid says. The danger has passed. We can all move on with our lives now. So easily said. No matter that 10 people died tonight. Well, 11, because I died too. But this is Chicago. People die all the time. And sometimes they're more than people. Juliet, are you sure you're okay? Elena asks. She crosses the room to me, pulling me into her arms. You don't look so good. I'm fine, I murmur into the space between her neck and shoulder. But I can't even find it in me to hug her in return. Take her home, my best friend says to my boyfriend. Make her eat something, and she needs blood, and a shower, because she's a damn mess.
I will,
Sebastian promises, his voice firm and committed. Rest easy, everyone, Elena says as she releases me and steps back. For the first time in weeks, Chicago only has its normal problems to worry about. Good work. Classic CEO Elena, taking charge even if she isn't truly the boss. We turn as seemingly one. Every one of us takes a step toward the door. But for some reason, my eyes slide to the side and catch Roman's. He's looking back at me. Those vivid blue eyes say he knows. He knows that tonight was not what we were making it out to be. He knows what it cost to end this. He knows the risks I took to make this plan work, to make this city safe once again. He watched me die. He had to be the one to kill me. One by one, we are getting deeper into each other's debt, carrying more of each other's secrets, saving each other's lives, ending them. I hate Roman. I do. He's a broody asshole with no compassion. But maybe he isn't the horrible person I once thought he was. He blinks and looks away, opening the door and stepping through without holding it for anyone. He goes straight for the truck, climbs in, and pulls away. Sebastian opens the passenger door for me to his space rocket of a car. I climb in, leaning back against my seat, and close my eyes. I am exhausted now. After everything that's happened, all I want to do right now is fall asleep and not have nightmares. Sebastian drops into the driver's seat and roars the engine to life. He puts it into drive and pulls back onto the road. Oh, where are we going? I ask as my brows furrow. We're heading south, not east back to either of our apartments.
I have something I want to show you,
he answers without looking at me. The rain changes to snow as the sun begins to woo the horizon. It falls in soft, fat flakes. We're not going to want to be on these roads long, or it's going to get ugly. From the heaviness of the sky, I think this is going to be a bad storm. I don't even have to put sunglasses on when the sun breaks into the sky. The cloud cover is so thick, it's barely even brighter than dawn. We roll through an industrial part of town. It's quiet here. This time of day, on a Friday morning, I'd expect it to be busy with workers. But there is only one truck that rolls past us when we turn onto a narrow back street. There isn't a soul around when we park in front of a worn-down-looking warehouse. Sebastian climbs out and, in an instant, is to my door, pulling it open and holding a hand down to help me from my seat. I take it and then follow after him silently as he goes to the rusty door in the center of the building. It smells old in here, like decay and flaking paint. It smells like tires and scraps of wood. A narrow hallway stretches before us. Dozens of doors break off it to the left and right. If I had to guess, I'd say this was some kind of storage facility, though it doesn't have the large garage-style doors I've seen on most.
Come on,
Sebastian says as he walks down the hall, passing one door after another. This building is huge. It feels like it goes on and on. But finally, as we near the end, Sebastian fishes some keys from his pocket. He inserts one into the lock and, with a wee bit of force, gets the knob to twist. Stepping inside, he flicks on a light and waves me in. The light is flickering inside the space, but I realize it isn't for my benefit or need to see. There's a 5-foot-wide strip of space for us to stand in. And then there is a reinforced glass wall. Beyond it is a bed, a toilet, a shower, and a shelf full of supplies, food, changes of clothes, books. And there, in a wheelchair in the center of that prison cell, because that's what it so obviously is, sits Marcus Lontock. Chapter 21. I stutter as my brain tries to reconcile what I'm seeing with what I believed to be true. I don't understand. I thought you said you killed him. Marcus sits there, banged up and broken, staring out at the both of us. His eyes are solidly black, though he doesn't mutter words, not like when I witnessed him bringing people back from the dead. He just sits there. And he looks absolutely terrifying, so calm and so vengeful. Sebastian slides his fingers through mine, drawing my eyes down to our intertwined fingers.
Marcus's ability is dangerous,
Sebastian says, drawing my gaze up. The look in his eyes is so intense, so deep, so passionate. It kind of takes my breath away.
The havoc he's caused.
Sebastian shakes his head.
But his ability is also invaluable.
Sebastian takes both my hands between his, bringing them up to his chest.
Juliet, after that night Roman brought you into the hospital.
He shakes his head, and his face pales just a little. He looks so torn up, so devastated. I can't help it when something in me softens.
I thought I was going to lose you, and I realized then that I would do anything to keep you safe, to keep you from being ripped away from me.
Sebastian raises one hand, cupping it to the side of my face. His eyes hold mine, and I feel myself falling deeper, farther into him.
I love you, Juliet, with every fiber of my being. You have resurrected me from anger and despair. You've brought me back to life and given me something to live for, and I'm never going to let anything take you from me, even death.
Oh, I understand now.
I don't care if this is crazy,
Sebastian says, as he brings his other hand to my face, cradling me with such passion and care.
I'll let Marcus spend the rest of his miserable life in this cell. I swear, Juliet, I won't let anything happen to you ever again.
Emotion wells in my eyes. My hands rise, fisting Sebastian's shirt in them. No one has ever fought for me. No one has taken to such savagery to protect me. No one has ever thought me valuable enough to give a shit about. But looking into Sebastian's eyes, I believe him. This is a man who would move heaven and earth for me. I love you, I whisper, my voice trembling. He doesn't know that losing me isn't a risk. Because if my reckless escapades lead to my death, I'll just come back. I'll come back over and over and over. Sebastian will never lose me to death. But looking into this man's eyes, fear strikes my heart for the first time. Sebastian is immortal. He's truly over 100 years old. But he is still subject to stakings, to beheadings. Look at me. In the time I've been in Chicago, I've been staked, liquefied, and shot. In the 8 months I've been here, I've died 3 times. I could lose Sebastian. He could die. He could be taken from me at any moment. As I look over at Marcus, a sense of calm washes through me.
Sebastian doesn't need the necromancer for me, but I might need the necromancer for him. And suddenly, I don't feel very bad about the fact that this man is locked in a glass prison, buried deep in a forgotten warehouse. He's done bad things. He's helped an evil man. But his ability, as Sebastian said, Marcus is invaluable. But we can't ever risk him getting away. Because someday we might need him. I might need him. And now, I know where my mother is buried. And I need to bring her remains to this necromancer.
I won't let anything happen to you, Juliet,
Sebastian whispers. He brings my face back to his, and I tip my lips up to meet his. He kisses me deeply. He kisses me with fear and worry. He kisses me with possession and hunger. He kisses me with love. I'm not okay. In the past 12 hours, so much has messed with my head. I know I'm not all right. But I'm starving for feeling, for passion, for love. And it's here, grasping onto me like he's afraid I'm going to evaporate at any moment. Gasping for air, I pull back just slightly, looking up at him. Let's go home, I say. I'm a disaster. I need to shower, and I'm pretty damn thirsty. With a wicked grin, one that shows those slightly pointed canine teeth that make him look like a vampire always, Sebastian dips down for one last kiss. And then, we walk out of that prison room. Sebastian locks the door behind him, and we leave our prisoner to rot in his cell. Chapter 22. It's a full-on blizzard by the time we get back to Sebastian's building. It took us 3 times longer than it should have to get back. The snow is building up on the roads, and visibility is wildly short. So, even though I don't have anything to fear from a car wreck, I still breathe a sigh of relief when Sebastian pulls into the parking garage and glides into the spot with his name on it. We're in this strange place in our relationship. We're not having sex. Sebastian wants to wait until we're married, and I respect that. But we also spend most every day in one of our places or the other, almost never apart. It kind of feels like we're already living together, even though we're not. With everything going on, we haven't even begun to think about looking for a new place together. But still, I have everything I need when we ride the elevator up to his penthouse and step out into his white wonderland. He has a cleaning crew that comes in twice a week, though I honestly don't know what they do to keep busy. Sebastian is impeccably organized and tidy, so when we step inside, I hardly even dare walk across the pristine floor. I'm such a disgusting, bloody mess.
I'll make us some lunch,
Sebastian says, pressing a kiss to my forehead. I need something to drink first, I say. My throat is on fire, and it's hard to concentrate on anything beside the beating hearts of all the humans that live in this building. I cross to the fridge and take out a bag. I don't have the time or patience to let it warm to room temperature. I bite into it and suck it down cold. How can blood be so revolting when I'm holding the beating heart that pumps it, and so delicious in a moment like this? Thirst temporarily sated, I head into Sebastian's bedroom and then to the grand bathroom. I scrub my body twice. The water runs red for 2 solid minutes. I try not to look down at my feet, at the swirling color that eventually goes down the drain, but blood is one of those things that's difficult to ignore. I've touched plenty of blood in my life. I'm a frickin' doctor. I work in the emergency room. I've assisted in dozens of surgeries over the past few months I've been at this hospital. I have had blood on my hands, in my hair, on my face, more times than I can count. I brace my hands on the walls of the shower, letting the water pound on the back of my neck before dripping down my body. Holding Archer King's heart in my hand was different. I didn't want him to keep talking. He killed my mother. He's the reason I was always hungry, always scared about where I was going to be placed next, always angry because I saw other kids who had parents who loved them. He is the reason for that. He's killed more than 50 others. But in the end, the reason I couldn't stop myself from crushing my hand through his ribcage and digging my fingers into his most vital organ was because I couldn't face the words he was saying. You hide in lies, Juliet.
So long as you would have held on to them, you never would have gotten what you want most.
What do I want most? Does anyone really know the answer to that question? I want respect. I want to have people I care about. I want to have food in my stomach and a bed of my own to sleep in. But is any of that really what I want most? Lies. Archer knew I had been lying. Everyone lies, but the words he said, the things he knew, I would question his claimed gift of prophecy. No one really knows the future. It must be subjective. There must be limitations to what Archer knew about the future, or he would have foreseen his own death and avoided it. But how did he know? I am a liar, and only 3 people in this city know the truth. Malcolm, because I needed his gift. Sigrid, because I trust her. And Roman, because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. All of Roman's soldiers overheard the conversation in the cemetery, but they were told that everything was for show. We mixed truth with lies so effortlessly, I'm confident they won't know what to believe. But I hid the truth of what my mother was from Mason. I didn't want anything to change the way he looked at me, and so when Malcolm showed me my past, showed me my mother, we asked him to leave the building. I've never breathed a word of any of this to Elena, and she's my best friend. She knows all of my dark stories. She knows how I got every scar on my body. But I have never even considered telling her about my mother, about the curse she placed on me, how I can't die, and how I have a gift that no other vampire has ever had, but I don't even know what it is yet. And Sebastian. Anxiety tightens my chest and then my throat. Self-hatred rises inside of me and stabs at the back of my eyes. I place one hand over my face as a sob rips past my lips. I love Sebastian. I love him like I've never loved anyone in my life. I didn't even know it was possible to feel like this about someone. But, I'm keeping huge secrets from him. This is all a huge part of who I am. These secrets are puzzle pieces that make up who I am as a whole. And I'm keeping them tucked away, hidden, invisible from the man I love. And when I look deep down in me, when I'm truly honest with myself, I know that I'll never, ever tell him. Sebastian is a man of science. He's also a product of the supernatural. He'll want to know why. He will crave knowing why I am like this. He'll want to replicate it, and I just can't. The truth sets us free. If you had come clean about your gift, but even more so about your curse, your future would have been entirely different. Get out, get out, get out. I scream the words internally over and over, pressing in on my temples. Archer is dead. He's dead. He was a raving lunatic who would have said anything to get in my head. And it's working. It's absolutely working. Love would have been your downfall. No, he's wrong. Love has made me feel alive. It's made me a normal human being. It's made me the happiest I've ever been. For yourself and the one you love. No, we're happy. We're perfect together. Sebastian and I were made for each other. And before the next summer solstice, you will hate the man you love most. Never. I could never hate Sebastian. And this is what makes me doubt all the rest of what he said. I love Sebastian. I love him. Love would have been your downfall. Your own recklessness and savagery will be your demise. My eyes blink open to stare at the white tile before me. What have I done in the name of love? I've lied. I've put myself at risk. I've put others at risk. I turned a blind eye to the killing of a dozen others, even if they weren't innocent. And now I've come to terms with the fact that Marcus will spend the rest of his life in a tiny prison because he is the key to getting back my mother, and the key to bringing Sebastian back if anything were to happen to him. How far is too far? It sounds so romantic saying that we'd do anything for the one we love. We hear it in movies. They write entire books about it. Every one of us wishes for that kind of love with a burning heart.
I have that kind of love now. But how far is too far? I straighten in the shower. Am I even a good person? Am I any better than those that followed Archer King? Hell, am I any better than Archer? He went too far. I think that maybe I've gone too far. Sebastian lied to the entire Night Council. He stole Marcus and went to every effort of locking the man up in a prison cell where he could rot away for the rest of his life. Maybe Sebastian is willing to go too far too. Where do we draw the line? What is romantic? What is justified? What is the show of commitment and love? And what is going too far, crossing a line? I am shaking from head to foot as I turn the water off. I'm numb. With jerky movements, I wrap a towel around my body and then walk into the closet. I have one rod and 2 drawers where I've stored some clothes. I pull on a dark blue nightgown. I'm tired. I kind of just want to go to bed. I drag a brush through my wet hair and then pad out into the living room to tell Sebastian I need some sleep. I need to sleep for 1,000 years, and then maybe, when I wake up, I'll be able to sort out all of these gray threads. It's a rare gift. With the clouds being this heavy and this dark, the window shades are fully open, even though it's pushing noon. But it isn't just the natural light that makes the space glow. There are dozens and dozens of candles lit. They line every surface and cast the entire space in a magical hue. It looks surreal in here, with the flickering of the flames against all the white surfaces and the torrent of snow pouring down outside. And through the dim light, my eyes find Sebastian. His dark eyes lock onto mine, and a soft smile pulls at his mouth. Casually, slowly, confidently, he walks across the penthouse until we meet in the middle of the living room. He crooks just one finger under my chin, tilting my face up to his. He presses his lips to mine. Soft, easy, so sure. He runs one hand down my left arm until his hand catches in mine. And then, with a grin, he slowly begins to lower. My breath catches in my throat. My heart begins beating 1,000 beats per minute. Once again, something at the back of my eyes stings, and I can barely breathe as I watch Sebastian lower down onto one knee and reach into his pocket with his free hand. "Juliet," he says, his voice breathy, his expression so happy. From his pocket, he removes a black velvet box. And when he opens it and reveals the most beautiful ring I've ever seen, my hands come to cover my mouth. It's a pear-shaped diamond, and there's a band below the center diamond, 6 marquee diamonds shaped in a sun spray. A nearly identical band fits into the top of the ring, completing the burst of rays.
"I never thought I was going to feel alive again,"
Sebastian says, as he takes my left hand, cradling it in his own.
"I never thought I'd find someone who didn't look away from the darkness of my past because it was just too damn heavy."
My heart is thundering in my ears. I feel lightheaded. I feel detached from the earth.
"I never dreamed you and I would end up here. That when I first met you, you would be the other half to my broken soul,"
he says. The look in his eyes, it's so open, so vulnerable.
"But I swear, sometimes when we talk, I think you can read my damn mind."
I don't think I've taken one breath since he dropped to his knee.
"Over the past nearly 7 months, I haven't stopped thinking about you, even once,"
he swears.
"You're in my mind every second. You've taken me prisoner, body and soul. And us together."
He shakes his head, wonder filling his expression.
"You and I are an unstoppable force. Love would have been your downfall, for yourself and the one you love."
Unstoppable. Would anything stop me, Sebastian, us, when it comes to one another? Is there no line we wouldn't cross?
"I swear, I will do everything,"
Sebastian swears an oath.
"Everything to give you the life you deserve, to make you safe, to make this city look at you in the way you deserve."
His promises are beautiful. They reach down into the depths of my soul. But I'm seeing Marcus stuck in a wheelchair in that prison cell, a backup for something that Sebastian has no promise will ever happen. I'm hearing Sebastian lie to the Night Council. I'm seeing Sebastian nearly tear Roman in half because he brought me back to Sebastian, broken, dying.
We were meant to be together,
Sebastian says, his tone low, intimate. Before next summer solstice, you will hate the man you love most.
I've waited my entire immortal life for you, Juliet,
Sebastian whispers. He poises the ring at my finger.
Marry me.
Boom, boom, boom. My heart clashes like lightning. You will hate the man you love most. And as my eyes focus back on that man, the man that I love most, I find myself utterly frozen with insatiable love and suffocating doubt. The end of Book 2. This has been Born Savage, Blood Rose Nights, Book 2, written by Keary Taylor, narrated by Raven Wildwood. Copyright 2022 by Keary Taylor. Production copyright by Keary Taylor.